So, I told him. He paused to flip the frying guzzlame. He'd better fucking watch his mouth, or I'd add another hole to his head. He turned to grin at me. And I'm pretty sure I watched a grown man shit his pants. I chuckled under my breath, shaking my head. He was ridiculous, my beautiful Turk. And he was starting to mean more to me than anyone in the world. So I needed to tell him. Bare-chested, my eyes roamed the muscular planes of his body, and as he turned back to cook, I cleared my throat, then spoke up. I found him. Aslan stilled. He kept his back to me a long moment before he twisted to face me, his expression unreadable. Yeah, I ran a hand through my long hair and sighed. You were right. My eyes met his. He's back. Az searched my face before drawling, and how do we feel about that? He was killing me. I started, feel betrayed and hurt, and rejected. My gaze drifted down to the counter, and I ran a perfectly manicured nail over the cool marble. We don't know what to think or what to say. I sighed, then I looked him in the eye. But we don't feel good about it. Right, he said lightly a moment before he turned off the stove and moved the pan off the heat. With his back to me, he uttered a quiet, "And where does that leave us, baby?" The fear in his voice called to the fear in mine. I don't know. I muttered honestly. He spun on me, those dark eyes darker than I'd ever seen them. His voice was low, dangerous. Do you want him back? Again, honesty, plain and simple. I don't know anymore. I lowered my eyes. I thought I did. My heart pounded. But I don't think so because... I swallowed hard, avoiding his blistering gaze and speaking low. I have you. Aslan had filled the gaping hole inside of me. I no longer wanted or desired Twitch. I needed the man standing right in front of me, the man by my side, despite the odds being ever against us, despite the fact that no one would want us together, despite the fact that the man I loved was married and was never leaving his wife. We were royalty in our own right, but would never rule together. We were a tragedy in the making, and that only made me want him more. I watched as his body drooped, losing some of the obvious tension in his face. His lips parted, and he let out a long breath, running a hand across his nape. Our desperate stares met across the counter, and everything wrong in the world melted away. My voice was whisper soft. I love you. Az closed his eyes, and he kept them closed as he responded in kind. Love you too, Ling. The tightness around my heart loosened, and I watched the man who had won me over with damaged roses and soft kisses breathe a sigh of relief. Let Twitch have his little family. I had something better.
Twitch. I felt her watching me in the open doorway. As I pulled my hoodie on, I heard the quiet words she spoke. Where are you going? Her voice was soft, but she couldn't hide the concern that lined it. Zipping myself up, I turned and wished I hadn't. She wore her worry like a second skin. Just making a house call. Lexi's arms came up and she hugged herself, and that small move had me wanting to stay in and be by her side, sleep beside my woman, and feel at home with my family. Unfortunately, I couldn't. This shit needed to be nipped in the bud, and my brothers and I were the only ones capable of doing what needed to be done. She jerked her chin, gesturing to my side. You always take a gun on house calls? Didn't miss a beat, my angel. On these types of house calls, I do. I was worried about her reaction. I shouldn't have been. Straightening, she nodded and then sighed softly. Okay. She dropped her hands to her sides and said, Well, tuck your son in before you leave. Jesus fucking Christ, this woman. Solid. When I moved, I did it slowly, with purpose, and when I reached her, I looked down into her big blue eyes before I spoke low. Kiss me before I go. She looked me deep in the eye. No. When my brow furrowed, she smiled widely and my dick jerked. When she backed out of the room, I moved down the hall to say goodnight to my son. After I did that, I noticed her waiting for me at the front door. I approached leisurely, and when I got close, she stepped into me. It was second nature to have my arms around this woman who had given me so much. Her heart, a son, a home. She gave everything I didn't know I wanted and continued to give on the daily. I was a lucky man, and one day this angel would be my wife, wearing my ring, and after we made our vows, I'd keep her barefoot and pregnant and fucking happy. Looking at her the way she was, I decided I needed a daughter with Lexi's rare sweetness and diamond-like strength, a girl who loved her daddy regardless of the piece of shit he was. Her gentle caution cut through me like a hot knife through butter. She spoke quietly into the crook of my neck. Be safe. When she pressed a soft kiss to the old gunshot wound, the rounded scar that I got protecting her that fateful day 6 years ago, I lost my composure. I growled low in my throat, then pulled back to set my dark gaze on her. Keep looking after me like this, and I'ma marry your ass. Her response gave me shivers. Looking up at me, wide-eyed and pretty as a peach, she tilted her head slightly and said, Promise? The sound of a car pulling into the drive caught our attention, and I leant down to press a kiss to her forehead. Later. Without another word, I stepped out of the house and made it over to the black SUV, opening the door and sliding into the passenger seat. The second I closed the door, the car took off, and I turned to Julius. What's the go? Happy spoke from the back seat. Her shit's tight, man. I don't know how we're gonna get in, let alone get close enough to pop her. Her men guard her like she's the second coming of Christ. Julius grunted. She's got an apartment in the city off the books. Ling thinks she's smart, but the cockier she becomes, the sloppier she gets. She goes to this apartment to lay low. Almost every night she's there, and... When I turned to him, he glanced at me a moment before he turned back to the road. You won't believe who I see coming in and out of that place on the regular. Who? I asked, my brow lowered. Aslan Sadiq. When Julius said what he said, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Motherfucker. I slammed a fist onto the dash, hard enough to make the plastic creak. I looked to Julius. Guess who saw me at the fucking mall a couple of weeks back? I twisted to look back at Happy. Aslan the fucking Turk. Happy's frown was deep. What? You think he and Ling are a thing? He shook his head. No way. The dragons and the Lost Boys hate each other, man. Have since the dawn of time, and that hate runs deep. She's already disgraced. I don't think she's that dumb. She is, Julius stated darkly. When he peered over at me, his lips were thin. Why didn't you say anything? I threw him a look that said, Are you fucking kidding me? Then blinked at him a long moment. You weren't answering my calls because I spoke slowly, hurt your feelings. Julius narrowed his eyes at me before turning back to the road. A while later, he spoke. Okay, so Aslan is feeding Ling info. He looked in the rearview mirror to look at Happy. That's the only thing that makes sense. The question is why. It was obvious. Happy reluctantly uttered, Because they're a thing. Because they're a thing, Julius repeated, sighing under his breath. Ling was suicidal if she thought the dragons would look past this transgression. No, they'd have her head on a platter. Maybe that was the smartest way around our problem, to let her destroy herself. Okay. I looked out the window of the moving car. Let's go have a word with the Turk. The house was a fortress. It was huge, imposing, and they had security to match Alcatraz. But we had something they didn't. Happy. From the back seat, he typed quickly on the laptop. "Give me a sec." He kept typing. "They've got 2 consecutive systems running at the same time. It's confusing." His fingers moved fast along the keyboard. "Okay, I'm getting there now." The sounds of buttons clicking was doing my head in. "One more command and..." He hit enter. "They're offline." He looked from me to Julius. "Let's go. I don't know how long till they realize and send someone to fix what I fucked up." Pulling the hood over my head, I stepped out of the car and opened the app Happy installed on my phone. I pointed it to the 3-door garage and hit the button. One of the doors began to rise, and I turned back to Happy, my face solemn. Fuck me. Happy simply lifted a brow and grinned. The man knew his shit. The right technology in the wrong hands was a dangerous thing. We all moved inside, and I hit the button again, closing the door behind us. There was a door at the back of the wide open space, and when I made it there, I gently put my hand to the knob and tried to twist, but it had no give. It was locked. Julius lifted his hand and tapped lightly next to the keypad attached to the door. I stepped back as Happy moved in, opened the plastic casing, and fiddled with the wires. Moments later, the red light turned green, and when Happy tried the knob, it turned. We were in. The moment the door opened, a feminine voice called out, "I thought you said you were going to be late." We moved down the hall, weapons drawn, and she went on with, "Well, I just started season 3 of Game of Thrones. Come watch with me." She chuckled. "I swear to God, Az, this stuff is so screwed." When she came into view, her head jolted in shock. Her wide eyes darted between the 3 of us, and she whispered, "Oh." The young woman in the wheelchair was overly thin, her big brown eyes wide with fear, her long black hair pulled into a low ponytail. She wore a thick sweater and had a blanket pulled over her lap. Her full lips parted in distress. She spoke quietly. "Are you going to kill me?" I felt like an asshole. She was clearly unwell, but that wasn't my problem. "I don't know yet." I stepped closer to her, my tone gentle. "That depends on your husband." Surprisingly, she held my stare with the strength of the queen she was. "Well," she sighed, "he's not going to be home until late." She used her hands to spin the wheelchair around and started to move slowly. "So come on in, I guess." We followed closely behind her, and when she made it into the cozy-looking family room, she settled herself in front of the heater, taking in its warmth, rubbing her legs and wincing. She looked back and swept an arm out towards the sofa. "Sit." Before I sat, I went to her and held out my hand. Phone. Looking up at me with those haunting eyes, she pulled her cell out from under the blanket, and I saw the messages screen was opened, and the single word written there was help. Luckily, she hadn't sent it yet. My eyes narrowed on her, and she shrugged, appearing mildly sheepish. "Can't blame me for trying." No, I couldn't. While Happy and Julius sat on the sofa with their guns out, I pulled up a stool from the breakfast bar and sat by the frail-looking woman. She watched me closely, and I uttered, "You probably don't remember me." But she cut me off with a matter-of-fact, "I remember you." Okay, good. That was good. Then she knew what I was capable of. We didn't speak for a while after that, but when the hour mark passed, I was getting bored of waiting. When I saw the woman's eyes blink slowly, tiredly, I cleared my throat. The second her weary eyes settled on me, I uttered, "What's wrong with you?" The words weren't cruel, just curious. She smiled sadly. "Multiple sclerosis." I sighed in sympathy, shaking my head lightly. "Sorry." "That's okay." She grinned, but it was so strained it came out as a grimace. "Maybe you'll put me out of my misery tonight." No, I wouldn't. Yeah, maybe. Another hour, and I was ready to ask the now sleeping woman if she had a deck of cards or checkers or some fucking thing, anything, to help pass the time. That was when the garage door opened, and heavy footfalls approached. "Asya?" Before he entered, she stirred, blinking through sleep. He called out, "The fucking servers are offline again." He sounded frustrated. "I swear to God, Tatlum, I've had it with this monitoring bullshit. It's like I'm paying them to dick me around. When he stepped into the family room, his eyes settled on me, sitting by his wife, and when he saw the groggy state of her, he lunged. You prick! He rushed forward, and Happy and Julius stood, pointing their weapons at him. Panting, Aslan had the good sense to put his hands up and take a step back. He looked at me, his nostrils flaring in anger. He spoke through gritted teeth. She's ill. I used the barrel of my gun to scratch my temple. I can see that. I looked back at Asia, who was now looking at her husband with wide apologetic eyes, and I turned back to him. I've been a perfect gentleman, haven't I, Asia? The vein in Aslan's temple bulged as his face screwed up, and he threw a pointed finger at me. He hissed out, You don't speak her name! He clearly loved this woman. What the fuck was he doing with Ling? I chanced to look at the woman. The only thing that made sense was that he wasn't getting sex at home. My lips thinned. Bad choices led to bad circumstances, and he was stuck now. I hoped Ling was worth it. I'm fine, the woman said beside me. He hasn't done anything, ask him. She blinked at me, swallowing hard. Not yet. Relief washed over Aslan, and he tried to calm himself. He looked between the three of us vigilantly, taking in his position, his surroundings, his impending doom. Why are you here? You know why, Sadiq. My tone low, I uttered, I'm here about a woman. Aslan looked confused. A woman who up until a couple of weeks ago thought I was dead. The fucking Turk started to catch on. A deadly viper, I explained. A dragon who came to my home in the middle of the night, made a threatening gesture to my woman, and put a target on her pretty little head. I don't know what you're talking about, he uttered, but his narrowed eyes spoke volumes. He was willing to talk, but not in front of his wife. Well, fuck him. I never did play by the rules. Had he forgotten who I was? The throne belonged to someone else, but we all knew if I wanted it back, all I had to do was claim it as mine. Sure you do, muttered Julius. You've spent almost every night in her city apartment till the early hours of the morning. He looked to Asia. What? You didn't know your husband was fucking the Dragon Queen? When Asia's already pale face turned porcelain and she looked to her husband in question, Julius tossed her his phone. Got some nice photos there for you, princess. He turned back to Aslan. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that need-to-know bullshit? Asia scrolled through the photos and her panting increased. When the phone fell from her hands to the hardwood floor with a bang, she sounded as if she were choking, and when she lifted her shaking hands to her mouth, shaking her head softly, she settled her teary eyes on her husband, now knowing the level of his betrayal. Aslan swallowed hard. It's not what it looks like, he told her, but it sounded weak to everyone in the room. I'm going to tell you this once, Sadiq, I said before I offered my advice. There is something wrong with that woman. Ling is a plague on this world. She will ruin your life in every way possible, and when you don't give her what she wants... I looked to Asia, but spoke to her husband. She'll start fucking with the things you love. I faced him and watched his face fall. It's not her fault. She just doesn't know any better. I warned him. You can't fix her. What's broken inside of her? I uttered solemnly. It can't be repaired. Aslan looked to his wife, wearing a sadness I'd never seen the normally confident man wear. It wasn't planned, he told her, his rough voice wavering. I'm so sorry, Sultanim. I could see it was starting to sink in, but I needed them to know what my position was on the fucking Turk's relationship with the Dragon Queen. Turning to the woman beside me, I held out my hand, and she reluctantly placed her shaking fingers into my extended palm. I spoke to her directly, fuck her husband. I have a confession to make. I didn't come here to hurt you, but... As she blinked, her lashes dampened. I can see that's what I've done here, so... I'm sorry. I patted her cold hand and licked my lips. Your husband has a choice to make, and I hope he makes the right one, because... I peered into her eyes, needing her to see just how serious I was. If I come back here and you catch me again, I uttered somberly, I'ma be the last thing you ever see, Princess." She took in a shaking breath before she nodded in understanding. I placed her hand onto the knee, covering it with my own as I focused on the broken man across the room. "What you need to understand, Aslan, is that Ling might be crazy, but—" I released his wife's hand and stood, walking over to him, and when I spoke again, my tone was black. "But I taught her everything she knows." I stepped in close and muttered quietly, "You want crazy, bruh?" My hooded gaze lowered on him as my lip curled. "Fuck with my family, and I'll show you Ling's crazy has got nothing on mine." I looked him up and down, then whispered, "You made vows to that woman, you piece of shit. That mean nothing to you?" I watched his face crumble. "She's sick." The first of his tears fell. "She needs her husband, and you leave her alone to go screw a diagnosed psychopath?" He closed his eyes, and I muttered, "What's the matter with you? Get your shit together and be the fucking man your wife needs while you still got the time." When he trembled with the extent of the emotion he tried to keep inside of him, gun in hand, I twisted back and asked, "Yo, Asia, you want me to off this punk for you?" "No," she cried, her body shaking with the force of her sobs. "No, please, please don't." She reached for the man who didn't deserve her and wept quietly. "Please, I love him." Aslan cried openly then, and I saw nothing but shame in his eyes. Good. I was done here. I lifted my hand and poked him in the chest. "You've been touched by an angel." And with that, we left, leaving a trail of bloody, broken hearts between us.
Aslan the fucking Turk. We sat in silence for what seemed like hours before she spoke. Her? The level of betrayal in her voice cut me hard. But Asia deserved the truth, so I would give that to her, even though my voice shook. Yes. With that single word, my wife was destroyed. I watched from across the room as she wept in complete silence, and in that moment I felt completely unworthy of the princess turning her wheelchair away from me to cry in privacy. Tonight, my world fell apart and I had nobody to blame but myself. I wanted to beat something senseless. I wanted to be alone. I needed to get away, but I couldn't leave her. She sniffed, then took in a deep breath, attempting to steady the wavering of her voice, and what she said slayed me. "I didn't mean to get sick on you, Az." She spun her chair around to face me. "I know we said forever, but..." Her lips trembled. "Forever is coming sooner for us than we'd hoped," and another set of tears fell. "I'm so sorry for that. I'm sorry our forever was only temporary." Her quiet sob was my undoing. "I never meant for this to happen, Hayatham." It didn't hit me until she said it that I might have felt betrayed by her getting ill. I was a bad man, yes, but I'd never been a bad husband. Until now. And knowing that broke me. Without a moment's hesitance, I went to my Turkish princess and knelt in front of her. The action alone spoke volumes. To be submissive was not in my nature, but I would surrender to her, time and time again, because she was worthy. My voice rough, I uttered, "I've disappointed you, Karim." She looked at me with a deep sadness. "As I've disappointed you." I was a demon. Who was I to make such a pure soul feel a disappointment when she did nothing but shine through the darkness that consumed me? I was indeed a fiend, a villain. When she reached out for me, I met her halfway, taking her delicate hand in mine. Those pretty doe eyes I'd always adored held mine as she whispered, "Seni seviyorum. I love you." The words choked the life out of me, and lowering my head to her knee, I held her hand tightly, like I was afraid she'd leave me, and cried like a child. I loved my wife. I loved her so much more than I loved myself. I loved her more than anything. Even the woman with an ice-cold heart and cherry-red lips. And Twitch was right. Ling wasn't worth it, no matter what I felt for her. My family came first. I was stupid to have started what I had. I needed to end it. Tomorrow I would cease my affair.
Chapter 26. Lexi. He crept into bed sometime before dawn, and when he shuffled closer and gently stroked my hair, I spoke into the darkness. How did it go? But for the moment, he ignored me. Come here. I went willingly, needing to hear his heart beating, and when I laid my head on his chest and listened to the steady drumming of his heart, I relaxed into him, running a hand up and down his side with my eyes closed. So? He hesitated a second before he spoke low. Lost our only ally. Good. His arms tightened around me, breaking down the stronghold piece by piece. Then he spoke through a yawn. I don't give a fuck how long it takes. You want her gone, baby? His voice turned drowsy. She's gone. It was a promise. He made a vow. Everything inside of me told me he would keep us safe. And like the idiot I was, I chose to believe that.
Molly. The text I received made my phone feel heavier than it should have. I had just put the little monster to bed and knew I would have to respond, one way or another. My heart raced. Either way, I was screwed. If I said yes, I was back in with the person whose family destroyed me. If I said no, he was lost to me forever. I held the phone in my hand as I walked the hall, finding him sitting on the floor in front of Lexi as she lay down on the sofa on her stomach, watching the TV and adorably running her fingers lightly through his hair. Twitch closed his eyes, loving her attentions, and they both looked tired. I hated to interrupt, but this was important. Clearing my throat, I waited for him to open his eyes, and when he squinted up at me, I simply jerked my chin in the direction of my room, ignoring Lexi's sudden uneasy stare. I walked the hall. I stood in the center of my room and waited. He followed soon after, and when his imposing figure blocked my open doorway, I blurted out, I need you to stay here tonight. His brow knitted. Why? It was a reasonable question. I don't know why it pissed me off so much. On the defensive, I said, I have a job tonight. That did not go down well. I thought you were out. I am, I revealed. But I owe this guy. No. Twitch uttered coldly. You said it yourself. You owe me. He looked me up and down. You're not going anywhere, Molly. Fucking bullshit. I'm not a child, I seethed, my eyes wide with fury, my full lips curled. I'm not your child. You can't tell me what to do. Besides, I added, I'm only asking out of respect. I ended on, I'm going. He seemed to think on that, fighting the need to say something, tapping his hands on the doorframe a long moment before he held out his hand. Give me your phone. If this was the only way to get him to leave me alone, I'd deal. I unlocked the screen, then handed him my phone. He typed quickly, looking down at the screen, then muttered, You get in trouble? You call this number. Someone will come for you. I reached for my phone, but he held it out of reach. I need you to remember your promise to me. His dark stare held me in place. You make sure you're safe, and if you feel you're not, you fucking call. Your life is important to me. His words made my heart warm, but then he ruined it. Your life is a tool. It is something I can use to keep my son safe, so make sure you come back in one piece, Molly. If you don't... His whiskey-smooth voice was deceptively calm. I will be very disappointed. I wanted my phone back, and he knew this because his lip twitched as I stared at the rectangular cell with a frown. Where are you going? I don't know yet, but I'll leave soon. Got everything you need? He was talking weapons. I nodded. I'm all set. You need a ride? For fuck's sake. No, Dad, I drawled, getting annoyed. I'm taking Big Red. When are you coming back? Oh my God. It finally clicked. He was stalling me for some reason, but why? I was officially pissed. I leant in and hissed. Give me my phone! He checked the screen a moment before he handed it over, and I scrolled through my contacts, locating the number he added. I read it out loud. 911. I followed on a chuckle. He did not laugh. No. He watched me closely. Call it if you need to. Don't be a hero. Your life is not yours to risk, Molly. He stepped out of my room and into the hallway. It's mine. As he walked away, my lip curled and I flipped him the bird. The words he called back were highly amused. Not nice. I sent the text. I'm in. And then I waited. A few moments later, I got a message back. Tama. The warehouse. An hour. Just like old times. I dressed quickly in my black skinny-leg jeans and a black spaghetti-strapped tank sans bra. It didn't matter. I was petite as petite came. My boobs were barely existent. No one would even notice. Over the top, I wore a tight, long-sleeved black lace number that did nothing to shield me from the cold. It was more a fashion statement. Finishing up my look, I put on my black high-top chucks that had definitely seen better days. Reapplying my lipstick to the lips my sisters once called soup coolers, I checked my makeup and I was good to go. Before I left my room, I slipped on my loaded holster and wore it openly. I wasn't hiding anymore. Not from Lexi, not from anyone. As I made it into the family room, Lexi was standing, and when she looked down at the leg wrap I wore that housed my favorite hunting knife, her eyes widened a moment before she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stepped closer to me, placing her hands on my shoulders. And what she said had me feeling things that made me uncomfortable. This house is only a home because of the people in it. Lexi's soft, maternal voice washed over me. And it wouldn't be the same without you. So, be smart and be safe. I closed my eyes, and she touched her warm hand to my cheek. Come back to us, Molly. I loved this woman. She reminded me of my mother. I will. My tone was soft. Without looking back, I made out the back door and into the garage. When I turned on Big Red, she roared to life, shaking the walls of the interior with every rough rumble she spewed to let everyone know she lived. Fuck, I loved this car. I left then, and I didn't know when I would be back. But I planned on coming back. To my family. The dilapidated warehouse was old news. I'd been here hundreds of times before. It was actually where Tama and I first met through a mutual friend who told Tama Haryana about my speciality. A speciality he just happened to have need of. I was a mercenary, a gun for hire, and a damned good one too. I learnt from the best, training with the worst of people who gave me the edge I needed to get a foot up in a world that wanted to step on me, weighing me down until I sunk into the cold, hard ground. Made a name for myself by 16, and by 18, they started to call me Quick Beat. I don't know who started that, but it caught on, and while, once upon a time, people would shout my name openly, they started to whisper it. I'd be lying if I said I didn't like that. They were waiting for me outside. There were 4 of them, huge Māori men, but I only had my eyes on one. The one. I sped into the lot. Cardi B's I Like It blaring from the speakers. The subwoofer made the entire back windshield vibrate with the heavy bass that made my heart stop. I needed to get revved, and music helped me out in that department. It had been a while since I'd done this. Big Red roared when I hit the accelerator and spun the steering wheel, leaning into the door as the car drifted sideways, and watched with a smirk as gravel sprayed the men, forcing them to cover their faces with their arms. I stopped the car suddenly, switching it off and stepping out with a shit-eating grin, bumping the door closed with my butt and slinking over to them confidently. I looked over the guys. I knew them all. Hemi, the giant teddy bear, was there. He jerked his chin at me. Amoho did not spare me a smile. That was fair. I looked at him hard as he glared at me. Kawana's face was soft, but he didn't greet me either. That sucked. I loved Kawana. He was my boy. When my eyes landed on Tama, I stood in front of the huge muscled man. His 6'3" height was a contrast to my 5'5", but I held my own, standing tall and folding my arms across my chest. My melodic voice was so deceiving. It always had been. Tama? I looked him up and down, pausing over his crotch before lifting my eyes to his. You look good. He did. My God, did he ever? Tama was 275 pounds of pure muscle. His chest was wide, his shoulders were wider. I'd always considered this man a god, a vengeful god, and his black stare was on me. The tattoos on his face made him look terrifying, but all I wanted to do was run my fingers over them and trail them with kisses. When he opened his mouth, the words came out rough, and my entire body broke out in goosebumps. Why did you come? Because you asked me to. Because I'm sorry for the pain I caused you. Because I will never love anyone the way I love you. I shrugged, my eyes never leaving his. The price was right. My tone lowered. Speaking of which... Tama reached behind him and momentarily my heart stopped. I was outmanned, outnumbered, and outranked. Oh, wow. It was stupid to come here. Faster than a lightning strike, I had both of my Glocks pointed at him, unblinking, and the asshole grinned, throwing the bundled wad of cash at my feet. He did that on purpose, and with my idiotic display, I had revealed my anxiousness, and Tama was counting on it. He knew me well. Shit. Tama was mocking me. Even more so when he said, What do you need money for? Neppies for that boy of yours? I didn't respond. I barely blinked, but I lowered my weapons and holstered them. Trying to peer around them, I added, What's the go? His hair was pulled up into a traditional top knot, worn immaculately, and when he let out a soft sigh, he lowered his massive arms. I wanted did. My brow furrowed. That all? He could have done that himself. Tama looked down his nose at me. I wanted to suffer. Ah, there it was. Tama didn't torture women. No, he left that to me. I nodded. No problem. Who is she? His response was to give me no response at all, and after an intense staring contest, my feet moved, and leaving the money on the ground, I passed him whispering, "Fair enough." The warehouse was dim, except for the single light trained on the woman strapped to the chair in the center of the empty floor. Poor bitch. I wonder what she had done to warrant the wrath of Haryana. But then my mind went to the money, and only one thought stuck. Who cares? It was a rough life, ours, and not many people could understand how we did it. Ethics were just blurred lines to me, to Tama. They weren't rules exactly, just suggestions that we chose whether or not we followed. Sometimes we did, sometimes we didn't. For the right price, anything could be bought. Even death. And that's where I came in. I strolled over to the woman, who was dressed in an oversized black jacket, black generic sweats, and her feet were bare. Her head was covered with a loose calico bag, and from the way she struggled and strained, her screams muffled, they had taped her mouth over. Good. I didn't want to hear it. It could be fucking distracting at times. I didn't need that. Sorry, love, I told her quietly. Nothing personal. It's just business. Taking the knife out of my leg wrap, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the leather gloves, putting them on before reaching to my neck and pulling the black face cover up over my nose. The only reason I wore this was to protect myself from infected blood touching me. I was always careful, but you never knew the people you were dealing with. As I pressed the tip of the knife into the woman's hand, she tipped her head back and shrieked from behind the covering. My heart raced. Her entire body shook, and I removed the knife from the center of her hand, then muttered, I don't know what you did to piss him off, but I promise I'll end it as soon as I can. I didn't dig cruelty. I wasn't cruel by nature. I was made this way. When I peered back to find all 4 men forming a wall, my heart jolted. That was odd. Why did I feel they were locking me in? The woman in the chair called out around her cries, and I swear there was a familiarity about her. My brow lowered, and I looked back to Tama, wiping the blade of the knife clean with my leather gloves. Who is she, Tama? Tama shook his head. Someone who needs to die. I twisted back at the woman and frowned at the way she tried to move her hands. They shook so badly, but she tried in vain to move them, making the motion over and over again, but I didn't see what she needed me to. Something made me feel uneasy. Looking back at how the men were guarding the exit, I peered back at the woman, and when I stepped closer to her, reaching out for the calico face covering, Tama warned gently, You touch that mask, and I swear to God, Molly, I'll fucking kill you. My heart raced. My breathing turned heavy, and I watched the woman with wide eyes. When she moved her fingers into a twisted motion that took me back to my childhood, a choked gasp left me, and I rushed forward. It was an M. She formed it with shaking fingers, and my heart stopped. When the sounds of heavy footfalls followed close behind, I rushed to her, threw myself onto her lap, using her as a seat while I shielded her, and, legs spread, my entire body shook with pent-up rage. I lifted my Glocks, and they stilled in their tracks. Tama walked forward and my voice shuddered. How could you? He simply watched me, and he did this a while before he spoke calmly. That's the price you pay, Molly. The words were emotionless, cold. A sister for a brother. Motherfucker. Standing on shaking legs, I held his stare. I'm taking my sister and I'm leaving. No, you're not, said Tama. But from behind him came a barely audible, yes, she is. My heart thumped. Twitch. Tama and his men stepped back from the unarmed man, and when Twitch spoke again, he looked directly at Tama. You know me? Tama's jaw tightened. Yeah, bro. Twitch scratched at the neatly trimmed scruff on his jaw. Good. He looked around the men and spoke to me. Let's go. I don't know how he knew where I was, but right then, I was relieved for him turning up unannounced. Tama's voice was blazing, white, fiery rage. Listen here, brah. If Molly's in your house, she's there to infiltrate. He warned Twitch. Someone's gonna end up dead, and it won't be her. That what happened to you? Twitch asked Tama, but he didn't respond. I think if Molly did that to you, specifically you, you're not asking the right questions. Namely, why? Tama shook his head. You're making a mistake. But Twitch just stared the huge man down. Sounds like you already made a couple of those concerning your girl there. The second I had the head covering off my sister, I looked down at her tear-streaked face with wide eyes. Lenka. My older sister broke down in sobs, and I carefully removed the tape from her mouth. Her voice quivered. I thought you were going to kill me, Mol. I was. The thought rocked me to the core. Tama turned, clearly infuriated that his plan was ruined, and he roared. You killed my brother, Molly Tewaiata, and that will not go unpunished. He pointed a stern finger at me. Mark me. My sister turned to face me. You never told him? Shut up, I muttered, walking her along. But Lenka would not be silenced. She pushed away from me and her voice carried out through the entire warehouse. Your price has already been paid, you fucking dog! Tama stepped forward. Being called a dog was the lowest of insults. What did you just say, bitch? Lenka was furious. She shook with it. Your brother Uri was a pig of a man. Say again. Tama stepped closer and his voice shook. But Lenka was not to be intimidated. My sister loved you, you asshole. You think she killed your brother for fun? Ask yourself what the fuck he must have done for Molly to have taken his worthless life. She panted. We were on your land. Her voice croaked. We were promised protection. She pointed a shaking finger at the giant man and wailed. We were promised protection and you let us down, Tama Haryana. Tama looked confused. I lowered my gaze, refusing to look at him. Lenka's voice quavered. He touched her. She was just a child. He did things to her and she was not prepared for him. He wrecked her and no matter how hard we tried, the nightmares consumed her. Tama sounded perplexed. Who? Keisha. My voice was detached. My little sister Keisha, the baby of our family. Lenka tried to keep it together. Uri raped her. He took her by force. She was just a little girl. Tama laughed then. You're fucking crazy. The other men laughed too, as Twitch watched on, and Alenka's eyes widened as she screeched, You weren't there! My sister fell to her knees and wailed like a wounded animal, holding her throat. She wept out, You weren't there! No one was laughing anymore. Lenka closed her eyes and her voice was weak. I found her hanging by pink floral sheets. The sheets of a 13-year-old. A 13-year-old who found out she was pregnant and felt she couldn't come to us. Lenka's eyes leaked as she blinked at Tama, her emotional state frail. He did that to her. Tama shook his head. And we were done here. Come on. I helped my sister up and walked her towards the entrance, towards Twitch, towards freedom. When I had Lenka safely stowed away in the passenger seat of my car, I strode over to the men, making sure to keep my distance as I slowly pulled out a Glock and pointed it at Tama's head. My tone was low. I loved you. At one point, I would have done anything for you. But when I brought up my concerns about Uri, you brushed them off. I lowered the gun, holding it at my side. You let me down. You let Keisha down. I stepped backwards. Her death is on you, Chief. When he watched me carefully, his gaze suddenly unsure, I muttered, A sister for a brother? I looked him up and down, lowering my weapon. You got it. Consider my debt paid. I accidentally took a step back too far and stepped right into Twitch. He stood at my back, putting his arm around my shoulders, and I allowed it. The words he spoke were overwhelming. His voice was low, rough. I think you fuckers need to let it be known that Molly is under my protection. His tone was deadly. Far as y'all are concerned, she's my adopted daughter. She's family. You come for her, you come for me, and all of mine. The arm tightened around my shoulders, holding me still, and I hadn't realized I was shaking until then. Spread the word. My anger got the best of me. Panting, I lifted my gun and unloaded the clip. The echoes of gunshots reverberated around us, and when the sound faded to nothing, Twitch spoke from behind me. Nice shooting. What are you talking about? I slipped out of his hold and turned back to look at the bullet holes surrounding Tama and his men, leaving them completely untouched and looking irritated as hell. As I walked back to my car, I uttered a cold, I missed.
Chapter 27. Twitch. I stepped out of the car and walked over to Molly. Want to talk about it? No, she muttered, sulking. I paused to look at the other woman in the car and didn't want her in the house. She looked unstable. Didn't want that shit around my son. So I pulled out my keys and handed them to Molly. Take her to mine, clean her up, let her sleep it off. I spoke with caution. But tomorrow she's gone. Molly looked back at her sister a long moment before she nodded subtly. I knew she got what I was selling. She might be your sister, but we're your family now. They walked across the street, and when I saw them close the door behind them, my watchful gaze scanned the empty street. When I was sure they were safe, I made my way inside, and the second I got in, both Happy and Lexi stood. I put my hands up. She's fine." Lexi's entire body drooped with relief before she straightened and used her mama voice. What was she thinking? I unzipped my hoodie and shrugged it off, throwing it onto the sofa. She loves him. Once, I would have mocked her for that. Today, I got it. You do stupid things for people you love, anything to make them happy. Happy grunted out a laugh. Ain't that the truth? I strode over to the man, arm extended, and when I got close enough, he put his hand in mine and reeled it in, slapping me on the back at the very same time my hand connected with his. Oh yeah. Happy laughed. I know. When he pulled back, he grinned. I got a tally going. He held his arms out to Lexi, and she went to him, hugging him tightly, and then he was gone. My angel stood, watching me carefully before she took a step forward, holding out her hand. Come here. Talk to me. Well, shit. That didn't sound good. Every time we talked these days, we ended up arguing. I didn't want to argue. I wanted to go to bed with my woman and sleep breathing in the sweet vanilla scent of her thick hair. But Lexi wanted to talk. So we'd talk. Making my way over, I ignored her hand and stepped closer, putting my hands on her hips and bringing her into me. I can think of so many better activities to be doing than talking, I whispered huskily. And although she looked thoroughly affected, her lips parted, but she shook her head. My lips thinned. Okay, baby, I sighed. What do you want to talk about?
Lexi. I looked up at him and felt my heart short-circuit. Shit. He should not have affected me the way he did. Not after all this time. I loved the way he looked at me. I never knew how he was going to use that mouth. Would he simply talk to me or devour me whole? Honestly, I was fine with both options. When I licked my lips, his watchful gaze landed on them. His hooded stare made my heart beat faster. He looked at me as though his cock was already inside of me, and, strangely enough, I felt it. Clearing my throat, I tugged him towards the sofa, and when I sat, I was pleasantly surprised when he lay back across the length of it, with his head in my lap. It made my heart warm to see him using me as he needed. He'd always been so full of pride. 6 years ago, he would have never allowed himself to be put in a position of weakness. And he gave that to me. I must have watched him a second too long, because when he reached up and gently rubbed the center of my brows, he made a sound in his throat, then muttered, "No frowning." His own brows furrowed. "Nope, don't like that." The last couple of days had me noticing that I was falling back into Twitch too hard, too fast, and the last time I did that, I got my heart broken. So we needed to talk. I took in a deep breath and started with a quiet, "I have concerns." The second I said it, I felt his body stiffen. He spoke cautiously. "What kind of concerns?" "The kind of concerns that make you question whether you're making the right decisions for yourself." My heart was racing when I added, "For your son." At that, he sat up and looked straight ahead a long moment before he took in a deep breath and spoke on an exhale, his tone rough. "What is this?" My voice trembled. "I need to let you know that even if we can't be together in the end," God, it hurt, "I'm happy that you were a part of my life." At that, he put his hands to my shoulders, squeezing. He closed his eyes a second before he looked into my eyes, his eyes wide. "Are you—" I felt his hand shake against my skin. "Are you asking me to leave?" Oh. I frowned to myself. I could see how he thought that. "No," I spoke softly. "No." I reached up and took his hands in mine, and when I looked him deep in the eye and uttered, "I'm giving you an out," his entire body went lax and he started to breathe again. But I didn't expect the reaction I got. I expected understanding. I expected his appreciation. I did not expect raw fury. He spoke through gritted teeth, pulling away from me, and I felt the loss on a personal level. If you want in, be in, all in. But I'm sick of this yes-no bullshit. Those soft brown eyes were suddenly hard. I know you want me as much as I want you, so why the fuck aren't you with me? He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. You're my fucking religion, Lexi. When his eyes snapped open, his eyes pled with me, but his voice was uncharacteristically quiet. Let me worship you. I didn't understand it, but his anger seemed to feed mine. You'll have to excuse me for having doubts. My hard gaze held his. Especially when it comes to my son. Our son. He fumed before he readjusted his tone. He's our son, Lex. We both had a part in making him. He's ours. I immediately regretted what I said. But only one of us stuck around. He stood and paced, and my chest ached. This was not what I had planned. I wanted a quiet conversation. I wanted simple answers. And what I got was a bubbling argument that only seemed to grow. So what? Tony uttered. You want me out? I never said that, but I was too stunned to speak. He obviously took this as a yes because his next words were a pistol and they were aimed at me. Listen to me, Alexa. AJ could love us both. He paused in his steps to lay his dark stare on me. Or he can hate you. You decide. Bang. My voice shook at the understanding of what he just said. You asshole. And that was the moment he realized he'd fucked up. He put a hand to his hip and another to his forehead, lightly knocking his knuckles into his temple. He spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes shut tightly. That didn't come out right. I think you need to leave. I didn't mean that, he sighed. My tone was whisper soft. You need to leave. No! He shook his head, trying to reason with me. I'm staying right here. Ling's fucking crazy. You think she wouldn't think twice about coming here? Hurting you? I was way past giving a solid fuck. What do you care? When he lunged at me with his hulking body, and it was so sudden a move that I didn't have time to react. He caught both my wrists in his hands, almost bruising, and he shook me, snarling. Don't you fucking get it? I would lay down my life for you. When my wide eyes met his, he looked down at his hands and dropped my wrists, stepping back and looking away. In fact, he panted lightly, lost in his own head. I already did. I rubbed at my wrists, not because it hurt, but because his rough touch burned me in a way I hadn't felt for years. And in true Twitch style, he walked down the hall, opened the front door, and stepped out, disappearing on me. The moment he was gone, I missed him. When I woke in the morning, feeling irritated beyond belief, I stepped out of my bedroom in my barely there nightie and was shot directly in the feels. Son of a bitch. I stilled mid-step and watched the artfully decorated grown man lay on the floor with his shirt off as his son pressed colored markers to his skin, using him as his own personal coloring book. The little monster looked up at me, smiling. Hi, Mummy. He gestured to his prone dad. Look. I was looking. He was beautiful. And when he peered up at me, my throat closed over. Even more so when he uttered a cautious, Mornin', Mommy. My heart. Not fair. I cleared my throat. You taken him to school this morning? Of course, he said, watching my face in a way that spoke volumes. He was contemplating how much damage he'd done the night before. I nodded, avoiding his watchful stare. Okay, I'm going for a run. By the time I got out of the shower, they were gone, and when I stepped into my bedroom, my eye caught the blur of red on the nightstand. I went over to it, picking the bright red zinnia and twirling it between my fingers before pressing it to my lips. The petals were cool against my skin. Why I felt like crying then, who knew? Shaking the sadness I felt off, I stretched for a while before dressing and making it out to my car. I unlocked the door, then sighed, Noticing I'd forgotten my drink bottle, I stepped out of the running car and ran back into the house for a split second, rushing back to the car in record time, slipping my seatbelt on and started to reverse. Feeling the jam on the radio, I sang along, loudly. "You don't even lock it?" Hitting the brakes, my body jolted, and in my panic, I beeped the horn a second before taking in a deep breath and shrieking to the high heavens. "Still can't sing for shit, baby." As I continued to shriek, I heard his low, rough chuckle, and my shriek heightened in pitch as I reached behind my seat, blindly swatting at the infuriating man. When his laughter increased and I ran out of breath, I twisted in my seat and looked back at him, wide-eyed and panting. The moment I saw him lying on the back seat, reclining with an arm behind his head, looking comfortable as ever as he grinned at me, I turned back, tipped my head, and shrieked again, only this time yelling out, "Jerk!" My heart beating out of my chest, I ran out of breath a second time, and with flushed cheeks, my body shook in silent laughter. Dropping my forehead to the steering wheel, the horn sounded again, and my laughter increased. I spoke through my breathlessness. "You scared the shit out of me." I felt him climb over the center console and into the passenger seat, waiting for me to get my shit together, and when I finally did, I peeked up at him through narrowed eyes, and that beautifully crooked smile hit me like a punch to the face. He leant in. "Miss me?" I shook my head, my throat thickening drastically. "You're an asshole." "I know," he uttered roughly. "But this asshole adores you." Oh, he didn't. He did not. That's all it took. My face crumpled and I burst into tears, and as I sobbed, I spoke through my cries. "I am so petrified." "Of what?" When I didn't respond, he tried again. "I need you to talk to me, Angel." My shoulders shook. I dipped my chin, watching the tears fall into my lap. My voice was feather soft. "Have you leaving me again?" I implored. "Do you know how that feels? To never know if today is your last day together? To always think that this could be it?" The tears kept coming, and I croaked. "It's fucking terrifying to want forever with someone who may not be able to give it to you." I took in a deep, shaking breath as I admitted, "I lost myself when I lost you. I don't think I'd survive it a second time." He watched me closely, his eyes soft. He didn't speak a while, but when he did, his tone was earnest. "Everything I did for us, so we could be a family." "I know, but it hurts to love you, Twitch." I spoke through a shuddering exhale. "It always has." Reaching over, he took my hand in one hand and took my chin in the other, turning me to face him, and what he said made my stomach clench. "Ride this out with me, and we'll make it out of this together." Lowering his head, he pressed his lips to my knuckles and spoke against them. "Ride or die, baby. Together for always. You're it for me. I know I'm it for you." He peered up at me through his lowered gaze. "Love me forever?" My lips parted, and I swallowed hard. "Forever is a long time." His eyes crinkled in the corners. "Yes, it is." He released me with a reluctant sigh before he opened the passenger door. He hesitated a second before he looked straight ahead, and the solemn vow he made had my heart aching. "It probably doesn't mean shit now, and I know you needed to hear it back then, but I couldn't give it to you then, so I'm laying it down now." A short pause, then, "I will love you till the end of time." Before I could even register what he'd said, the door had shut, and he was walking back across the street.
Twitch. It had been a rough week on my angel, and I knew what she needed. A night out, a night of good food, a night with her man. Preferably one where we ended our rough week with a rough night in bed. So when I turned up at the house wearing the $8,000 suit I'd bought just for her and walked down the hall into the family room, I saw Molly and AJ reclining on the sofa. And when the little woman spotted me, she chuckled before letting out a long whistle. "Holy shit! You going to a funeral or something?" My son just looked up at me with wide eyes and whispered, "Whoa." But the house felt empty. Frowning, I looked around before asking, "Where is she?" AJ turned back to the TV. "Date night." "Excuse me?" My voice turned low. "What now?" Molly's wide eyes settled on me. "It's date night." Like hell it was. With who? I could barely contain my fucking rage. Molly shrugged before looking me up and down. "I'm sure you could find her if you really wanted to, you know?" she said with meaning, her brow arching. "Like you found me?" Pausing only momentarily to say goodnight to my son, I left the house, and my anger pulsed so hard that all I could hear was the rushing of blood in my ears. Stopping home, I got my keys and headed to the car. I started it, then reached over to the glove box, retrieving my treasured .45 caliber, resting it on the seat beside me. My jaw steeled as I thought about what Molly said. Looked like I was going to a funeral after all. Pedal to the metal, I sped down the street, absolutely fucking raging, tracking the GPS to my woman. And God help her when I found her.
Chapter 28. Lexi. I knew he'd come. I was counting on it. And as I sat on the beach waiting, I heard his sigh as he approached. I twisted back to look at him, and when his face went from irate to mildly relieved, he paused, shaking his head before he muttered, "You're alone." My brow narrowed a moment, but when I saw what he was wearing, a soft smile graced my lips. It was a blast from the past to see him in the tailored gunmetal gray suit. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. I bit my lip. "You look handsome." My lady bits like that very much. He came to stand next to me, and when I peered up at him from my sitting position, he glared down at me. "Molly said you were on a date." No, she didn't. I looked out towards the shore, watching the waves crash and foam. She said I was on date night. Silence followed, and the longer it went on, the wider my internal grin became. "Okay," he said, moving to sit by me. "I'll bite." Lifting his knees, he rested his forearms on them, then narrowed his eyes on me. "What's date night?" I smiled to myself, mentally praising his cool and calm demeanor. Was this a test? Not intentionally, no, but it was proving to be a good one, and his composure told me just how much he'd changed. That was important. To answer that question, you need a little background info. So, I started. AJ was at school one day when one of the students asked their teacher what date night was. The little girl wanted to know because her parents were going on a date night and she wasn't sure what that was. AJ's teacher was explaining that sometimes mummies and daddies go out together for a night out without their children. That some parents did this once a week, while others only did this on special days. And when AJ came home, he asked me why I didn't ever go on date nights. I explained that it only applied to parents who had partners. I turned to face Twitch. But AJ didn't think that was fair on me. Twitch's face softened, and my smile widened. Ah, the injustices of the world. Nope, our son wasn't having it. He asked me if there was a special day, any day, that I could use for a date night. And I had one in mind, so he insisted I use it. And here we are. I turned to the man by my side. It's fitting you're here for it. Why today? It's March 18th. When I saw he wasn't catching on, I put him out of his misery. The day we met, as adults, you know. I watched him closely and laid the bait. The day you organized for that awful man to attack me? Well, that got him talking. He straightened and sneered. He was never meant to take it that far, and when I saw what the fuck he'd done, how he hurt you, I went berserk, lost my damn mind. I could have torn him apart with my bare hands. Twitch balled his hands into fists. Kill him all over again, given the chance. I know, I murmured. I know you would. A thick silence enveloped us, and I couldn't help myself. Grinning into the night sky, I asked, "How mad were you when you thought I was on a date?" "Mad enough to have brought my Glock?" I should not have found that as funny as I did. My laughter rang into the fresh evening air, and I heard the dangerous man beside me choke on his own laugh. God, we were crazy. When my laughter quieted, I spoke softly. "We've come a long way, haven't we, honey?" "Yeah," he agreed, and I felt his eyes on me. I turned to face him, and when I found him frowning at me, my own frown formed. What? Jaw tight, he looked straight ahead. "I do know how it feels." He paused. "To feel like this might be our last day together." He licked his bottom lip. "And it scares the shit out of me." I gave him the moment he clearly needed before he went on. "You're scared of me leaving, and I'm scared of you waking up and realizing you're officially sick of my bullshit. 'Cause one day you will." He said this so agonizingly soft that I recognized he really believed that. Around and around we go. What a pair we were. "The last time I saw you alive, you told me you wanted to break me," I recall quietly. "Who says that goal has changed?" My head snapped sideways to his. My eyes narrowed, but his gaze smiled back, teasingly. "How else am I meant to put you back together again?" I rolled my eyes, but my heart warmed in a way that was hazardous to my health. Into the darkness, we listened to the waves crash when he finally spoke again. "I realized too late." My brows knitted. "Realized what?" His stormy eyes focused on me. "That breaking you would never fix me." Oh, baby. How he'd grown. It was too much for me. I needed a fresh conversation, lighter conversation. "Do you remember when you used to bring me here?" "I remember everything." He grinned then. "We'd come here to get high." "No," I corrected him. "You'd get high and I'd watch." My eyes widened. "And then I'd let you drive me home." I shook my head at my idiocy, chuckling humorlessly. "Oh God, I was so reckless with you." "You were, but it was fun." He smirked. My brows arched. "I don't know about that." He looked at me then. "You telling me you don't think about that time and smile at the memories?" Of course I did. How could I not? It was the most turbulent, unstable time of my life, and I loved every second of it. But times had changed. I conceded. Some of it was fun. But the thought of doing it all over again? I tried to quell my soft laughter, but failed. I think I'd give that a polite pass. I'm a mother now. I smiled sadly. I can't just think about myself anymore. "I feel that, baby," he allowed, and I know he did. He loved his son more than anything. I genuinely felt it whenever they were together. AJ is everything I knew he'd be, and more. And I'm grateful. He was grateful. The memory from way back when assaulted me hard and fast, and I was thankful for the darkness then, as my knees tightened and my stomach clenched. "You're grateful?" Twitch looked at me then, and when I moved, I could tell he was wondering what I was up to. But as I crawled the short distance over and used his rock-hard shoulders as leverage, lifting my leg and climbing over him, his hands landed on my hips, helping me settle into his lap. Our faces close, I ran my nose up the length of his and whispered, "Grateful enough to suck my tongue?" His shuddering intake of breath had my pussy flooding on cue. My lips parted slightly. I ignored the heavy beat of my heart and leant in, pressing a soft kiss to the edge of his lip, and the hands on my waist tightened like a vice. Lexi, he growled in warning a moment before his stormy eyes met mine. Don't play with me, woman. My eyes widened at the brutal tone he took with me. I was worried he'd mistake my sudden quiet gasp for fear. I should have known better. Twitch chuckled darkly. You think you're in control here? He clicked his tongue. Oh, baby. When he leant in and his minty breath warmed my lips as he uttered roughly, It's like you don't even know me. I choked on a moan, my panties completely, almost embarrassingly, soaked. And the asshole grinned triumphantly. So I did something I never would have done 6 years ago. Ready or not, I took control. Here I come. My heavy gaze landed on the full bottom lip of his, and my heart thumped. He wasn't prepared for when I leant in close and gently touched my tongue to that lip, running my tongue along it, leisurely, torturously slow. And when his arms snaked around me in an attempt to regain power, holding me captive, I internally smirked. Who's in control now, bish? My victory, however, was short-lived. His mouth parted on a groan. I slid my tongue in and his lips closed around it, sucking lightly, moaning into my open mouth, and I fucking died, returning his needy sounds and pushing myself harder onto his hard length. He liked that. I know he did, because he growled, and as his hips bucked into me, I saw stars, panting like a bitch in heat. Twitch sucked a little harder, reaching up with one hand to wrap my hair around his wrist. And when he tugged my head to the side, and I gasped at the mixture of pleasure and pain pulsing through my veins. He took advantage, dipping into me, suckling me deeper into his mouth. Deep enough that our lips finally met in a slow, sensual kiss. And this man's lips were everything I remembered them to be. Whistling, cracking, exploding fireworks in a rainbow of colors. TNT, dangerous and unpredictable, and he held the fuse too close to my heart. A goddamn atom bomb whose mushroom cloud would strip my flesh from my bones, leaving me barred and open and bleeding red. And these types of explosions I felt all over in my mind, my heart, and my core, all at once, all equally affected. And if I died then, I'd have died happy. I wanted to reach up and run my hands through his hair, but I struggled to free myself. His arms left no give. My breathing intensified as I writhed against him. Please. But Twitch tugged my hair hard enough to pinch. No. Secretly loving the throbbing sting at my scalp, my voice grew anxious. I want to touch you. No, was his husky response as he took my lips in a deep, punishing kiss, and I drooped in his hold, exhaling into him. I tried one last time, my voice soft and pleading. I spoke into our kiss. Please, baby, please. He growled low in his throat before his arms loosened around me. Never could say no. His eyes were low and glazed over when he uttered, Not when you beg so nicely. Yes. My arms finally free, I wrapped one around his broad shoulders, and while the other gripped the back of his head, and when his mouth clashed with mine, I made a longing sound low in my throat as my head swam. My nails dug into his scalp, and he hissed against my mouth. My eyes flashed before I smiled into his lips. I couldn't help myself. Panting lightly, I gripped the longest part of his hair and pulled hard. He winced, and I straightened, towering over him, the tip of my nose gently touching his. I could barely keep a straight face when I muttered, Gratitude displayed. Now thank me, honey. I was so lost in the feel of him that I didn't see it coming. Thwack! My eyes widened, my body jolted in surprise, and I shoved at his shoulders. Ow! You want to be a smartass? I'll make your ass smart. He ran his hand softly over the throbbing handprint at my ass, and when my face bunched in irritation, his eyes laughed and he all but whispered, Thank you, baby. Oh, Lord. If I thought I loved this man before, I fucking worshipped him now. His eyes scanned the deserted beach, and he kept his voice low. You want to fuck here or take it home? I had the choice? Okay, that was different. My eyes softened as I placed my hands to his shoulders, lightly scratching his expensive suit jacket with my nails. Home, because I have sand in my butt. I ended on a hush. When his entire body shook with silent laughter, I smiled warmly down at him, and when he peered up at me, his eyes full of mirth, my heart ached wildly. It didn't make sense. How could you possibly miss someone you had your arms wrapped around? It was ludicrous. Without warning, I leant in and put my mouth to his. Reaching under my skirt, he ran his hands up the backs of my thighs before resting them on the full curve of my ass, and when I sighed into his mouth, he slapped my bottom lightly and growled low in his throat. Let's go. The second we made it into the dark, still house, the tall man at my back reached out for me, pulling me into his front, and my arm came up, behind us, to gently stroke his hair. He put his lips to the shell of my ear and spoke low. Need you to be quiet for me. My stomach churned in anticipation. I nodded, and when he put his mouth to my neck, I worked hard to silence the low moan that wished to escape. With my hand in his hair, I breathed out a short exhale, and as one arm circled my waist tightly, the other reaching under the hem of my skirt to rest on my mound, I bit my lip to stop the gasp bubbling up my throat. He rubbed me meticulously till my legs shook, and just when I thought I'd fail in my mission, he stilled his fingers, cupping me gently, tenderly. His whispered, "Good girl," was all the reward I needed. It wasn't like I had a choice. Our son was down the hall, at the opposite end of the house, as was Molly, and I didn't want either of them to hear, or worse, come and explore. He guided me into my room and softly shut the door behind us. The moment we were alone in the moonlit space, it was on. His voice quiet but hard, he commanded, "Undress me." Oh, yes. I slowly turned and found myself closer than expected. With no time to waste, I got to work, running my hands up his chest to his shoulders, then pushing the tailored jacket off of him before gently resting it on my dresser. The silk tie came next. I loosened it, leaving it draped over his shoulders. My nimble fingers undid the buttons on his shirt, one by one, slowly until his strong, inked chest was bared. He held up his wrist, and I worked on one cufflink, moving to the other before they joined the jacket on the dresser. And when I reached his pants, I gave the black leather belt a strong tug, forcing a huff from the man I would give everything to if he so desired it. Without a word, I kept my eyes on his hooded gaze, and I popped the top button of his slacks and gently lowered the zipper. But as I moved to reach into his opening, he snatched my wrist, first bruising, then running a thumb over my pulse lovingly. The words he spoke were hardly a request. "Get naked." My insides clenched. Yes, sir. Kicking my heels off, I reached for the hem of my dress and lifted it over my head. I held my arm out, dropping it into a heap at my side, and when I reached behind me to unhook my bra, his eyes surveyed me hungrily. When the hook came free, I held the cups of the satin bra to me a moment before letting the straps fall down my arms to the floor, leaving my full breasts bared. Twitch's nostrils flared like a bull ready to charge. And oh, I like that. Just when I made to lower my panties, he made a noise in his throat, and as my confused gaze met his, he shook his head. "Leave him on." My confused gaze deepened, and his eyes dared me to protest. I knew how this worked. This wasn't my first rodeo. Removing my hands from my waist, I held them by my sides and waited for his instruction. And when he noticed this, his eyes flashed with unbidden pleasure. He ran a gentle, loving hand down my side and muttered, "Perfect." A moment later, the darkness in his eyes returned as he looked me in the eye and stated, "I'm gonna let you ride me tonight, and you're gonna make it good, but I swear to God, baby, You make a fucking sound, one fucking sound, and you will not come. Do you understand me? My lips pulled down into a frown, but I took in a deep breath, straightened, then nodded in response. And he was pleased. Good. With a slow movement, he reached up to his tie and tugged on it, holding it. Your hands. My internal frown quickly waned as I held out my hands to him and watched him deftly wrap the length of the silken material around my wrists, pulling it tight enough to cut off my circulation. Watching me all the while, I swore he could see the way my heart leapt into my throat as he tied it off, holding both my small hands in one of his. He pulled me towards the foot of the bed, and as he sat, spreading his legs widely, settling himself on the edge, he reached into his boxers and pulled himself free, gripping himself tightly and working his erection up and down completely unhurried. And I swallowed hard to stop myself from drooling. Climb on. I didn't dare make a sound, but my heart was beating so hard, I wondered if he could hear it as loudly as I could. Stepping closer, I put one knee to the space between his legs, using the leverage to lift myself as gracefully as possible to straddle him. The way his legs were positioned made me have to spread my legs in a rather unladylike manner, and he knew this. He wanted this. He enjoyed it making me uncomfortable. Twitch was my cult leader. I was his whore. And I liked his lessons, the ones where he taught me that uncomfortable could be a wondrous thing. I was his fearless student, so eager to learn, so eager to please. Looking me in the eye, he searched my face a second before he reclined marginally and ordered, "Get to work." I shuffled forward until the most desperate parts of us met, and although my panties were an inconvenience, they didn't stop me from feeling his throbbing heat. And as I ground against him with my bound hands in front of me, obediently, I watched his face change. He fought himself, and every time he did, the power I felt inside me grew a notch. Without meaning to, with every harsh breath, with every mar of his brow, he made me a dangerous woman. I worked him slowly but firmly, rocking against him until I thought I might come. My face bunched, and when I accidentally released a small whine, my eyes snapped open and I bit my lip. His hard eyes on me, he put his hand to my collarbone, resting his hand uncomfortably close to my neck. I must have been hearing things. He watched me, his gaze unwavering. You say something? I shook my head, and, taking in a shuddering breath, licked my lips. The hand at my collarbone loosened, and he stroked the side of my neck with his thumb. I thought not. Without warning, he reached under me and tugged my panties to the side. Holding his cock in his hands, he ran the head of him across my slit, gliding through the silky wetness there, and my breathing quickened. He spread my ass cheeks, the head of him slipping inside of me easily. My breath caught, and I wanted to moan so badly that I bit my tongue hard enough to bleed. I wasn't stupid enough to believe he'd give me a second chance. He was being extremely generous by letting the first one slide. Another fuck-up and I wouldn't come. And that would be tragic. Twitch closed his eyes, looking pained, then groaned out quietly, "Fuck." Suddenly high on the feeling of our sex, Twitch lifted my bound hands up over his head, lowering them onto his shoulders, and as he gripped my hip with his free hand, he growled, "Eyes on me." The hand at my neck tightened. My eyes widened only momentarily before he thrust into me, pulling me down into him as he drove into me mercilessly. And when my eyes began to droop, a light slap to my jaw had me focusing on him. He shook his head, gritting his teeth as I bounced on him. I said eyes on me. He fucked me ruthlessly, the hand at my neck beginning to constrict my breathing. Not enough to choke me, just enough to make me uncomfortable. And when I felt myself losing the battle for composure, the hand at my neck came up to grip my chin. Leaning it, he pressed his face to my cheek and talked dirty. The filthy whispered words were all I could bear. That pretty pussy got me close, baby. She's begging for it. He panted lightly, holding my hips down as he drove into me over and over again. She's hungry, wants to be fed. And when I finally feed the cunt, she's gonna suck it all up like she's dying of hunger, and I'm the only thing she can stomach. His black gaze met mine, gripping my chin tightly before pressing his firm lips to my lax ones, stealing a kiss. Because I am. The confidence in his tone indicated he spoke no lies. And with those words, I was shot. He pulled my trigger, and I tipped my head back, my mouth rounding and expired. My body constricted so severely I shook from head to toe, and when the first spasm took me, I gasped out loud, no longer able to keep my promise of silence. My arms tightened around his neck, and as I rode out my orgasm, Twitch rode me hard. His hands on my hips, he pulled me down on his cock repeatedly, the wet squelching sounding too loud in the otherwise silent room. Using my body as his own personal pleasure device, I watched as the vein in his temple bulged as he brought me down again and again, my tits firmly pressed into his chest. Feeling his release nearing, my lips parted, and I whispered, "Give it to me." His face screwed up, and the hands at my hips dug into my skin so hard I knew my skin was marked. Leaning in, I spoke against his lips. "Feed her." His head fell back a moment before he put his forehead to mine, his eyes raging. "You want it?" "I want it," I huffed. He gritted his teeth, slowing his thrusts. "You need it?" Was he crazy? Did I need it? Fuck yes, I needed it. Panting lightly, I responded in the only way I could. My face soft, I breathed the words into him. "I love you." And that was that. Twitch put his hand to the back of my head and pulled me impossibly close, slamming his mouth down on mine. I kissed him fanatically as he grunted into my mouth, his cock jerking. I felt him spill himself inside of me. Minutes passed, and his hard touch gentled, stroking me everywhere he could reach. And when he lifted his heavy gaze from my shoulder, he brought my hands down between us, loosening them from the tight bindings. The moment they were free, he took my wrists in his hands and stroked them tenderly with his thumbs before taking my left hand and bringing it to his mouth. When he closed his eyes, I put my hand to his chest, feeling the steady thumping of his heart, and the words he spoke made my heart respond in kind. "Far as everyone else is concerned," he pressed another kiss to my hand. "There may as well be a ring on this finger." He watched for my reaction, and when he didn't get one, he prompted, "You feel me?" My heart both warmed and ached instantaneously, but I trusted my gut when I whispered, "I feel you." I didn't realize he was apprehensive until he released a long breath, replying on an exhale. "Good." His gaze fell to my lips. "Now kiss me, baby." So I did. I kissed him long and hard, my tongue sweeping out to meet his, and he held me to him, almost as if he was as frightened of losing me as I was him. Our love was insane, like smiling into the face of a firing squad. God, why were we like this? The answer soon revealed itself, because living without each other was not a life worth living. Yes, we were crazy, and that was okay. He would be my remedy. I would be his therapy. Because we were crazy in love. Chapter 29. Lexi. The next morning, when the little monster barged into my room and found his father in my bed, he growled. "You had another sleepover?" My laughter shook the bed, and when the man at my back snuffled out a laugh into my hair, I snorted. This child, I couldn't even deal. It was too early for this. I lifted my head and yawned. "Morning, sweetie." He stood at the foot of the bed, looking mad as a bag of cats at a greyhound meet, and when he folded his arms across his chest, my eyes widened. He muttered, It's not fair. How come Daddy gets to sleep in here? Why can't he sleep with me? To that, his daddy responded with a sleep rough. You want a sleepover, little dude? All right, then. The arm he had around me tightened as he stretched. How about you come sleep at my place tonight, and we'll do... He grumbled, half asleep. I don't know. Manly shit. AJ's face turned shocked, then morphed into disbelief, before settling on pure excitement. He put his arms up in the air and yelled out, Yes! Before hightailing it out of the room, running down the hall, and, if I wasn't mistaken, he was already in his room packing a bag. I spoke into the silent room. What about Mommy? Is she invited to the manly sleepover? Twitch reached up under the covers and squeezed my breast. Nope. Sorry, Mommy. Only boys allowed. I feigned upset. Oh no, whatever shall I do? He moved my hair to the side, pressing a long kiss to my neck. Keep backing that ass up, and I'ma fuck you into next week. Jesus. The dirty talk never failed to excite me, and when I accidentally, on purpose, pressed my ass back into his morning wood, he hissed out, Jesus, you don't know when to quit, baby. He made a growling sound deep in his chest before he warned, Stop. I pouted. Okay. Reaching for my robe, I slipped it over my naked body, tying it around my waist before picking up Twitch's boxers and putting them within arm's reach. He watched me pick clean underwear, and when I looked through my closet, pulling out a plain black dress, he made a noise. Twisting back, I blinked. You don't like it? He made a face that said he did not. Why did that matter to me? I put the dress back, and when I pulled out a tan-colored knee-length dress with a pencil skirt, he pursed his lips in approval. Okay, I uttered, pulling it out and taking it with me to the bathroom. I showered quickly, and as I opened the bathroom door to let out steam, I listened to the conversation my son was having with his father. Why do you call Mommy baby? She's not a baby, she's a lady. Well, yeah, Twitch explained. It's a term of endearment. AJ didn't understand. What's a term of endearment? Twitch snuffled out a laugh. Something you call someone you care about very much. And I call your mom that because I love her and I want to keep her safe and I'd do anything to protect her. He paused. You get it, bud? Yeah, uttered AJ. I get it. I smiled to myself, stepping out of the bathroom and checking the time. With an anxious squawk, I rushed into my room and came out hopping on one foot, trying to put my shoes on without falling. Oh, shoot. I'm going to be late. Snatching my bag up, I called out, Okay, I have to go. I love you, honey. I paused at the door, smiling at my little man. See you after school. That was when AJ called back. I love you too, baby. And the silence that followed was absolutely horrendous. Unable to stop myself, I started to laugh at the sheer horror on Twitch's face. Oh, my stars, Daddy! I laughed silently, and when he looked at me with an expression that yelled, Help! I shook my head, my entire body quaking with suppressed mirth. I am not touching this one with a 10-foot pole. This is all on you. I opened the door and stepped out of it, choking on the hilarity. You have fun with that. I laughed the entire way to work.
Ling. I was feeling so low that it only made sense to get high. A storm was brewing, a raging storm that was bound to cost lives, and its billowing winds had knocked the sense right out of me. It had been 3 days since the phone call that wrecked me. Having not slept in 3 fucking days, I drove in silence, and it never even occurred to me to wonder how the hell I was still functioning after being awake for a solid 72 hours. The blow I snorted earlier was probably the reason my heart was racing the way it was, but in my mind, my heart was malfunctioning, crashing from the news that I was no longer wanted. I didn't cry. No, I wouldn't cry. No man was worth my precious tears. In all my years, I never believed myself stupid enough to fall for this kind of bullshit, yet here I was, broken. The baddest bitch on this side of the hemisphere. I considered myself immune to the ministrations of men like him. How could I be so stupid? My lip curled as I pushed down on the accelerator, gripping the steering wheel tightly, overtaking cars recklessly as I flew down the highway. Aslan Sadiq left his mark on me. Oh, he gonna learn today. And now, I would leave my own mark. The beautiful Turk would learn that you can't just play with people's feelings like he had. You couldn't just tell somebody you loved them, then discard them. It was a dick move to make somebody believed you cared for them, then just leave. He showed me a tenderness I'd never known, and I would never be the same. I begged. Can you fucking believe that shit? My insides shriveled with shame. I begged him to stay with me. Who is this weak-ass bitch? My heart rate increased as I let out a humorless laugh, my hair whipping around me as the wind assaulted my stinging eyes. Yes, that's why I was tearing up. It was from the wind, not from the hurt. Yeah, you tell yourself whatever you need to tell yourself, boo. Stupid men. I hated them, all of them. I was officially going full metal les. No more cock for me. I clearly wasn't responsible enough to trust myself around Dick anymore. What a fucking shame. I loved cock. When I started driving, I didn't know where I was going, but now that I was pulling up to the curb, I realized I'd known all along. My hold on the steering wheel was so tight my knuckles turned white. I took in a deep breath and glanced across the street a moment before what was left of my heart built a wall around itself, protecting itself from me and the decisions I had made to allow this to happen. I didn't even blame Az, not really. I trusted him and I knew better, and that was on me. Maybe that's why this stung so much. The only man I had let break me before was a man who preferred to die than be with me. I tipped my head back and laughed openly a long while before my heart jerked in such a way that caused me to put a shaking hand to my chest, panting through the pain. Why didn't anyone want me? What's wrong with me? I spoke into the stillness of the car's interior before gritting my teeth, looking at myself in the rearview mirror. Lifting a hand, I reared back and threw it across my cheek, the impact making a solid whack. I gasped, then panted, my eyes rolling into the back of my head as my core clenched. The area throbbed and I closed my eyes in bliss as a tear fell from my lashes. Again. I lifted my opposite hand, shaking from anticipation. I needed more pain to dull the grief. When the second blow landed, I let out a low whine, biting my lip, treasuring the blazing heat throbbing in my panties. Some things never changed. It was careless of me to think I could. I was born this way. I couldn't alter no matter how much I wanted to at the weakest of times. But this crazy bitch owned her insanity, wore it like a second skin, and today, I was not just crazy. I was deranged, demented, psycho with a side of schizo, a lunatic with loose screws. And as I stared into my reflection, running my hands over the heated flesh at my cheeks, I barely recognized myself. What have they done to you, little bird? My gaze settled, calmed, and when I took in my next breath, my raging heart steadied, and with a coolness I had perfected over the years, I stepped out of the car. This was the beginning of the end. Homecoming. and I hoped Az was ready for it because I had plans for him and the wife that adored him. My Louboutin-clad feet carried me to the trunk, and when I hit the button on my keys, it lifted. I examined my choices. Crowbar. Baseball bat. I made a thoughtful sound low in my throat before I reached in and took one in each hand, weighing up my options. After a second, I peered straight ahead, brow bunched in consideration. The answer was obvious, of course. Both. I grinned as I turned and stalked towards the black Tesla Model S75D coupe. Cars beeped me as I crossed the street without looking, but little did they know that I was the wolf amongst sheep, and I would eat them whole with little to no warning at all, for no fucking reason at all. So when a truck honked me a second too long, I stilled in the middle of the street, turning to face the man inside the cabin. He made an obscene gesture. I hissed like a cat. He rolled down his window and called out, "Get out of the road!" "Make me," was my sweet, slow response. The man shook his head. "Fucking crazy bitch." Crazy like a fox. I tipped my head back and laughed before licking my lips and winking at him. "You know it, baby." I continued on my merry way, a spring in my step, and when I walked inside the building I should not have been in, the security guard stood immediately, recognizing me. The burly man stilled when I smiled at him and uttered politely, "I think you should call your boss down, handsome." Turning, I walked over to the business insignia on the marble floor and slowly hiked up my skirt. He's going to want to see this. The high-class real estate firm was quiet as I squatted, waiting, and the moment the elevator doors opened, I held his dark eyes as I relieved myself over the fucking marble floor he had imported from Italy, over the insignia his beloved father designed, over every goddamn thing we had together that he took from me. Yeah, I pissed all over it. They say actions spoke louder than words, and right now, I know Aslan Sadiq got what I was saying. You and yours can suck on this, you piece of shit. When the security guard looked down at me with disgust, I blew him a kiss, and when I was done, I stood, carefully slid my skirt down, and held the thundery eyes of a beautiful Turk. The security guard picked up the phone, but when Az put up a hand, the burly man put the phone down. He looked at me a long moment before he took the couple of steps over, and when he peered down at me as he did now, with a gaze full of worry and pity, I wanted to kill him. When he spoke, I knew it would only be a matter of time before I did just that. "Okay, you did what you had to do." He looked around at the few men surrounding us, then spoke low. "You're hurt. You're mad. I get it, I do." He leant in, muttering, "But you're embarrassing yourself, Ling. You need to leave." His eyes narrowed heatedly. "Or I'll make you." What did he just say? The vein at the side of my neck throbbed in time with my increasing heartbeat, and reaching down, I picked up my weapons and nodded, feigning shame. "You're right." His handsome face turned soft, and I knew I had him where I wanted him. So beautiful. I wanted to shatter those high cheekbones, slam my bat across his face to make sure his $1,000,000 smile never shone again, take my crowbar and level it down over his head, spilling out his brains for my pleasure alone. Instead, I dropped the act, my face sobering, and when my slow smirk appeared, his trepidation returned tenfold. "I'm back, bitches." "See, as," I explained on a sigh, "I wanted this to work out. Reaching out, I smoothed down his lapel. I really did. My eyes met his. But you fucked up, and now, I enlightened, you have to pay. More of his men arrived, watching the altercation. Amongst them was Aslan's younger brother, Enver, and the moment Aslan spotted him, his disquiet began to grow. I could have ousted us both then. I could have spilled the tea and let all his men know their king had declared his love to the Dragon Queen. But I didn't. No. Aslan Sadiq's suffering would come nice and slow, and I would pluck the things he cared about most from him one by one, so he could feel the pain of every loss before I struck again. This boy was going to learn today that Ling Nguyen was not a love-swept teen. Ling Nguyen was a motherfucking queen, and if he didn't let me use his face as a throne, I would impale myself on his broken, bloody spine until the raw pleasure made my body shake. His lips thinned, and when he placed his hands on his hips, lowering his face, I heard the unease in his voice. "What do you want?" "Oh, baby, you have no idea." The silence around us tense. I leant in and hissed, "Everything." He straightened as I spun around and walked back outside, standing in front of the gorgeously sleek car as treasured. Lifting the bat, I watched Aslan stand in the open doorway watching me, and I held it out in his direction a moment before I spoke. "Batter up." As I brought the bat up, I grinned at the beautiful man, then winked before I threw it down, smashing one of the headlights. The glass shattered, showering out onto the street, and I moved to the other side, held the bat high and brought it down, taking out the other headlight. Groaning in pleasure at the destruction I was causing, I bit my lip, and my eyes flashed at the very same moment my breathing got heavy. It was such an intense, heady feeling that I thought I might come out here on the street. When Aslan's younger brother rushed out the door charging at me, I giggled like a schoolgirl and made a show of cupping my pussy, letting out a breathy moan. Az took chase, grabbing his brother, holding him back, and let out a flurry of quick-shot Turkish in his ear. Enver struggled in his brother's hold, and I smirked at his deadly scowl. The car was a gift from brother to brother. It was part of the reason Aslan cherished it. Sure, the car was worth a cool $150,000, and to these men that was pocket change. But the real reason Aslan loved this car was because his brother had bought it for him, and he loved his brother. Too bad Enver didn't know we sullied the gift by screwing in it every chance we got. When I took out the taillights, I sighed happily, and as I put the bat through the rear windshield, I gritted my teeth, the force of the blow reverberating through my arms. Twisting back, I peered at Az over my shoulder and grinned. Halftime. As I picked up the crowbar I'd left on the hood, Enver struggled in his brother's hold, then bellowed, "You're dead, bitch!" I thought about what he said, tilting my head to the side, my brow knitting. "You know what, little Az?" I blinked at the younger version of the beautiful man. "You're so right." My face turned dark. "I am dead. Dead. Dead inside. Dead of mind. Withering soul. Failing heart. Fucking dead." And I was okay with that. It was better to face the harsh truth than believe in pretty lies. My lip curled as I brought the crowbar down onto the car over and over again, grunting through every blow, my palms burning hot and my face screwed up. And after my rage had mildly subsided, I threw the crowbar onto the dented hood of the car and turned back to the men, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. But what Az did to me next secured his fate. His body jerked, then shook, and when he opened his mouth and laughed out loud, My blood boiled. The men surrounding him joined in, the loyal cronies they were, and my veins pulsed pure molten lava. Their laughter mocked me, mocked the dragons. It mocked my capabilities as a woman and a leader, and I was not having it. Reaching under my skirt, I pulled out the pistol out of my garter, lifted it, and fired. The men jerked back in shock, and when I continued to empty the entire clip into the hood of the car, watching as the engine smoked, I took a step back, laying my hardened glare on the man himself. Shrugging lightly, I pursed my cherry-red lips and uttered, "Oops." The blazing amber under the hood grew, and I knew it was time to go. I wasn't sure what would happen next because I didn't have a plan, but what I did know was this. If Az wasn't with me, he was against me, and that meant war.
Chapter 30. Lexi. As the tall, handsome man walked the smaller version of himself across the street, I smiled outwardly while at the very same time my heart ached. Watching him walk away was becoming harder to bear, and every time he did, he took a piece of me with him. Luck had brought us together. It was neither good nor bad, just luck. First as children, then as adults, and now, once again, as two people with nothing left to lose but each other. The stakes were high, as I imagined this was our last chance to get it right. They reached the door, and as my son turned to me, waving like a loon, I smiled for real then, waving back. Because he was precious, a gift, and Twitch had given him to me. And when the man himself lifted a hand to me in acknowledgement, I found it hard to wave back. The main reason being I wanted him here, at home, where he belonged. But he let me down so often before that it was hard to swallow my pride and invite him into my life again as a permanent fixture. Because I was still hurt. Because no matter that he was back, I couldn't erase the last 6 years of emotional torment that he willingly put me through. Because, regardless of the fact that I loved him, I was still a woman scorned. I was a fragile china doll, and Twitch didn't just watch me fall. He threw me off of the safety of my mantle, knowing I would shatter. And now, the pieces left of me, they were sharp. A moment too late, I lifted my hand, returning his wave, and pasting on a false smile that didn't fit my face. He, of course, noticed. Pausing, I watched his smile wane as he contemplated what had happened between my front door and his, to have caused me such distress. And without looking back, I walked into the house, closing the door behind me as gently as possible so as not to disturb the silence that greeted me as a friend. A second later, my phone chimed. Tony. I can bring him back. My heart squeezed as I typed my short reply. Me. Have fun. Kiss. I love Twitch as much as a person was permitted to love another. Perhaps even more than was acceptable. Definitely more than was sensible. My cell vibrated in my hand, and as though he'd heard my inner turmoil, I read his response with a tender heart. Tony, I love you. At that very moment, I felt silly about my hesitation. Me. I love you too, honey. I looked down at my response, and my fingers kept typing without permission. Stone-faced, I peered at the screen a long moment before hitting send. Me. But if you even contemplate leaving again, I will fucking kill you myself. My heart thumped in my chest, and I drew in a deep inhale, making a poor attempt to steady my heavy breathing. When my phone pinged a third time, I let out a shaky exhale as I read in silence. Tony. Never, baby. With those 2 words, I went from raging seas to tranquil waters, my unrest leaving me in a single shuddering breath. Who was this man to have such power over me? When my phone chimed again, I frowned down at the screen, and when I read the message, a shocked laugh left me. Tony, send me a tit pic. I continued to laugh through my answer. Me. No. A second later. Tony. That's funny. You make it sound like it was up for negotiation. My smile turned timid. I found I kind of wanted to do it simply because it would please him. But I couldn't. Could I? No. I shook my head and typed fast. Me. Behave, Daddy. When his response came in, my stomach clenched in time with my pussy. Tony. Yeah, baby, that's right. I like it when you call me Daddy. My lips parted as a quiet squeak left my throat, and in my mind, I hated that I heard him speak the filthy words into my ear. I should not have found that arousing. Why was that so hot? Almost immediately after that, Tony. Gotta go. We'll continue this later. No, come back. But what I actually replied was, me. Miss you both already. Kiss. And I did. I really did.
Ling. The woman in bed with me moaned with pleasure as I closed my lips around one pink nipple and sucked on the stiff peak. Her tits were perfect, just like the rest of her. So what if she was different? So was I. But who the hell was anyone to judge us? I wanted to show her a good time, a blissful time, because she and I, although different, were fighting the same battles. People judged us. They persecuted us. We were mistreated and hated on, and the love I showed her in this bed had that big dick energy behind it, the kind of lust that set the stars alight. I wanted to make her come over and over again until her pain was dulled and I was numb. Numb was good. I could deal with numb. The woman lifted her head and breathed, "Oh, baby, look at what you do to me." Her hand disappeared under the sheets, and when it resurfaced, it was lightly jerking her cock. I salivated, wanting to wrap my mouth around it so badly, and when she thrust her hips lightly in my direction, her pretty pink lips pouting, I smirked, giving her what she needed. I lowered my head, and as she held out her hard dick to me, I stuck my tongue out and licked all around the head of it, watching her heavily made-up eyes roll back into her head as I laved her stiff heat, licking up the pre-cum I was causing to erupt. So yeah, I said no more men, and I meant that. Thankfully, I found a loophole, which was great for me because I loved nothing more than a good dicking down. As I took her into my mouth, her hips jerked, forcing me to take more of her into my mouth, and I felt her gratitude in every shallow thrust she gave as she fucked my mouth. Her panting grew, and when I saw her stomach clench, I released her cock with a pop before replacing my mouth with my hand and jerking it roughly in my hands. "You gonna come, baby?" "Yeah," she panted, watching me through hooded eyes as I worked her dick hard. "Come in me." Her eyes glazed over as I presented my ass to her like the gift it was. Without hesitation, the pretty blonde took her cock in her hands and worked it into my tight asshole. I let out a low moan when she held my hips, digging her long acrylic nails into me as she fucked my snug hole. It didn't last long, though. Within a couple of minutes, I felt her seize up, and when she drove into me fitfully, I knew she was too far gone to stop. "Oh, God," her sweet voice sounded out. "Oh, shit, baby." She stopped thrusting, and when she drove into me one last time, I felt her entire body stiffen, and I smirked into the sheets. She grunted once and then again, her belly quaking with the force of her orgasm. And I was glad I could give that to her without judgment or shame for being nothing more than the person she was. It was a hard-knock life for those considered different. I should know. I led the pack. "Will," Isn't this nice? The woman yelped, scrambling back and pulling the sheets up over us as Aslan stood in the open doorway of the bedroom of my city apartment, his expression completely void of emotion. I really needed to change the locks. The poor lady beside me looked mortified. I, on the other hand, sized my main squeeze up with a lusty look. You should have called, Az. I made a show of running my tongue along my top lip before leaning into the woman at my side, squeezing her 2 round tit through the sheet. I would have saved you some. Az shook his head, looking far more disappointed than he had a right to be. Twitch was right, he said, and my heart stopped. What did he just say? What had Twitch said? When did Twitch say something? What the fuck was Az doing speaking to Twitch? His eyes hard, he took a step back and his lip curled in disgust. You are too damaged to be fixed. The words were severe, meant to taunt, and fuck me, they met their mark. Oh my fucking God. It all made sense. Twitch warned you away from me. Not a question. A firm statement. Motherfucker. I'd kill him. I was surprised I managed to keep my tone calm, hiding the fact that I was infuriated. Since when do you take orders from anyone, Sadiq? The asshole avoided the question. I came here to call a truce. The beautiful Turk's lips thinned. I came to apologize to you, Ling, but now, his expression turned passive. Now I don't give a shit. He looked at the woman by my side before turning back to me. You are a selfish, spoiled little cunt who throws a shit fit every fucking time something doesn't go her way. Those midnight eyes assaulted me. Call yourself a queen. He huffed out a cruel laugh. Shame on you. You're a fucking joke. And with that, he turned and walked away. I sat up straight, letting the sheets fall to my hips, and when I reached under my pillow, the thunderstorm inside me raged with a fury I'd never had the pleasure of experiencing until that very moment. So when the shot rang out and the woman beside me screamed, Az stood there a moment, motionless as I'd ever seen a person. And that kind of stark stillness was so unnatural a view it frightened me. As the redness began to show, he slowly shuffled around to face me. Reaching up to hold his heart, he swayed on the spot, looking down at the exit wound before gazing up at me, wide-eyed and shocked. You crazy bitch, he muttered weakly. His body shook violently a moment before he wheezed out, You shot me. The sound of his body falling to the ground was one that would haunt me every night in my dreams for all eternity. Oh, fuck, I whispered unsteadily. I didn't want to kill him. I didn't mean to kill him. Looking beside me at the woman in bed, I uttered a quietly stunned, I didn't mean to. It just happened. And as she looked at me as though I were a fucking monster, she nodded animatedly in agreement. And I knew she thought she was next. I licked my lips. She was right. Lifting the gun, her face fell as she started to cry with the realization that her next breath would be her last, and all I could do was say, I'm sorry, as the shot echoed throughout the room. Her naked, lifeless body fell backwards off the bed, and I was thankful she had the graciousness to take her leave from my sight. What was only moments ago a room filled with the sounds of mutual pleasure was now awash in silence. In a single moment, I lost the love of my life. My eyes darted from where he lay to the gun in my hand. He died by my hand. I killed him. Dropping the gun as if it burned me, it fell to the side of the bed with a dull thud. I moved, and I don't know how long passed because it felt as though time had stopped. As I sat on the edge of the bed, my eyes on the prone body of the man who changed me, kiss by gentle kiss, I felt something building, something bleak and foreboding. Sorrow. The first sob shot out of me like a bullet leaving a gun, hard and fast. Cradling my head in my hands, howling with grief, I hugged myself and rocked quietly, saying the words over and over again like a mantra. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Minutes went by, and as my tears continued to fall, I came to the conclusion that one person was to blame. Sliding off the bed, I crawled over to him on weak knees and lay by my beautiful Turk, stroking his thick hair. "I'm sorry," left me quietly as I leant in and pressed my lips to his. Another sob left me. I spoke through the tears, pressing another gentle kiss to his lips, whispering, "Wake up, baby." But he wasn't listening. My body shook from my place on the floor as my tone became desperate. "Everything's going to be okay," I sniffled and explained. "I just need you to wake up." I paused at his stillness. "Okay?" Nothing. "Okay?" Not a word. My lips trembled and I stroked his hair harshly as my voice cracked. "Okay." I took a moment to look at him. His open eyes were void and hollow, and his gaping mouth seemed to be frozen on a cry he never got the chance to see free. Closing my eyes, I let out a low whine before body-racking sobs took me by force. Tears blurred my vision as I wept openly, pulling him to me and holding him in death as I should have in life. It was okay. Everything would be okay. My arms shook around his dead weight. I took in what little warmth he had. We'd just lie here a while, and tomorrow everything would be fine. I cradled his head to my bosom and rocked him gently, putting my lips to his temple as I whispered all the things I wish I'd said yesterday. Everything would be fine. Unfortunately, everything was not fine. My eyes swollen from the crying, I looked up as my brother entered the bedroom, his eyes looking from Aslan's cold, lifeless body to me, then back again. He swallowed hard, running a hand down his face as he uttered a quiet, "Ling." I know. It was bad. As I crouched in the corner of the room wearing nothing but my blood-stained skin, I said the only thing I could. "It was an accident." Regretfully, the gunshot wound to his back said differently. My brother blinked at me a moment before his feet moved and he crossed the room. Van knelt in front of me, taking a soft hand and cupping my cheek before attempting to pick at the blood-stained hair that had dried to my face from when I put my head to his chest in an effort to see if his heart was beating. "It's okay, Tingling." He lifted me to stand and pulled me into his arms. He held me tightly, rubbing my bare back. "We'll fix this." No. Didn't he understand? This wasn't something we could fix. We couldn't bring him back, couldn't make him breathe again, or smile again, or argue with me, or love me with a full heart and an empty mind. Damn all the consequences. My brother snatched the sheet off the bed and wrapped it around my shivering body, pulling me to his side before guiding me out of the bedroom and towards the sofa. This could not be fixed. Aslan was dead. Van sat me down and began to make the necessary phone calls. My gaze turned harsh at the understanding that I would never again hold the man I loved. and I blamed Twitch.
Chapter 31. Lexi. The commotion started as soon as the front door opened, and I listened to it trail the hallway, settling into the family room. From inside the bathroom in my Pikachu slippers, I stopped applying mascara when I heard my little man. And Squidward is a butthead, but SpongeBob doesn't care. He likes him anyway, explained AJ enthusiastically. Why is he a butthead? Asked Twitch. I don't know. He gets mad and doesn't like people. He likes his flute, AJ went on. The boss, Mr. Krabs, is a butthead too. He likes money and he's a crab, but his daughter is a whale and she cries a lot. Twitch sounded maddened. What kind of show is this? I heard a huge thud, then squeaking, and Twitch muttered, Off the couch, little dude. Your mom's not going to dig that. More squeaking, more bouncing. Then AJ's voice rose excitedly as he jumped on the cushions. I like it. It's funny. Patrick is silly. Daddy. He panted as he kept jumping. Can we watch SpongeBob? Twitch didn't speak for a moment, but when he did, I heard trouble brewing in his tone. AJ, he began. I said off the couch. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like our son was in the mood for listening, and the loud grinding squeaks continued, followed by the little monsters puffing and panting, and I listened as AJ ignored his father. Mum lets me watch it in the mornings before school. Can we? Off the couch. He tried again, his tone deceptively calm. The creaking and squeaking continued as AJ burst out with, Ah! He screamed at the top of his lungs. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? The entire house shook as Twitch hollered, Get off the couch! It was so loud that the silence that followed almost echoed off the walls. When I heard the squeaking stop, my heart began to race. My first instinct was to fly out of the bathroom, guns blazing, and tear the handsome man a new asshole. But the social worker in me told me to wait and see how this played out. With a heavy heart, I waited. At the sound of AJ's breath hitching, my insides coiled tight, and when Twitch let out a groan followed by an apologetic-sounding, Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. Come here. Little footsteps rushed over, and when I peeked out of the bathroom, I found Twitch on his knees, cradling our son to him, rocking him from side to side as he cried quietly. And my chest ached painfully. The parenting gig wasn't easy. There were plenty of manuals, yes, and everyone had an opinion on how to parent, but it was basically all about experience, and Twitch hadn't yet had that pleasure. I needed to understand that he was learning as he went, and some of the lessons would be learnt the hard way. When the man in question kissed our son's head and sighed before pulling back to catch the little monster's tears with the backs of his fingers, he explained. What happened then wasn't your fault, okay? AJ nodded, holding back tears as Twitch went on. When I was a little boy, some bad things happened to me, and sometimes loud noises do something to my head. He pointed at his temple and tried to speak delicately. Sometimes loud noises make Daddy angry, okay? But that's not your problem, bud. He touched a gentle hand to AJ's jaw, wiping away more tears. I'm trying to be better. Twitch pulled our son to him again, hugging him tight. I'm gonna do better. I heard the words he didn't say. I'm gonna do better for you. AJ wrapped his little arms around his father's neck and croaked, I'm sorry. I watched Twitch's heart break. He closed his eyes, pained. You did nothing wrong. You don't have to apologize for anything, okay? I'm sorry, Twitch uttered, placing his lips to the top of his apple-scented head. I messed up, and I'm sorry. After a long moment, Twitch pulled back and peered down at the sad-looking gremlin. Are we good, little dude? Forgive me? AJ was an observer. He didn't always take things for face value, and when he looked into his father's eyes, he must have seen the sincere apology in them because he nodded slowly, contemplatively, as though he truly believed Twitch was sorry. As did I. So when Twitch sighed in relief, standing, he put his hand to AJ's head and muttered, "Go put your bag away. I need to talk to your mom." I was ready for him. He appeared in the doorway of the bathroom, looking pale and upset. And when I clicked my tongue, stepping towards him, he met me halfway, wrapping his arms around me tightly as I snaked my own around his waist, pressing myself into him. My poor baby. My poor, haunted baby. Twitch lowered his face into the crook of my neck, and the move had my chest panging so hard I could barely contain it. Reaching up, I stroked the back of his head lovingly and kissed the space above his ear, providing the comfort he needed at that moment. I held him for a solid minute before he pulled back, straightening, and taking a deep breath in to steady himself. And I smiled softly. "Hey." But he didn't speak. He simply lowered his face to mine, seeking more comfort from my lips. And I gave it to him. The kiss was slow and deep and full of apology, and when we separated, his eyes seemed less turbulent and more focused, more like himself. And when he covered my mouth a second time, taking my lips in another hard kiss before turning and moving to exit the bathroom, I called out to stop him. He stilled in the doorway, twisting back to look at me expectantly. "Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it, Alexa." "You ever talk to him like that again?" I kept my voice mild. "I'll have your balls." Nuts, you said it. Twitch looked at me a long moment. His eyes flashed, and when he pounced at me, I squeaked in shock, my heart jolting. One strong arm came around me tightly, the other slid down my back, gripping my ass in his firm grasp, biting as he squeezed hard. He growled low in his throat and gently nipped my earlobe before he let out a rough-sounding, "I love it when you go all mama bear." He pulled back, biting his bottom lip, his gaze hooded, and when his hand lifted and landed on my cheek with a hard slap, I yelped. His eyes flashed a second time when he rumbled, "Fucking sexy." And my vagina swooned dead away. He left me in the bathroom, alone and horny, and when he came back a short while later, finding me in the exact spot he left me, his eyes crinkled in the corners. "Molly's gonna watch The Monster. I'm taking you out to lunch." "So?" He checked the solid silver watch. "Be ready in an hour." He took a step back. "Oh, and baby?" My gaze settled on him, but when I opened my mouth to speak, all that came out was a little peep. The creases at his eyes deepened as he ordered, "Dress nice." I walked out of the house feeling stupid, but that stupidity faded into nothing when I saw the monstrosity purring in my driveway. My mouth gaped, and when my eyes found his, my voice was small. "What the heck is this?" He looked like a goddamn snack as he ran a hand through his hair, leaning against the black fancy car in those black jeans that hugged his long legs ever so nicely. Wearing a gray shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms and showed off his big hands and tattooed arms in a way that made my gut tighten and my heart jump into my throat. He'd swapped out his scuffed Adidas Originals for a brand new pair of casual black lace-ups, and my mouth went drier than the Sahara. Jesus Christ, he was handsome. Too handsome, in my opinion. And when he took off his sunglasses, his heavy gaze roamed my body and I was back to feeling dumb. Especially when he held out his sunglasses in my direction and muttered a rough, "What the fuck is that?" My stomach clenched in embarrassment and I dipped my chin as I uttered, "That time we went shopping?" My voice was small. "You liked it, so..." Oh, no. The tight white, low-cut mini dress was definitely more appropriate for a 20-year-old, not a woman in her late 30s. Clenching my eyes shut, I slapped a hand to my forehead and spun around, walking back towards the house in my caramel-colored heels. "Sorry, let me change." Under my breath, I whispered, "So dumb," as my cheeks flamed. Heavy footsteps rushed over, and when he gripped my wrist, whirling me around, I couldn't even face him. I was an idiot. "Look at me." I shook my head. His fingers came to my chin and forced my face up to him, but I closed my eyes as the humiliation continued to course through me. "Angel," he said as softly as a man like Twitch could. "Look at me." Another shake of the head. "I feel stupid." "You look beautiful." At that, I opened my eyes to find his lips thin, and when his brow creased, he ran his thumb over my wrist and revealed, "Problem is, I won't be the only guy who notices." My eyes narrowed on him. What was he about? "You're taking this rather well," I said cautiously. He cleared his throat roughly, as if he were trying to eject the irritation he felt. "I'm working on my anger issues." Oh. My heart began to swell. "Sweetheart?" My face softened along with my voice. "I can change." Those perpetually hooded eyes ran down the length of me, and he let out a long exhale. "You bought that dress for me, so you're gonna wear that dress. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up about it because you look hot, and I'm hungry." He tugged on my wrist, pulling me back to the car. "Come meet my baby." My lips pursed. Oh my God, are you jealous of a car? Maybe. The sleek black sports car was so shiny, so new that my brows arched. "She looks expensive." "She was all I got back." I stepped towards it, running light fingers across the exterior, and when I got to the back of the car, I read out loud, "Maserati." I didn't know a lot about cars, but I knew this brand was one of those brands guys lost their damn minds over. My face solemn, I smiled a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "How expensive?" At that, he reached up to scratch his brow. "I'm starved." "Yep. Very expensive." I rolled my eyes, but allowed him to open the passenger side door for me, and when I slid inside, I had to admit, the cool leather interior was gorgeous. And when Twitch got into the driver's side, I faced him, smiling. "Okay, I'll concede, it's nice." "Yeah," he agreed quietly, reversing out of the driveway. "For 200 thou, it fucking should be." My eyes bugged out. "What?" And when his eyes laughed, I sputtered, "You are freaking insane." "I got money, baby." He put the car in drive and shrugged before looking at me meaningfully, his tone almost accusing. "You stopped cashing the checks." The checks. The checks he'd been sending every month for the past 6 years. My heart caught in my throat, but I swallowed past the lump. "I have enough money, Twitch. Enough to last a few lifetimes. I don't need any more." Reaching over, he took my hand in his, placing it on the gear stick, and his hand came to rest on mine. When we changed gears, we did it together. He kept his eyes on the road. "Can't ever have too much money." "Yes, you can. Besides," I told him truthfully, "I would have given it all up to have you with me." His face on the road, I watched his expression turn grave, and when he spoke, he did it quietly. "I know." We arrived in the city soon enough, and as luck would have it, got a park right in front of the Italian restaurant. Twitch walked around and opened the passenger door for me, offering me his hand. And when I took it, stepping out, he locked the car with a click of a button and put his hand to my lower back, guiding me into the eatery. It felt nice to be out together, just us two. I sometimes wondered if we'd ever get time alone between school runs and work and being parents. I definitely felt selfish wanting Twitch to myself, but I couldn't help it. I craved him, desired his attention on a level that was borderline unhealthy. Being seated quickly, the young woman who brought our menus basically swallowed her tongue when she introduced herself as our server. She blinked wide-eyed at the tattooed god across from me and stumbled over her words. Hello, my name is... I'm Adela, and I'll be servicing you. Her cheeks flamed. I mean, I'll be your server today? Her lips parted as she looked down at my handsome companion, and she squeaked out, Would you like to hear today's specials? Twitch narrowed his eyes on her. No. Okay, she breathed before turning and disappearing. Well, I looked down at the menu, speaking quietly. You certainly got her attention. I don't want her attention, he replied just as quietly, and when I peeked up at him, his eyes scanned the menu. A short moment later, he looked up at me through his lowered gaze. Yours is enough. Ah, shit. My goddamn heart. Maybe I wanted to hear the specials. I grumbled and watched his eyes smile. Want me to call her back? No. I sighed, then tried not to laugh. She looked like she was on the verge of a stroke. I ended on a chuckle. He watched me closely, a smile tugging at his lips before his expression turned solemn, and when he spoke, the words wrapped around my throat, choking me. Want to get hitched? I blinked at him as the menu fell from my hands. What? Confusion hit me as his question settled over my shoulders like a warm scarf. I swallowed hard, and my mouth parted before my brows furrowed, and I asked, Today? His lips pursed. Why not? What? My heart was racing, and I found it hard to breathe. I never know if you're being serious or not, and this is one of those times I need to know. The words came out breathy. If you're being serious or not. When it comes to you, baby, I'm always serious. He searched my face a moment before stating, I'm not a hard man to please. I don't want much in life. I'm not asking for a lot, Angel. What? The question came out on an exhale. What are you asking for? No messing around. I needed him to lay it out for me. He thought about it, his face serious. I want my ring on your finger. Want you to take my name? Want to wake up with my arms around you and my cock buried deep inside that pretty pussy every fucking morning. Oh, shit. I wanted that too. But then he went on, taking in a deep breath and letting it out slowly as his soft brown eyes held me fast. I want for you to want me, and I want you to show me that every chance you get. I want loyalty. I want complete and utter devotion, no bullshit. I want to share everything with you. Everything, baby. No secrets. My mouth parted as I let out a sharp breath. 'Cause that didn't sound alarming. No, not at all. He watched for my reaction. I want you to give yourself to me selflessly, and I want you to do that because you know that no matter how far I take it, how uncomfortable I make you, you trust me to know your limits, that you trust me to keep you safe. I want you to feel how much I want you to, and I'm working on my greed, but I'm a selfish man by nature. He finished with, I want it all. I waited a moment before I responded, and sarcasm oozed out of my statement as I widened my eyes and worked on breathing steadily. Not asking much. At that, he let out a rough chuckle, and when he smiled that crooked smile I loved so much, I melted inside. His smile softened as he uttered, Said it yourself, baby. You're my ride or die. My heart expanded 3 whole sizes. Twitch was crazy. Crazy beautiful. And all of what he wanted, I wanted too, but this was too much. Too fast. The words were whisper soft. I don't know, honey. It's only been 2.5 months, and we've barely even... He pulled out a black velvet ring box and set it on the table between us. Oh my God! I sounded strangled. You bought a ring? You cocky bastard. I forced out a humorless laugh, and my knee bounced under the table. Nope. I shook my head. Nuh-uh. My gaze was heavy on the little box taunting me in the center of the table. No. But as I said this, I reached for the ring box and pulled it in front of me, staring down at it unblinking. And when I opened it, my brows furrowed in disappointment. It's empty. Twitch made a face. Is it? He spun the box around to him and muttered, weird. Reaching over the table, he took my left hand and gently brought it to his mouth, pressing a kiss to my knuckles, speaking against my skin. Look at that. He brought his other hand up. I found it. My heart stuttered as the golden ring appeared between his fingers. He kept his eyes on me as he gently slid it onto my finger, and when I pulled my trembling hand back, holding it up in front of me to look at the thin, demure ring with a single diamond in the center, I held my breath for a long time. As I breathed out a shaky exhale, and I heard him say, Didn't think you'd want something flashy. I didn't. It's perfect, I uttered quietly, almost sadly, and when I opened my mouth to speak, he cut me off with a wave of his hand. It's okay. I know you've got mad hesitation, and I get it, so we're not making any decisions today. I just gotta make it clear that this is the end goal, and I'm quietly confident. Oh, thank God. I didn't trust myself making a decision right this second, because if I did, we'd likely be married by nightfall. Nodding, I looked at the ring once more before I put my fingers to it, sliding it off. But he stopped me with, Why don't you leave it on a while? My eyes met his and a single brow rose when he added, See if you like it. That sounded reasonable enough. All right. Yeah, okay, I uttered, slipping the gorgeous ring back on, but added quickly, just to, try it on for size. The corners of his eyes creased. Sure, baby. The sticky, sweet response told me I wasn't fooling anyone, and he damn well knew I wanted to wear the ring because I wanted to be his as much as he wanted to claim me for his own. I was just too cowardly to admit it. During lunch, I couldn't stop staring at the ring, and every time my eyes landed on it, I smiled unconsciously. It was everything I'd ever wanted for us, everything I'd pictured in my mind, in my dreams. Why was I so scared of making that dream a reality? We left the restaurant hand in hand, and when Twitch put the keys in the ignition, the car behind us started to honk its horn. I twisted back, looking at the gunmetal gray Lexus as it beeped us again. Twitch looked in the rearview mirror, his jaw tight. What the fuck is this clown doing? Another honk, and Twitch closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. He wound down his window and threw his arm out, waving the car on. Go around, asshole. More beeping, for longer and longer, and when Twitch shot out of the car looking ready to kill, I whispered, Oh shit. I heard his angry tirade. You want a problem, pal? Well, you got one now. Get the fuck out of the car. My heart raced as I watched on wide-eyed and petrified. The car door opened, and a tall, dark-haired, middle-aged man slipped out, and he did not look afraid of Twitch at all. In fact, when he walked forward, his face drawn, he made a point of stepping into Twitch, way too close. And when Twitch's shoulder drooped, he shook his head slowly and uttered, Shoulda known. The man in front of Twitch smiled then, and Twitch returned it. When they rushed each other, hugging and slapping each other on the back, laughing, I was a little confused. They pulled back, looking each other over, speaking quietly, cheerfully, and that confusion rose a notch when Twitch came back to the car and grinned happily. I want to introduce you to somebody. Okay, I drawled, unbuckling my belt and exiting the car as gracefully as one could in a mini dress. The moment I was out, Twitch was by my side, pulling me close, and the man smiled broadly, taking all of me in before letting out a slightly Slavic accented. How in the hell did you land this beautiful thing, you ugly bastard? Oh my. He was so charming. And when he smiled like he was, all eyes and teeth, it did something funny to my stomach. A stunned laugh left me, and when the man reached out, I put my hand in his and blinked as he kissed my fingers. Twitch did not like that. Yo, Pav, you like your hand, man? When this Pav turned to face Twitch, my handsome man stated, Unless you want to lose it, I'd let go. Pav smirked, then releasing my hand gently and putting his hands up in surrender before saying, Stop calling me Pav. You make me sound like a fucking dessert. The man turned to me. And I ain't that sweet, sugar. His eyes were warm. I'm Luca. But Twitch tugged me back to his side and I fell into him with an oomph. He had the nerve to speak for me. Luca Pavlovich, this is my wife, Lexi. Motherfucker. Slowly, I pulled back to blink at my beautiful, broody jerk. His eyes smiled down at me. Looking at Twitch, I spoke to Luca. I'm not his wife. That's a nice ring you got there. Luca peered down at my left hand. He give that to you? Well, yes. Luca's brows rose. And you wear it freely? Hold on. Yes, but... Luca grinned, cutting me off with a matter-of-factly, Then you're his wife. What? Now, wait a minute. I turned to Twitch, taking my hand and shoving it at his shoulder, looking pissed. Did you set this up? Twitch's eyes sparkled down at me before he lifted his face to Luca. Isn't she something? Luca's gaze darted between us. I have never seen a woman put her hands on you and live to tell the tale, so... He nodded, looking thoroughly perplexed. Yes, she's something, all right. Yeah, I muttered. She's something. My eyes narrowed on Twitch. She's pissed off, is what she is. Both men laughed, and I failed to see the humor in this situation. After a moment, Luca sighed, watching Twitch carefully. Heard you were back. I didn't believe it, though. His face turned serious. Not many men return from the grave looking as good as you do. Twitch and Luca exchanged a knowing look, and Luca shook himself out of his stupor. So when I saw you just now, I thought I was imagining things. He shrugged, grinning. I had to take a closer look, and here you are, my brother. Twitch's face softened when he glanced at me. Had reasons to do what I did. Luca's eyes narrowed on Twitch a moment before he looked at me, wearing a weighty look. Yes, I can see that. He straightened. So, he clapped his hands together, rubbing them greedily. You're back. Twitch shook his head slowly. I'm back, Pav, but I'm not back. Luca's brow creased. You're out. I'm out, he stated firmly, and the knot in my stomach eased. Got a wife, got a son. I don't want back in. Got more important shit to think about, other than watching my back 24/7. The man didn't look impressed. You know it's not that easy, Twitch. It is. Twitch assessed the man before resetting his dangerous tone. If I say it is. The conversation continued, and I didn't understand half of what was said. People are going to talk. Let 'em talk. Word's gonna get out. I don't care, was Twitch's scathing reply. Technically, the throne is still yours. Am I speaking English, Pav? Twitch was positively incensed. Listen to me, my brother. His arm tightened around me, and it almost felt like he was seeking the strength to remain calm. I'm out. Fuck me. Lucas sighed before stating accusingly. You're out. Julius is out. Happy is out. He glared at Twitch.
It's funny that when you all needed shit done, I was there with whatever the fuck you needed, and now that shit's going south in my kingdom, none of you fuckers are around when I need you.
Twitch stilled at that. What do you mean shit's going south? Luca sighed, closing his eyes.
The body of Aslan Sadiq was found this morning in the harbor, a bullet in his back. The lost boys want answers, and I'm trying to give that to them. They're mourning, and that makes them volatile.
Luca's jaw steeled.
There are rumors going around.
He looked around before continuing.
About the relationship he might have been having with someone he should not have been having a relationship with.
Ling. It was a grave response. And as my body stiffened at his side, Luca's lip curled.
Seem to know a lot of underground shit for someone who's out.
When Twitch's gaze darkened, Luca added,
Just saying.
He peered down at his shoes before stating,
I'm pretty sure she did it, but no one saw a thing, and when I called into question the Dragon Queen, her brother gave her an alibi.
Luca raised his eyes to Twitch.
Said they were together all night.
He licked his lips and peered at me a moment before he clarified.
In bed.
My stomach lurched. Ling was screwing her brother? Oh my God. Gross. My face must have conveyed my feelings about that because Luca shook his head, illuminating.
As far as we know, it's a lie. Van will say and do anything to keep his sister safe, and he'd go that far to do it.
Still,
ew.
Twitch paused a long moment before he said,
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Luca watched him closely.
Why don't you start by telling me what the fuck you and your boys were doing making a house call to Isa Sadiq a few weeks back?
My heavy gaze landed on Twitch, and when his eyes met mine, he didn't squirm or fidget at all. He looked a picture of innocence. Fortunately, I knew better. His shoulder jerked in a blasé manner. A friendly visit? Just wanted to push my old friend Az in the right direction, away from the jaws of a fucking viper. And maybe I thought giving him a scare like that would do it. I heard the words, but I knew you didn't visit friends in the middle of the night bearing weapons.
Twitch.
Luca groaned.
You dumb fuck.
I couldn't help myself. Hey! When the irritated man's eyes snapped to mine, I was suddenly self-conscious. I pressed myself into Twitch's side more out of fear than a show of support and uttered a weak, "Don't talk to him like that." To my absolute surprise, Luca's shocked expression transformed into a wide smile, and when he looked at Twitch, the man at my side pressed his lips to my temple. I felt his smile against my skin.
See?
The softly spoken word warmed my skin. Solid. It took a moment, but Luca's smile fell.
If I need you, I'm calling it in.
I didn't like the tone he used. It sounded like an order, and that concerned me. Unconsciously, my hand came up to rest on Twitch's broad chest, and my face turned solemn.
I'm out, Luca,
was all the response the man got. And as he walked backwards toward his car, I saw the danger in Luka Pavlovich when his face darkened and he told my man,
You're out when I say you're out.
He grinned then, but it was warped.
Didn't you hear, brother?
That grin vanished and he muttered severely,
I'm the fucking king now.
The car rolled away, leaving us in the street with me clutching at Twitch, feeling as though I was about to lose the man I just got back. And I was stunned to realize I wasn't going to let that happen again. Not willingly.
Chapter 32. Twitch. Need you to call your boy for me, I said as Molly sat at the dining table with her ankle resting on her knee, sipping at her coffee. Her face bunched. What boy? Come on, Molly. Let's not play this bullshit right now. I rolled my eyes, then sighed. You know which boy. The huge Maori fucker. Her eyes landed on me, and those overfull lips of hers parted slightly. A moment passed, and she shook her head. No. Coming to lean against the wall, I scratched at my prickly jawline and drawled. Wasn't really a request. No, she stated more firmly before standing and attempting to rush out of the room. She was quick. I was quicker. My hand shot out, gripping her upper arm tightly, stopping her in her tracks. Her deadly stare landed on my hand before she slowly looked up at me, her lip curling, and I smiled as she shot me full of ice. Take your hand off me! She was a bitch, our Molly. And that was good. It would serve us well. She tried to pull out of my hold and spat. He let his brother rape my sister. Silly little sparrow. He didn't do shit, and you know it. What happened had nothing to do with Tama. But you're sore, so you want to make him the enemy. My hold loosened on her, but she didn't run. I watched her face fall as she listened to the words I spoke. You both lost someone important to you. You're both upset, and if you talk about that, you'll realize you both have something to be sorry for. I released her then, but neither of you are to blame. I killed his brother. Molly blinked away tears, refusing to let them fall, and I respected her for that. He'll never forgive me. That was when Lexi's quiet voice penetrated the silence. Oh, sweetie. My woman's face was desolate as she moved instinctively to Molly and wrapped her arms around her from behind, resting her temple on her head. I didn't know. Lexi's eyes closed as she dealt with what had just been revealed to her. And solid as she was, she squeezed Molly tightly and muttered, I'm so sorry. Molly spun in her hold and allowed Lexi to mother her, and it did something to me. Both of these women were important parts of my past. It was funny how the past kept repeating itself, bringing us together, forcing us together, as if we were all to play a significant role in one another's future. Lexi pulled back, her eyes sad, and peered down at Molly, keeping her arms around her. You don't have to call him, okay? My face screwed up. Yeah, she did. But my beautiful angel, she surprised me when she added, But I know Twitch wouldn't ask this of you if it weren't important, honey. So, she ran her fingers down the side of Molly's soft cheek. You don't have to, but... Her eyes landed on me a moment before she went on gently. We'd like it if you did. Almost immediately, Molly uttered a hoarse, I'll call him. And Lexi leant in, pressing her lips to the petite girl's forehead. She closed her eyes and held them there a long time before she responded with a heartfelt, Thank you. I know this isn't going to be easy, but I'll be right here with you, okay? Molly's dejected eyes lifted to hers, and Lexi smiled warmly at the little woman. I'm not going anywhere. Molly nodded, her expression one of desperation, and the childlike look in her eyes forced a protective streak out of me that I hadn't felt with anyone apart from my son and his mother. Call him, I uttered as I pushed myself off the wall. Tell him to come alone. I had a bad feeling, a feeling that told me some people would need to be sacrificed to keep my family safe. I walked away, needing to get a grip on my inner turmoil, because I couldn't protect everyone. The silence was thick, sticky, holding the four of us in place as we sat at the table, and when my eyes drifted from the huge monster of a man with a tattooed face to the tiny petite willow of a woman with pouting lips, I couldn't help but smirk inwardly, because in the 10 minutes we'd been here, they only had eyes for each other. As Lexi remained seated by Molly, she threw me a look that said, Oh my God, this is so awkward, and I heard that shit whispered into my ear. Clearing my throat, I turned my eyes to the man and held them there. What do you know of the dragons? Tama's dark gaze didn't leave Molly as he drawled, The price of these chat's gonna cost you. The soft way he said it made me realize he wasn't talking to me. My eyes narrowed on Molly, and I watched the panic set in. I decided to let it be known that Molly doesn't work for you, Tama. She works for me, and I don't have any plans to let her back into the fold." He turned to me, and if I wasn't who I was, having seen the shit I'd seen, I'd think he was a scary man. Fortunately, his intimidation tactics didn't have shit on mine. Not especially after the shit you pulled the last time you called her out. His deathly stare landed on her once again, and his response was rough, low. "Never said I wanted her for work." My stomach clenched with anger, painfully tight. "Not about to make my girl turn tricks for you either, so if that's the plan, you can take this opportunity and get the fuck on out of my house." Tama didn't speak for a long while, but I noticed the way his hands clenched into fists, then released constantly before he said, "What opportunity?" I internally grinned. Got him. "I hear you got a guy who runs surveillance, and I hear he's good." "A moho." Tama's chest puffed out with pride. "He's not good. He's the best." His confidence spoke volumes. "I need him to keep an eye on Ling Nguyen." But Tama was already shaking his head. "Nah, brah. We don't fuck with the dragons." He blinked down at the table. "They're mental. No rules apply. That queen of theirs has a screw loose upstairs. Lets 'em run rabid." His lip curled. "Disgusting. Shameful." He took in a deep breath before shaking his head once again. "I won't have my men killed for you, and that's what will happen if we take this job." "Not if I kill her first," I drawled, and damned if that didn't get his attention. "The dragons are a pain in everyone's ass, and I plan on forcing them to disband." Oh yeah, he was listening all right. "You help me out here, their territory is yours." It was prime territory, a city spot that no one other than the Lost Boys held. Yeah, Tama was listening. I don't think he understood how this worked, because the cocky fuck felt the need to negotiate. "I still want Molly." A short bark of a laugh left me. "You can't have her." My mirth faded to nothing, and I laid it down. "You get the territory, or you get nothing. But greedy fuckers get a parting prize too," I told him. "A free hole in the head." At that, the giant man actually cracked a smile. He seemed to contemplate my offer, and he did this a long while before he stood and said, "I'll talk to my men. Get back to you." I stood and walked him out of the kitchen, but when he suddenly twisted back to face Molly, he paused a second, then muttered, "Coming?" To say she was stunned was an understatement. Her brows creased, looking like she was in a huge amount of pain, and her mouth parted in disbelief, but she didn't move. The giant Maori watched her a moment before his lips thinned, and he nodded in understanding before continuing out the door. What he didn't see was Molly move to stand. I stopped her with, "You're not going." She looked completely rattled, as though she was being pulled in all different directions, and she wanted to follow them all. "Molly, you're 22. He's my age," I said sternly. "You can't go with him." When her eyes narrowed on me, I fought a chuckle but shook my head, muttering, "I'm not allowing this, girl. Sit your ass down." And when her eyes flashed and she snarled, "Fuck you!" she rushed to her room a moment before returning with her bag. I forced out a long sigh. "Get back here, Molly." But she ignored me, running after him. "Tama!" The front door slammed shut, and from the window, both Lexi and I watched on as Tama turned, just as Molly launched herself at him. And the second he caught her, their lips met in a hard, desperate kiss that had me grinning in victory. By my side, Lexi sounded irritated. "It's not up to you who she's with, Twitch. She loves him and—" When she faced me, her big blues narrowed down at my lips. "Why are you smiling?" "My baby. God, she was beautiful." Gently moving her hair behind her ear, I continued to smile as I stated, "I don't pretend to know much about women, but I do know one thing. They do not like when you tell them what to do, or to stay away from somebody they want." I saw the exact moment she caught on. Her eyes widened, and she dipped her chin to hide her smile. And when she finally looked up at me again, her eyes were full of mirth. "You sneaky shit. You did all of that, said all of that on purpose, knowing she'd go to him." Tama carried Molly to his car, kissing her like she was air, and he was dying to breathe again. Fully deadpanned, I uttered, "Oh no, Molly, come back." Lexi tipped her head back and laughed out loud, and I grinned down at her flushed and smiling face before my heated gaze landed on her full lips. "I need that mouth, Mama." Her eyes flashed a moment before they turned lusty, and I loved how after all this time, we were still as affected by each other as we were in the beginning. "Just my mouth?" She sounded disappointed. I shook my head slowly as I took her hand, pulling her close. Every journey needs a starting point. A choked sound left me as her greedy fingers came out to rub my cock through my jeans. Her voice breathy, she let out a hushed, "Aren't you going to tell me off?" She wanted to be told off. Fuck me. She was perfect. But today, I just wanted my smiling, sweet angel. Just her. And I wanted all of her. Touch me. Walking her backwards down the hall, I kept my eyes on her, and she kept her small hand on my straining fly. When I lowered my face to kiss her, she backed away playfully, smiling as she avoided my lips, and my heart did this weird kind of jittery thing. Huh. That was different. Whenever I was around this woman, I couldn't seem to keep my hands off her, or my pants on. The second we were in the bedroom, I put my hands to the bottom of the cotton dress she wore and whipped it off, and the side of her in her tiny lace panties and matching white bra.
Lexi. He'd been standing there a long time. I was beginning to get self-conscious. "Honey?" My brows knitted lightly. What was wrong with him? Suddenly he frowned and swallowed hard, then blinked and he was back. But when he pulled out his phone and pointed it at me, I lifted my hand with a gasp, almost knocking the rectangular cell out of his hands. "Do not take photos of me!" Totally outraged, I hissed. "Not like this!" He had the gall to look annoyed. "Why not?" Oh no. My eyes shut tightly, and the insecurities I'd fought since I had AJ returned wholeheartedly. I covered my stomach pooch with a splayed hand, completely embarrassed. Then I whispered, "I'm not the same." I said this in a way that he couldn't misunderstand my meaning. And he got me. Taking a step forward, and his hard length pressed into my hip. Looking down at me with meaning, he uttered a rough-sounding, "That feel like disappointment to you?" No. It felt like my ruin. Unexpectedly, my mouth opened and all the words flew out. "I'm not as thin as I was. I like you like this. I have a gut." He scoffed. "It's hardly a gut. My butt is bigger." At that, he grinned, sliding a hand over my hip to squeeze a rounded cheek. "I know. Asshole." Feeling direct, I went on. "Pregnancy made my tits huge. Look." I pressed my arms into them to make my point, and when the globes protruded obscenely, I blinked up at him. "See?" His eyes were on my boobs, and when I ran a hand through my hair, sighing in irritation, I said, "It's so not fair that I look like this when you look like—" I threw an arm out to his entire being. "That," I went on. "I work out, I run, I yoga. It doesn't matter what I do, these curves do not want to leave me." When his eyes crinkled in the corners, I revealed sadly, "They've made themselves at home and apparently are not going anywhere." "Good," was the cool response he gave. My eyes narrowed. "Have you even been listening to me?" He sighed. "I'm listening, Angel. I just don't give a fuck is all." Just as a heated gasp left me, he smiled that beautifully crooked smile and uttered, "I hear your concerns, but I'm a man. I love curves. Curves on you, though?" A rumbling growl sounded low in his throat and his eyes hooded. Boom. Well, shit. Boom. I like that. I'm just a little insecure is all, and he leant in and cut me off, capturing my lips in a firm, potent kiss that made me positively heady, and when he pulled back, his eyes were warm as he quietly uttered, "Shut up, baby." "Okay," was my breathy reply. With a gentle push, I landed back on the bed and he was climbing over me. My eyes widened as I glanced down the bed at my bright yellow slippers. "You want me to leave the Pikachus on?" His lips landed at the side of my neck, and I smiled softly, releasing a small shrug. "Okay. Whatever you're into." "I'm into you," was definitely the correct response, and I felt those words deep in my soul as he sucked at the delicate area where neck met shoulder, marking me. My eyes closed in bliss, and I lifted my hands to the back of his head, needing this gorgeous man to leave me another love letter branded on my skin, lest I forget how he felt about me. With every kiss, with every gentle touch of his tongue to mine, he sent stealthy messages. Secret messages meant only for me. "You are the reason I breathe. I would do anything to make you happy. I love you." And I returned my own to him. "I live for you. I would kill for you. I love you more." Having lived many places in my lifetime, nowhere felt more like home than Antonio Falco's arms. How very frightening. When he suddenly took my left hand, peering down at the ring I continued to wear, he kept his eyes on the sparkling diamond but uttered, "Always find my way back to you." Yes, he did. But my heart stuttered because it sounded sad coming from a man who didn't do sadness, and that worried me. "We're getting married," I told him as my throat thickened with emotion. And I don't know exactly where I was going with that. Maybe I just needed to throw the reminder out there. And when he shook his head, my heart clenched, but what he said had my insides unraveling. "Don't care what anyone says. Don't care what the law says. I call you my wife, then you're my wife. But if you want to make it official, we can do that, baby." He kissed my knuckles. "Far as I'm concerned, you're Mrs. Antonio Falco." I blinked up into those eyes that warmed in my hold. I pulled my hand free and framed his face with them. I ran my thumbs across his rough cheeks, caressing them lovingly because he was precious to me. My voice quiet, I confessed, "I'm scared." He didn't respond, simply nodded, and I knew we were on the same wavelength. Lowering his head to the valley between my breasts, he laid on me with his arms around me as I stroked his hair, hugging him tightly, feeding him the comfort he so desperately needed. Because Twitch's past was catching up on us. I just hoped we had a little more time together before we were finally caught. We made love slowly in the afternoon, leisurely, with our lips never far from the others, and it was everything. Something changed with that gentle lovemaking session, and I don't know what precisely, but deep inside, I felt it was a good kind of change. Like the complex man beside me had opened himself to me completely. And as we lay together in the nude, with my leg draped over the both of his, Twitch pulled me into his side before taking my hand and holding it to his mouth. The sweet gesture made my heart swell, and in that moment I felt truly treasured. In the stillness of the space around us, I kept my eyes closed and spoke quietly. "I want more children." I felt Tony's mouth pull into a smile against my hand, and I was sure he'd felt my responding smile against his chest. Gently placing my hand on his chest over his heart, he put his lips to my forehead and uttered smoothly, "Whatever my baby wants." My chest ached as my heart went from full to bursting. "I love you." He pressed his face into mine, his lips softly kissing wherever they could reach, and I closed my eyes, taking in the love he gave as well as the unspoken words he said. Because Twitch let his actions speak for him, and I liked what they were saying.
Chapter 33. Ling. I don't want to stay here anymore. Sick of being babysat, I stood and made to leave my bedroom, but the maddening man I called my brother rushed me, putting his hands to my shoulders and directing me back inside. "Ling, you need to lay low. This is not up for discussion." He looked down at me warmly. "Be good, please." In the days after the death of Aslan Siddiq, my brother had some of the better trusted dragons scour my city apartment, cleaning every inch of it while my brothers took care of the bodies. In mere days, that apartment was back up on the market with quite a lot of interest, but I refused to sell, and without explaining myself, I wondered if Van knew why. Because if I sold, it would be gone. All of it. As would all of my best memories I had with the beautiful Turk. It was hard being unable to mourn because I was on lockdown, and my brother was trying his hardest to occupy me, but nothing could occupy a broken heart as well as sorrow could. I moved slowly, sitting on the edge of the bed, talking low. "Why did you do it?" From the corner of my eye, I saw Van still. He didn't answer for a long moment, but when he did, his voice was rough. "You would have done it for me." Would I have? I wasn't so sure anymore. Grief was doing funny things to my perception. "Come here." I held my hand out to him, and he came to me without hesitation, sitting by my side and allowing me to take his hand. What I would give to feel anything other than what I was feeling then. I would do anything, terrible, disgusting things, just to feel something other than the depression coursing through my veins. "You told them we were in bed together," I muttered, taking his hand and placing it onto my bare thigh, keeping my tone quiet. "How would you like to make that rumor a reality, brother?" Van closed his eyes, gripping my flesh hard enough to bruise. "Ling, stop." "No." Placing a gentle hand on his jaw, I turned him to face me, and his eyes shut so tightly I thought he might cry. "Look at me." But my brother shook his head firmly and whispered, "Don't do this." But I wanted to do this. I wanted to forget myself for a while, and I didn't care how. My heart lurched as I leant up and in, pressing my lips to his. It felt wrong, even more so when Van's mouth remained slack. "Kiss me back," I said sadly. But he didn't. My eyes stung. "Kiss me back," I begged, and my breathing hitched as the first of my tears fell. "Please." Van kept his eyes closed and his lips lax, and that was the moment I truly realized how low I had sunk. Az was right. I wasn't a queen. I was a fucking joke. Clearly uncomfortable, my brother's body stayed rigid even after I scrambled back away from him. My voice weak, I dipped my chin and felt ashamed for the first time in years, crying softly, "I'm sorry." When the man beside me stood and headed for the door, I panicked. Eyes wide, I called out, "Don't leave me." His "I have to" was said in a way that told me if he didn't, we'd do something we'd regret. So I watched him leave. The thing was, I was headed in that direction anyways, and if I didn't make a bad decision here in my bedroom, I was afraid I'd make one elsewhere. With a stone-cold expression, I took my shopping cart towards the checkout, and when I was called on, I rolled up, unloading the items onto the conveyor. The plump checkout chick scanned the items, placing them in bags. After a while, she scanned the small black hoodie, holding it up and smiling. "Oh, Lord, that is adorable!" She threw me a smile before peering at the rest of my items and saying, "Someone's getting spoiled today. How old?" "I don't have him yet, but..." I removed my sunglasses and smiled coyly. "He's 5. I looked over at the conveyor full of boys' clothing and toys. And yes, he will be spoiled. That's lovely that you're adopting. It's a wonderful thing you're doing. The checkout chick made a gooey face. You're going to be a great mother, she said knowingly before nodding. I can tell. Yes, I would be a great mother. A great mother indeed.
Lexi. The second I opened the front door, my eyes widened happily and a loud gasp left me. I shouted excitedly, jumping up and down, clapping enthusiastically before throwing myself into her, the small redhead's arms. Manda! The woman I affectionately called my sister chuckled as I forced myself on her, making her stumble and put a hand to the wall by the door to steady herself, and my exhilarated laugh rang into the fresh morning air. I pulled back, reared my arm back, and grinned like a fool when I lightly slapped her arm. What are you doing here? She shrugged, smiling hard at my excitement. I told you I'd be back, didn't I? But... She twisted back to look at the car parked on the street, sounding a little anxious. I might have done something really dumb here, Lexi. My eyes narrowed on her before they rolled over to the parked car. When the three men exited all at once, my face went slack and I released a quiet, "Oh." Automatically, my face spun, looking back into the house uneasily, then came back to rest on Manda's apologetic face. I spoke quietly. You should have called. Her suddenly weary expression told me she knew this, and my concern increased as I heard Twitch approach. From behind me, I felt him still at my back as he peered over the top of my head to our guests. Feeling his body stiffen, I quickly spun, and when my eyes landed on him, his eyes were unblinking, jaw rigid on one of the men. The oldest of the men. His ice-cold stare came to rest on Manda. She immediately let out a hushed, "Don't be mad at me." When he didn't respond, she closed her eyes. Please don't be mad at me. The silence dragged on, and as the three men kept their distance, Manda revealed solemnly, He's sick, Tony. Twitch looked down at his little sister, and she added, I know I sprung this on you, but he doesn't have a lot of time left, and I just thought if you got to meet him... She sighed tiredly. You'd have some closure. The silence coiled tight around my chest like a vice. When Twitch spoke, he spoke to me low and rumbling. You want to meet my dad? I did, desperately. My face came up and I uttered, This isn't about what I want. He looked down at me, his eyes cold, his words warm. My entire being is about what you want. When I didn't answer, he got his answer and sighed softly. She wants to meet him. And when he lifted his hand and waved the men over, my heart started to thump in time with their steps. But as they reached us, I felt coldness at my back, and I realized Twitch was gone. My chest ached painfully, but I pasted on a smile as the tallest of the men stepped forward, and when he opened his mouth, his silky smooth Scottish brogue caressed my skin. Is this my sister-in-law? Wow, was what I stupidly said, and Manda chuckled. My stunned gaze landed on her, and as Manda's ridiculously handsome husband took the hand dangling at my side, brought it to his mouth, and planted a kiss to my knuckles. He continued to hold my hand as he looked me in the eye, almost hypnotizing. Hello, gorgeous. The name's Vanda, but almost everyone calls me Vanda. Oh, wow, escaped me, and as my cheeks heated, I turned to Manda and uttered, I totally get it. And although her husband's eyes narrowed on me, he kept smiling, but from the way Manda's body shook in silent laughter, she got me. I cleared my throat and smiled widely. It's lovely to meet you. Suddenly embarrassed, I glanced down at my feet before glaring at Manda. If I had known you were coming, my eyes met Vander's, I would have dressed more appropriately. Don't be silly, love. His eyes landed on my feet and he grinned.
Pikachu's my favorite.
Well, duh. He was everyone's favorite. Please, come in. I held the door open, and as Manda and Vander stepped inside, I was suddenly standing face to face with a man who looked so much like my non-husband that I had to stop myself from reaching up and touching his beautiful face. And although his face shape was slightly different, angular, and much more severe looking, his neatly styled dark hair, his strong chin, his full bottom lip, the way his eyes hooded unintentionally, they were all Twitch. But he wasn't Twitch. And from the way he was looking at me with those forest green eyes, unsure and mildly irritated, I could tell he didn't want to be here. Suddenly shy, I swallowed hard and slowly put my hand out to him. "Hello, I'm Lexi." The man peered down at my hand uninterestedly before the older man slapped him across the back of the head and muttered coarsely,
When a woman puts her hand out, you take it, Giuseppe.
The mature man's eyes smiled at me mischievously before he shook his head and murmured,
Kids, huh?
"Kids?" Giuseppe was in his 40s. I couldn't help the tinkling laughter that escaped me. Giuseppe rolled his eyes, gently taking my outstretched hand, pumping it once, then huffing out a clearly annoyed,
I'm Zep.
"Cool. This guy looked like he was the life of the party. If the party was held at 4 a.m. in a dank cemetery, that is." The older man all but pushed Zep out of the way to stand in front of me. And something strange happened. As we held each other's eyes, an untold understanding passed between us. He wanted to be here, wanted in on whatever it was we had going here, and I felt that in my bones. This man was a good man, no doubt about it. Without a single word spoken, I stepped forward, and he opened his arm to me, folding them around me in a fatherly gesture that made my heart twinge. Antonio Falco Sr. held me a long time before he pulled back to gaze down at me with shining eyes. Lifting a hand, he cupped my cheek and smiled warmly.
Beautiful girl.
My throat catching, I whispered thickly, "Papa Tony." Unable to speak, he patted my cheek, and I leaned into his rough touch before stepping back and letting them both through. Once inside, I was surprised to see Manda looking into the backyard through the window, and when I made to stand next to her, I could see why she was smiling. Vander and Twitch were out back, talking close, smiling, and when Vander gripped the back of Twitch's neck, pulling him in to kiss his cheek in a brotherly gesture, Twitch let him. As Vander pulled back, Twitch tapped the back of his knuckles to the bulge at Vander's fly, causing him to jump and Twitch to laugh as they burst into rapid-fire chatter. It was so strange. They knew each other well enough to play around as they were, yet I didn't know any of these people. He hadn't mentioned them to me at all. I wondered why. Manda and I laughed quietly at the men's antics before she turned to me and looked hopeful. "You got any of that top-shelf Australian wine in the fridge?" Pfft, did I ever. As I reached into the fridge to pull out a bottle, I paused before peering at the two men watching me closely. Instinct had me reaching for a second bottle, then asking, "What time is it?" Manda checked her phone. "It's just past midday." "Nice," I drawled as I gathered a third bottle into my arms. Jerking my chin towards the cabinet, I said, "Grab some glasses, will ya?" Manda was already on it, holding the stems of 6 wine glasses between her fingers. "On the porch?" I grinned at her. "You know it." As I pushed open the sliding door with my foot, I stepped outside and set the bottles of wine on the beautiful outdoor setting. The moment the men followed Manda and I out, I couldn't help but notice the conversation between Twitch and Vander stopped as Twitch's soft brown eyes darkened a notch. He lost his smile, and I hated that. I filled glasses and handed them out, but when Vander declined, his brogue was thick.
I brought a bottle of scotch with me, but I didn't think we'd be starting this early.
At that, Twitch muttered a cool, "Grab it. Fuck knows I could use a drink." Vander's lips pursed when he disappeared. The conversation lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. The second he returned with the bottle, Twitch tapped his tumbler. Vander poured a couple of fingers. Twitch tapped the glass again. Vander poured a little more. But Twitch shot his brother-in-law a look that said, "You better fill that fucker up." So Vander did. And I watched as Twitch downed half the glass in one fell swoop. "Honey," I started, but Twitch just looked at me, almost daring me to finish my sentence. And because I was who I was and Twitch was who he was, I knew he needed today to be reckless, so I gave him that. Papa Tony faced Zep and began foolishly with, "Your brother." Oh, that did not go well. Not with Zep, and not with Twitch. Zep scoffed. "He's not my brother." "Damned right I ain't," returned Twitch acidly. Zep glared at Twitch. "What's your problem?" "I don't got one." Twitch barked out a laugh. "But I can see you do, bitch." Zep smiled viciously. "You just call me a bitch? You've got some balls on you." "Boys," Papa Tony cut in, pacifying. Twitch held his bitter stare. "Yeah, I'm calling you a bitch." He sat back, looking him up and down. "Spoiled little rich-ass bitch. Got everything in the world handed to him. Sad little entitled motherfucker acting all jealous because..." Zep's eyes flashed. "I ain't jealous. I got Daddy's fucking name." Twitch ended by raising his arms, and the more angry he got, the more hood his accent turned. "You want the name? Take it, bro. I don't fucking want it. Fuck knows it ain't ever done me no good." Zep's lips thinned, then he clarified quietly. "I ain't jealous." Twitch downed the rest of his tumbler, and when he peered over at Vander with his darkened gaze, Vander filled him up without question. And when Twitch downed another half of his full glass, his eyes became bleary as he uttered, "Good. I'm glad you ain't jealous." He ran his fingers along the outside of his glass before scoffing out a laugh. "The fuck would make you jealous of me?" Those soft brown eyes hooded dangerously. "My stepfather beating on me from the time I was a fucking baby? Living on the streets? Eating out of the fucking trash? The years I spent in juvie?" He let out a harsh, humorless laugh before drawling out a hushed, "While you were safe at home with your mom and pops, I spent my entire life near death, being let down by every fucker who was meant to be protecting me. Your life turned you into a prince. My life turned me into a fucking animal." He sipped at the scotch, licking his lips. "You had your shit handed to you on a silver platter, my man, while I built an empire from scratch. Made millions, earned respect from my peers, was called a motherfucking king in these parts." His eyes narrowed on his brother. "Had little bitches like you too scared to say my goddamn name out loud." Twitch shook his head slowly. "You got nothing on me. I don't know you. I don't want to know you. But that woman," he pointed at me harshly, "is the most important thing in my life, and she wants to get to know you. So I'ma shut my fucking mouth right now and let this shit happen because it'll make her happy. And when she's happy, I'm happy." My heart warmed. Also, oh no, no one dared to speak. So Twitch looked around the table before landing on his brother before smirking sharply. "Does my existence make you uncomfortable?" Zep turned to his father. "Think I'm gonna head out." Papa Tony looked positively heartbroken, and when his eyes scanned Twitch's hard face, he began softly, placating, "Tony." A loud thump sounded, making my body jolt, and when Twitch's balled fist came down on the table hard enough to shake the table, we all watched the wine glasses jolt, then fall, followed by the shrill sound of glass shattering as one rolled off the edge of the table to the ground. And when Twitch spoke, I'd never heard such raw fury. His expression manic, his eyes lowered, and he spoke through gritted teeth, and my entire body broke out into goosebumps. "My name is Twitch." He kept his voice low. "Christened on the streets by my real family, Pops." He said Pops like it were a derogatory word. Twitch turned to face his brother. "You don't want a brother?" His lips pursed as he nodded.
No issues here, man, but... All of a sudden, he got up and strode back into the house. We all looked around at each other, unsure of what was happening, but when Twitch returned to his seat, he held in his hands something that made my heart stutter. He held the photo between his fingers and held it out to Zepp. But this little boy? He paused to turn the photograph towards his own face, and he looked down at our son fiercely. This beautiful little boy? He turned the photo back to his brother. He's got your blood running through his veins, and he don't got much family. I know he'd love another uncle, a real uncle, and you'd fucking love him too because he's goddamn lovable. So, make a decision, man, in or out. He shot him an unemotional glance. I'll let you take your anger on your pops out on me because you don't mean shit to me, but I dare ya to try that shit on my kid. His eyes narrowed perilously, and his voice was just over a whisper. I fucking dare ya. The cold stare extended to his father. And you... Twitch stopped himself, shaking his head rapidly and letting out a harsh breath. He stood so quickly, the chair he sat on flew backwards with a bang that made my heart pound, and when he strode towards me, I sat up straighter, expectantly. Looking thoroughly distressed, he took my head in his hands and put his face close to mine, his eyes imploring. I thought I could do it, but I can't. The kiss he planted on my lips was bruising. I watched him walk into the house and heard the front door slam behind him. His car started, and then he was gone.
Chapter 34. Twitch. It was late when I drove back from Julius and Anna's. I shouldn't have been driving at all, but I wanted to get home to my girl. I hadn't seen my son all day, and I knew he'd be in bed, but I still needed to see him before I passed out, which I felt would be soon. So I drove slowly, as carefully as a drunken man could. The moment I pulled into the driveway, the front door opened and Lexi stepped out of the house in her tiny silken robe, her face drawn, her mouth tight, looking apprehensive as fuck, and I felt like an asshole. I stepped out of the car and approached slowly on unstable legs. Why I said what I did was anyone's guess, but I announced it magnificently. I'm drunk. I know. She pressed into my side, sliding a shoulder under my arm, and I relaxed, putting my weight on her. Julius called. She looked up at me, her eyes warm, but her tone was irritated. You should have let him call you a cab. I know, I told her, because she was right. How lucky a prick was I to have this woman who loved me and put that shit down unconditionally. She was everything that was good in this screwed-up world, and she was mine. My lips pulled up at the sides as I squinted through heavy lids. Do you even know how much I love you? No. She walked me inside and asked me in amused, How much do you love me? A lot, I told her, and the sound of her soft chuckle made me want to give her everything she ever desired in life. And I would. I'd do that for her. Do anything for her, my baby. Where's the party? I said a little too loudly when we got inside, and she put a finger to my lips, hushing me. I lowered my tone. Everyone's gone? Manda and Vander are staying with Julius and Anna. They just left. But... She side-eyed me cautiously. Zepp and Papa Tony were going to check into a hotel, and... She hesitated before going on. I thought that was silly, seeing that you have a place across the street that's going unused, so I told them they could stay there. Her eyes searched my face carefully. They refused repeatedly, but I insisted, and eventually they gave in. My stomach lurched, but I stood tall before leaning in and putting my face close to hers. You are a good woman. She smiled then, and I knew I'd take on the entire fucking world to keep my queen content. Stumbling, I moved down the hall towards AJ's room, and Lexi followed closely behind as I walked in as quietly as I could, kneeling by his bed and putting a gentle hand to his head, feeling a wave of relief wash over me as I watched his chest move up and down as he breathed easily in his sleep. I stood, walking by my beautiful blue-eyed angel. She said, Come on, let's go to bed. but my fucking feet weren't working well. On top of that, my head was spinning. I made it as far as the sofa before I lowered myself, putting my hands to the floor, then sitting back against the couch. And Lexi watched me a moment before coming to sit behind me, her legs at either sides of my head. I rubbed my stubbly cheek against her knee and watched in captivation as goosebumps lined her skin. "I'm trying to be a good dad," I told the darkened room. "I know you are," she replied softly, running a soft hand through my hair. "I love him so much it scares me." She let out a light laugh. "I know the feeling." As she ran a hand down my cheek, I muttered, "I just want him to look at me and not see the piece of shit I am." Tilting my head back to look at her, I asked quietly, "How do I do that?" Lexi was my world, but that little boy, my boy, he was my entire universe. The thought of someone trying to keep me from him was unconscionable. I would do anything to be near him. Nobody could keep me away. I'd fucking like to see somebody try. The small hand at my cheek stilled, and when it came under my chin, holding me in place, her face bent over mine, and she stated firmly, "You are not a piece of shit." When I only blinked at her, she leant in, putting her nose to mine. "Do you understand me?" I was, though. Lex just couldn't see it. She only ever saw what she wanted to see of me, and that made me a lucky bastard, because she only ever tried to see the best in me. Instead of speaking, I lifted my face, and when our lips touched, I kissed her backwards, and she breathed life back into my cold, unfeeling body. She was my Bible, the pages, the ink, the prayers, and I would revere her till the day I died, take my place and wait for her on the other side. I wasn't a holy man, but I believed that shit in my fucking soul. Nothing could part us, not even death. Death could try, but I'd beaten it before, and I'd do it again if need be. Anything to stay with my woman. But something was bothering me, and when I moved to stand, my woman helped me without judgment. And when I was on my feet again, I shuffled towards the front door. Immediately, Lexi put her hand to it, stopping me from exiting. "Where do you think you're going?" she added sternly. "We're going to bed." "Look," I told her, blinking slowly. "I gotta have a word with the sperm donor." "Not tonight, you're not." Her brows furrowed and her lips parted before she put a hand to her hip, looking bossy and domineering and sexy as hell. "You're drunk." I needed her to understand. "I need to say what I have to say now because tomorrow..." I felt stupid saying what I said. "I'm not gonna have the guts to say what I need to say, baby." My sheer honesty struck a chord. Even in my fucked up state, I could see that. She watched me carefully a long time before sighing, "You're not going to start another fight, are you?" "I don't plan to," I uttered honestly, but I didn't know what would happen when I got there. Her eyes closed and she took her hand off the door, and I loved her for knowing I needed to do this. I turned the knob and headed out on rocky legs. When I made it to my house, I knocked on the door, and when it opened, Zepp stood there. The asshole didn't open up for me, so I pushed my way in. This is my fucking house, bitch. "Where's the old man?" I asked, looking around my space. "He's in bed," Zepp uttered tightly. "He's not well. I need to talk to him." Just as Zepp shook his head, my bedroom door opened, and out stepped my father in his pajamas. He looked old then. Really old. Fragile, frail, completely breakable. And right then, I wanted to break him. The second I saw my sire, I forgot my promise to Lexi and started my unexpected rant. "What kind of man holds his child?" I held up my hands. "In his fucking arms." I dropped them by my sides. "And never sees him again." I looked him in the eye, not at all hiding my anger. "Who does that?" Neither man responded, but my father appeared distraught. "Do you think it was easy?" I didn't give a fuck. "Yeah, I think it was easy." I swept an arm out to Zepp. "You had a son. You didn't need another, was that it?" The way he looked at me was doing something fucky to my insides. My breathing got heavy. What was wrong with me, huh? The thought of somebody trying to keep me from my son made me physically ill, made me want to hurt somebody, made me want to knock heads. How could this fucker do what he did without looking back? For the life of me, I couldn't understand it. I was a father. I was drunk. And fuck me, I was emotional. My throat tight. My voice cracked as I fought the words out. Why didn't you want me, man? The sperm donor walked further into the room. Giving you up was the hardest thing I have ever done. His brows creased. I thought I was doing the right thing, letting you grow up in a world of zero expectations, especially those that came with our name. I wanted better for you. He shrugged weakly. So I let you go. I blinked rapidly, then swiped harshly at the wetness leaking onto my cheek. Yeah, fat load of good it did me. The old man's expression turned grave. I can see that. And I'm sorry. You're sorry. I let out a sharp laugh before looking to my brother, pointing at the old man. He's sorry. That's nice. I nodded slowly, facing my father. I don't know what you thought would happen when you got here. Maybe you thought I'd be over the moon to see you, that I still needed a father. I don't know. But let me tell you something, old man. You did one good thing. I paused a second. You taught me exactly what it is I don't want to be as a father. So, I took a step backwards. Thanks. I walked out the door to find Lexi standing on the street corner, shivering but waiting, and my heart grew a size. No, I didn't deserve her, but that didn't mean I was ever going to give her up. When I made it across, I wrapped a heavy arm around her and rubbed her frigid skin, frowning. You're freezing. Her teeth chattered when she gazed up at me, her eyes full of concern, and asked, Are you okay? No. Yeah. I wasn't. But I would be.
Lexi. He was in a mood, and I didn't blame him. This morning had been tense, to say the least, especially when AJ decided to tell his dad how great his Uncle Zepp and Nano Tony are, about the gifts they bought him, showing Twitch the gold chain and crucifix he was given, how they told him all about his family back in America and Italy. Our son, not even remotely sensing the stress in his father because his excitement was on overload, went on and on and on about the two men across the street while Twitch sipped his coffee in complete silence. And past experience had taught me that a silent Twitch was a dangerous Twitch. He got inside his head. He overanalyzed. He sent himself mad. I knew this from our time spent together so long ago. So I did what I felt I needed to do to snap him out of it. The house was empty and silent apart from the running shower, and when I moved inside the steaming bathroom, I sat on the closed toilet lid. My heated gaze roamed his body through the frosted glass, and reaching up, I put my fingers to the button and pushed. "Oh, fuck!" came from inside the shower as the water heated, then ran cold as the toilet flushed. The frosted door swung open, and the gloriously naked man set a glower on me that was so vicious my entire body blazed, my pussy clenching in eagerness. "What the fuck, Lexi?" he growled, and when I lifted my fingers slowly to the button, his glare intensified and his jaw set. "Don't do it." The moment my fingers touched the button, his hand came up and he pointed at me. "You do it, you'll pay, baby. Mark me." I know. A shudder visibly escaped me and I bit my lip, watching as Twitch's eyes flashed. I grinned internally. It caught on. Looking him deep in the eyes, I hit the button, the flush sounded, and just as he let out a harsh snarl, I jumped up and ran out of the bathroom as fast as I could. The shower was turned off, and I heard the frosted door slam, but my legs weren't as long as his, and he caught up to me in the hallway. The second he grabbed the back of my tank with a harsh hand, he yanked me backwards, and I slammed into his body with a gasp. He was completely wet, completely hard, and panting harshly. "Bitch," He muttered fondly into my ear, and I smirked only momentarily before I forced it down again. My nipples tightened as his hand came up to my chin and held it firmly as I let out a hushed, "Please don't make me do this. My husband will be home soon." The words were hesitant, but oh God, was he into it. Twitch forced his hard cock into my hip so hard it hurt. "You think I give a fuck? I hope he does come home. Hope he sees you like this, hot for me." He spun me around to look into his hooded gaze. "You started this, now you're gonna finish it." Putting his hands to my shoulders, he pushed roughly, and I landed at his feet in a heap, feigning concern. And he smirked cruelly as my gaze landed on his angry-looking erection. "Never had a cock this big, have you?" I shook my head, my entire body breaking out in goosebumps. Reaching down, he put his hand to my cheek, caressing it gently. "It's gonna hurt when I finally take you, and you're gonna love it because I love it." His voice turned rough, gripping my chin hard. "Aren't you?" Eyes wide in insincere fright, I nodded slowly as well as I could around his forceful grasp, swallowing hard. "You run," he warned smoothly. "I chase." He looked down at me, his gaze thunderous. "And when I catch you, baby..." He sucked in air through his teeth, kneeling in the nude and running a hand over the leg of my yoga pants. "I'll fuck you so hard, you'll taste me in your mouth for years." One large hand slid up to the waistband of my pants and slid inside roughly. "Now," he spoke through gritted teeth, "let me feel how much this tight cunt wants me." I tried to close my legs, but he threw them open again with a grunt, and as a harsh pant escaped me, his rough fingers made contact with my panties. He kept his darkened gaze on me when he slipped his hand under the flimsy satin, and his fingertips met my wet pussy. He released a rough breath at the very same moment my head fell back and a low whine was forced from my lips. With deft fingers, he rubbed my slick entrance, and with the other hand, he slow jerked his cock in a way that made me want to beg for a taste of him. "You want this?" I know what he wanted, and shook my head as he laughed cruelly. "You say one thing." When he pushed a finger inside of my slick heat, my mouth rounded and my eyes closed as he slowly, steadily finger-fucked me. "But your pussy is sucking me in so nicely, kissing my fingers so sweetly that I know you're lying." He pushed his finger in me all the way and held it there as my inside shook. "You sure you don't want this?" My mouth gaping, I shook my head deliberately, watching him watch me. And he leant in, putting his nose to mine as he muttered, "What do you want, little sparrow?" I want... It was hard to find my voice, but I did. And what I said shocked the both of us. The words came out shaky. "I want you to choke me and tell me I'm a good girl." His eyes flashed. Mine widened. And when he moved, he did it so fast everything blurred. The thick digit inside me slipped out. My yoga pants were ripped down my legs along with my soaked panties. And just when I thought he'd drag me to the bedroom, he sat up on his knees and reached up to grip my throat harshly, forcing me back into the wall. I panted around his severe hold, reaching up to grip his forearm with both of my hands. It felt so wrong, so unnatural to want this. He was too coarse, too brutal. It made no sense for my pussy weeping the way it was. Yet, here we were. With one hand at my throat, he snaked his free arm around my waist and held me in place as he shuffled forward, trapping me between his body and the wall. Draping my legs over his knees, he put his forehead to mine unforgivingly close and rubbed my pussy firmly. "This what you want, baby?" He was out of character. "Yes," I breathed out shakily. Twitch's face softened a moment. "You sure?" He was giving me an out before this turned violent. But I wanted to give him this gift because I loved him and I trust you. Looking pained, his eyes closed and he held them shut tightly, knowing that this was costing me my comfort but being consciously unable to let me go. Would he test my limits? Yes, he always did. Did I trust him to stop if need be? No, he wouldn't stop. But he would slow it down for me if I failed to keep up. And that's all I needed. Small reassurances, not grand gestures. I watched in fascination as he took in a deep breath, stretched his neck out, then opened his eyes and laid his dark glare on me. He leant in and put his lips to the shell of my ear, and when he rumbled out what he did, I knew it was on. "Daddy's gonna fuck you now, baby." My core squeezed, and when he tightened his grasp on me, I felt my heart beat steadily against his palm, and my body was his to do with what he pleased. Today I was his toy, his plaything, a tight hole and nothing more. And he would use me because he wanted to, not because I had given my permission, because he was hurting and needed an outlet. I gave myself up as tribute to his pain. My mouth opened in a silent moan as he placed the tip of him at my needy slit. "Shut your mouth," he growled, and I did, my eyes on him, breathing heavily through my nose. As the tip of him kissed me softly, he held my neck callously in one hand, while the other came down to haul up my tank top. He peered down at my black strappy harness bra, looking at me attentively, before running rough fingers over the swell of my breasts. "Don't be shy, Angel." His brows furrowed at the softness of my skin and licked his lips. "If I bite, yeah, it'll hurt." He yanked down my bra harshly, then smirked unkindly at the way my breath hitched. "But I promise you'll like it." He applied the smallest amount of pressure, and as the head of him slipped into me, my eyes fluttered closed, a soft breath leaving me lightly. Little by little, he slid deeper and deeper, dangerously slow. And when I was halfway impaled, his brow knitted, he grit his teeth, and with a solid thrust, a loud gasp was pulled from me as he drove into my pussy, balls deep. Feeling full and desperate, my lips started to move, and then I was begging on a rushed whisper, "Oh, please, I want it so bad. Please, baby, give it to me." The way his eyes hooded, oh, fuck. He was a vision, my dark seraph. He brought his face to mine, nose to nose, as he kept his eyes on me. His responding whisper was so hot it should have been illegal. "This pussy is a part of you, Angel, but you and I, we both know the truth." His minty breath warmed as he bit my bottom lip hard enough to pulse. A keening moan was forced from me as he laid the sting with his tongue. "It's between your legs." He nipped me again, softer this time. "But it belongs to me." This was what I affectionately called beast mode. His words had me reeling. I guess we all loved a gentleman, but secretly craved a savage. When he tilted his hips back and thrust upwards, my entire body shook. He did this steadily over and over, his tight grip on my neck, my pussy dripping, my bare back against the wall, my nipples peaked at the combination of hot at my front, cold at my back, and when my sex clenched around him, I felt his cock jerk in response. A sudden urgency ran through the both of us. Twitch's face screwed up heatedly, and when his free hand came up to join the other at my neck, I could feel he was close. Clutching both of his hands tightly, I felt my air supply being cut off, and when my eyes widened on him, his expression remained unchanging as he pumped into me. My arms felt heavy as I failed to take in a full breath, and when I was too weak to hold on any longer, they fell to my sides as he fucked me senseless, as he fucked the very life out of me. Existence was strange that way, and I felt it was poetic justice to be killed by a man I'd only moments ago told I trusted with my life.
Twitch. I was surrounded by things I loved. Her body, my favorite art piece. Her moan, my favorite song. Her breath stolen. She continued to put her trust in me. I wore her love like a tattoo. She revived my scorched soul with a single kiss. I loved this woman. I loved her to death.
Lexi. Eyes open, but bleak, I lost consciousness. Moments later, I was revived with a sharp gasp as he released me. And the orgasm that hit me came out of nowhere. His arms came around me, holding me up as I took in the air I so desperately needed. My heart raced erratically, and complete and utter bliss filled me, flowing through my body in waves. Tipping my head back, I opened my mouth and screamed as I clenched fitfully around his cock. Not a second after, he pushed as deeply inside of me as he could, and I heard his rough grunt around my harsh wheezes. Twitch held me close, my head falling to his shoulder, and I continued to gasp, taking in as much air as I possibly could. My forehead had misted with perspiration. From exertion or fear, I didn't know. His softening cock slipped out of me as my legs continued to shake, and when he placed his face into the crook of my neck, breathing me in, I came to realize that I would give anything to keep him sane. Even my own life. "Angel," was what he panted into my neck, kissing the hot but soft skin there. The skin he'd held too tightly for entirely too long. What he meant was, "I'm sorry." But there was no need for apology. I thought it cruel to have someone apologize for being nothing more than he was. A natural-born hunter. A conditioned killer. That was like asking a lion to apologize for being a predator and trying to convert it to veganism. Unfounded. Feeling his release dripping out of my still clenching core and onto the hallway floor, I gripped the back of his head with both hands, holding him close. Breathing heavily, my voice croaked. I wanted it. Besides, I moved my lips to his damp hair and whispered, "You needed it." The way his hold tightened on me, leaving me breathless, told me I'd been right. And for as long as I lived, I would give everything in my power to make this complex man's life a little less complicated. Chapter 35. Lexi. It was after midnight when I heard the car start. My eyes shot open with a start, and I listened fixedly. The front door closed behind him, and I shot up out of bed, running to the window, watching in complete disbelief as he made to leave. My heart squeezed so hard my breath left me with a whoosh. He loaded a duffel into the passenger seat. My eyes widened, and I took in a shaky breath before whispering on an exhale, "Oh my God, you asshole." He was leaving, running in the night like a goddamn coward. My chest began to ache painfully. Motherfucker! In that single moment, an anger I had never felt before settled over me. In that moment, I was a child born of rage and bedlam. Fury be thy name. And as I rushed out of the door, my ferocity ignited from a singular spark to a raging inferno, and it burned so hard it scorched my veins. If he thought he was leaving me, leaving us a second time, he had another thing coming. "No!" I called the second I crossed the threshold. That call was upgraded to a shout when he turned and stilled, an expression of impatience crossing his features. "No!" And once I passed the threshold, I didn't stop, charging him in nothing but my slinky cream-colored nightie. My heart began to race as I lifted my hands, put them to his shoulders, and pushed as hard as I could. "No!" My shove barely moved him. How infuriating. "Go back inside," he uttered passively, and my anger went supernova. I spoke even though my voice shook. "You don't get to do this." When he turned his face away, I lifted my trembling hand and brought it to his cheek, forcing him to look at me. "You don't get to do this to us again." He licked his lips, blinking down at me unemotionally. "Get back inside, Lexi." "No." I stood my ground, but my bravado slipped. "Not without you." Twitch took in a deep breath. "I gotta get out of here a while, okay?" "No!" My veins lit with pure, scorching lava. I shook my head and ground out excruciatingly. "Not okay!" I hated that I cried when I got angry because he thought I was genuinely sad when, in reality, I was trying my hardest not to fucking kill him myself. My eyes blurred with unshed tears. Is this what you do now? You just pack up and leave when shit gets hard? My breathing turned heavy as I let my anger be known. I'm so glad you feel you have the choice, you fuckhead. I panted, then wept. I don't have that luxury. To escape when I feel like I'm fucking sinking inside, which is a lot, by the way, because I'm a mother. I pointed towards the house as my tears left a burning trail on my cheeks. And there's a little boy in that house who depends on me. When he lowered his face, the sadness crept in, outweighing the anger. My grief was real, and while I had already gone and experienced the first 3 stages, the 4th step came hard and fast. And then I was bargaining. Please don't do this. My shoulders shook as I cried openly. He opened his mouth to speak, but I lifted a hand, cutting him off. I don't care what you do to me, but don't do this to him. It was hard to breathe, and my voice turned weak. I barely survived it, Tony. My lips quavered as I whispered agonizingly, This will kill him. As we stared at each other a long while, Twitch unzipped his hoodie and stepped forward, cloaking me in his warmth and his smell, pulling the hood up over my head whilst looking completely calm, and I hated him then. How could he appear so tranquil as I felt my world was falling apart? So when he stepped forward and cupped my cheeks, I fought him. No! I lifted my hands and slapped at his chest. He leant in again, and a pained grunt escaped me as my hand connected with his chin. Don't touch me! A strong arm circled my waist and held me fast, and I lifted my arms, hitting him again and again as I wept openly. Don't touch me, you piece of shit! Baby, stop, he cooed, avoiding as much as he could of my assault. Balling my hands into fists, I punched his shoulders, but my blows were abating as my heart weakened, as my soul desperately tried to understand why this was happening all over again. The answer was a hard pill to swallow. It was happening because I let it. Let go of me! I struggled in his hold, and when he didn't release me, I screamed, Let go of me! And just like that, Twitch had turned me into another angry housewife yelling in the street. He let go then, and as much as I begged for it, I wanted to rush back into his arms if it meant keeping with me a while longer. Yes, I was truly pathetic. And when I shook my head and turned my back on him, heading back towards the house, wondering how in the hell I would explain this to my son, he caught my wrist. I yanked it free with little to no effort and turned my deathly glare on him. You want to go? I swept my arm out. Go. My expression severe, I warned. But I swear to you, Antonio Falco, if you leave today, you leave for good. Do you hear me? Yeah, I said it. But I didn't mean it. I spun on my heel because I didn't want him to see me cry again. He stopped me with, I left a note. My feet failed me and I stalled. It's just a couple of days. My throat constricted painfully. With my back to him and my feet chilled, he spoke quietly. I'm coming back. My breath left me with a whoosh and my shoulders slumped. I didn't dare face him. He went on. Just a few days, that's all. And when I heard him approach, my entire body turned rigid. I'm coming back, Angel. Why should I believe him? Last time I believed him, I ended up burying him. I'm not leaving you. Not in the way you think. I loathed that I heard sincerity in his voice. I told you, baby. What he said next had a fresh stream of tears falling. Always find my way back to you. I hugged myself then, trying in vain to talk through my tears. Where are you going? He didn't hesitate. Spent 6 years without you, Angel. Spent those years alone and miserable. Now I got you. Got my boy, and I'm fucking happy. I'm not taking any risks. My back warmed as I felt him stand right behind me. Gonna find someone who makes sure we get at least 6 more together. When his hands came down on my shoulders, he uttered, I'm tired of waiting. I can't live like this, knowing she's out there, planning whatever the fuck she's planning, living with this dread in the pit of my stomach. He inhaled deeply, following on an exhale. It's messing with me, baby. Ling. This was about Ling. At my silence, he went on. You know me, Lex. You think I'ma wait for the bitch to attack first? Fuck that shit. The hands at my shoulders squeezed as he made a negative sound in his throat. It ain't my style. My feet were freezing, and when I turned, I did it slowly. My damp eyes met his, and I asked quietly, Why do you think she's planning something? Brutal honesty. Because I would be. And the certainty in his voice made my heart stutter. My eyes turned as desolate as my tone. You're not leaving? He shook his head slowly, and his eyes spoke to mine, holding a certainty in them. And at that moment, a confidence surged through me, one I had no right to feel, not with our history. It filled me with hope. I held my breath. Past experience told me to fear this man and what he could do to me, but my heart objected so profoundly that it wouldn't be silenced. I took the objection and kissed it soundly, holding it close, nurturing it to grow. When he glanced down at his watch, he uttered the words I feared hearing. I gotta go. At my unsure expression, he stepped closer, taking his hands and placing them gently on my waist. I'm coming back, he uttered earnestly. The hands at my waist squeezed. And when I do, we're getting married. His soft brown eyes searched my strained face before he ordered, gently, Kiss me before I go. Soft promises made with a forked tongue. No, I shouldn't have believed him. Then why did I? Because it was better than the alternative. My heart cracked, fissures appearing all over the fragile glass it was made of. And when he looked me deep in the eye and commanded, Kiss me, my feet moved without permission. He lowered his face at the very same moment I stood on my tiptoes, and when our lips touched, so much was said without ever being spoken. My arms wrapped around his neck, and I was not letting go. Not yet. His tender kiss said, I won't let you down, while my desperate lips begged, Come back to me. And when he backed away, carefully pulling my arms off of him, I watched him approach the car and I panicked. Don't get lost, okay? He snuffled out a soft laugh before looking at me. Really looking at me. Don't you know, Angel? The intensity of that look gave me chills. No matter which map I take, they all lead back to you. Jesus Christ, I was in love with a silver-tongued snake. My breath hitched as I delayed his departure. Left me forever? He opened the car door and paused. And then he smiled, the beautifully crooked smile that haunted my dreams to this very day. Till the end of time. Before he slid into the driver's seat, he muttered, Wait for me, baby. But I didn't respond, because it didn't need to be said. And as I watched the car reverse out of my driveway, I came to the sickening realization that I would wait. I would wait 1,000,000 years. My eyes fluttered open sometime before dawn. I reached out, knowing he wouldn't be there. Fingers blindly searching the empty side of the bed, I closed my eyes and curled in on myself as my heart ached tenderly, hugging his hoodie to me in the early hours of a lonely morning. I breathed in his heady scent, and eventually, slow as the sun rose, I fell back asleep. Where's Daddy? I don't know, and it's killing me. Smiling down at the little monster with a light that didn't reach my eyes, I uttered, He had to go away for work. Molly glanced at me from the table, frowning, and we exchanged a solemn look. My son peered between us before asking carefully, When is he coming back? His hesitance slayed me. I sat beside him and ran a gentle hand through his hair. I'm not sure, baby. A couple of days, he said. The note he left said a week. For all I knew, it would be months, years even. Who knew? My attitude grew more pessimistic by the second, and before I did something really dumb, like bursting into tears for the 4th time this morning, I peered down at my little man and said, How about we put on a nice dinner tonight? I can call Anna and Julius. The little monster's eyes lit up. And Uncle Happy and Nicky and Dave? When I nodded, he went on. And Aunt Manda? A short laugh escaped me. Yep. Uncle Zepp and Nano Tony, too. Everyone. Yes. He offered immediately, grinning hard. And I was glad for it. God knows I needed the distraction. Twitch was noticeably absent during dinner, but only my wonderful pushy Dave had the guts to ask the question everyone was thinking. Where's Senor Gets Mad a Lot? It was after dark. AJ was in bed after overdosing on chocolate ice cream and passing out on Anna's lap. Molly was in her room talking to Tama on the phone, which left me able to speak freely. I don't know. The entire table went silent, and I forced out a laugh before looking around. Anyone have any idea where he went? I settled my gaze on Happy. With a duffel bag, then to Julius. In the middle of the night, my eyes turned to Papa Tony. Anyone? When I turned to face Sep, my voice hushed. Because I'm going quietly crazy here with every hour that passes. I mean, my desperate eyes found Nicky's. I don't even know if he is coming back. Nobody responded, and that in itself spoke volumes. Don't be silly, Nicky started surely, breaking the silence. He wouldn't do that. Her tone lowered a decibel. Not again. But her confidence fell as she looked to Happy and found him peering at Julius, an unspoken question in his eyes. Would he? Dave jeered. Yes, he would. He held his hands up in surrender, and it was directed at me. I'm sorry, babe, but... At my pale and drawn face, he drifted off, knowing I wasn't in the mood for his sass. I held my empty wine glass out to Manda, and she filled it without hesitating. I twisted to face her. He didn't talk to you? I was desperate here, completely frantic. No, sorry, uttered Manda apologetically, putting a hand to my arm in consolation. She then nudged her husband. Vander shrugged. Didn't say shite to me, darlin'. My head fell back, and my face bunched in despair. Jesus. Putting a hand to my forehead, I smacked it, fighting tears, and spoke through gritted teeth. Where is he? Cuba. Dropping my hand, my eyes settled on Zep. What? He cleared his throat. He's in Cuba. When my lips parted and my brow knitted in query, he added, Looking for someone. How do you know this? No offense, but why would he tell you? But Zep kept quiet, torturing me with that intense stare of his. My heart began to race. Is he okay? Zep nodded slowly. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. You've spoken to him? An affirmative nod was all I got. Thankfully, it was all I needed, and when my body slumped and I could finally breathe again, Zep uttered, Just trust him, okay? trust him. I was trying here. I really was. I thought about it a long moment before taking in a deep breath and letting out a breathy, "Yeah, okay." And when I downed my entire glass of wine in one hit, nobody acted surprised. My eyes scanned the empty driveway wearily. It had been 3 nights since Twitch had left, and although I checked my phone every few minutes, there were no calls, no text messages, 0 notifications. My phone came up as empty as I felt. But as exhausted as I was, I looked down at the ring on my left hand, and something inside me held on to the sliver of hope that was vying for attention. He's coming back. I know he is. My heartbeat faltered. He has to. Walking back to my bedroom, I climbed into bed and did as I did every night. I left the light on.
Chapter 36. Ling. What are you doing here, Ling Ling? I don't fucking know. No matter how hard I thought about it, I couldn't work out what chain of events led me to being here today. But here I was, and I couldn't leave. Not until I saw her. Standing in the dim coolness of the crisp April evening, I lay in wait, watching, waiting for a glimpse, and when she finally came into view, my brow lowered in incredulity. Well, fuck, I uttered quietly. Seriously? Okay, so Asia Sadiq wasn't what I expected. I rolled my eyes in the dark, sighing in frustration. Of course, she just had to be in a wheelchair, didn't she? Because why not? My lip curled. Great. Just fucking great. Sure, I was a monster, but even I couldn't kill a helpless woman in a wheelchair. No, I couldn't do this. But as I moved from shadowy hiding spot and turned to leave, the back door opened and she stalled me with, "You just gonna stand there all night, or you coming in?" Turning slowly, I narrowed my eyes on the willowy woman. A slow smile pulled at my lips, and I looked her up and down. She was nothing. She was vapor. I was beautiful. She was sick. I was a deadly fucking viper. She was a deflated balloon. My reign was real, and the terror surrounding me had grown men falling to their knees. I glanced down at her blanket-covered lap. She couldn't even fall to her knees if I pushed her. Disgust ran through me. She was pitiful. So why the hell did he love her enough to leave me? My cherry-red lips split into a grin as I tilted my head and muttered, "Aren't you afraid I'm going to kill you?" Her returning smirk had me marginally impressed. "Bold of you to assume I want to live." My brows arched, my lips pursing at the odd amount of confidence that flowed around the clearly ill woman. Touché, bitch. "Come in." She wheeled herself backwards into the house before turning her back on me. My, oh my. She was a daring little cunt. "I want to talk to you." A short moment passed before I took in a deep breath and followed her inside, closing the door behind me with my leather-gloved hands. She watched me closely as I approached. Just so we were clear on my position, I held my magnificent rose gold .45 Glock in my hand, and when the little woman's eyes narrowed on it, she asked, "Did my husband give you that gun?" A slow grin stretched my lips. Yes, he sure as shit did. When I didn't make to respond, she held my gaze, jerking her chin towards the pistol. "That's my gun." Her lips pulled into a thin smile as she shook her head and let out a humorless laugh. "He gave you my gun." When her face fell, I felt that shit hard. Even more so when she murmured, "Fuck me, Az, you bastard." My heart clenched so hard it skipped a beat. I blinked down at the beloved gift, my smile fading to black, and heard her say, "He must have really loved you." Yeah, I thought so too. As you fucking asshole. Placing the tainted present on the counter, I sat on the stool and threw her an expression of pure frustration. You'd think so, yet. My tone was bleak. He came home to you every single night, even when I'd beg him to stay. My shoulders jerked. He was cruel. He shouldn't have let me love him like that. My throat thickened with emotion. And I did. I loved him so much. To death it would seem, she responded quietly. I would never admit it, but I could see why Az loved his wife. Asia Siddiq had a confidence to her that would have made her a great leader. Maybe in a different world, under different circumstances, we would have liked each other. Nah. When my stoic gaze met hers, she rolled her eyes. I know you weren't there. You had nothing to do with his death. Ling is innocent, your brother insisted. How dare we ask how the fuck our cherished Az ended up dumped in the harbor? Because Allah knows it couldn't have been the Dragon Queen. She isn't that crazy. Her sarcasm game was strong. I know what Van said. We both know he's only doing his duty. Can't say I would have done the same, but I can respect family values. She dipped her chin, avoiding my gaze. We both know it was you. It was strange. She meant nothing to me, but it seemed we were kindred spirits, imprisoned by our own darkness, our very own form of hell. We were both hurting. I didn't mean to. The words that left me were haunted. It was an accident. She considered this. Accident or not, Asia uttered, he's gone, and I need you to do something for me. When I narrowed my eyes at her, she didn't flinch. Her tone was stark. Call it compensation. I didn't owe her shit, but I found myself asking, what do you want? Zero reluctance. I want you to kill me. My stare was hard, and my eyes held hers a long minute before a bark of a laugh shot out of me, but her expression remained unchanging. I shook my head and muttered, no. Asia Siddiq's cheek ticked as she wheeled herself forward and spoke through gritted teeth. I don't think you understand me, Ling Nguyen. Her tone held no room for negotiation. You killed my husband. You left me alone in this world without the man I love, and you're going to kill me, you heartless bitch. She breathed heavily through her nose, and her voice trembled. It's the very least you could do. I didn't come here for that, I told her, even though I had, but things had changed now that I'd spoken to her, and call me cruel, but knowing I wasn't alone in my sorrow was holding the broken pieces of me together. If I was going down the road of suffering in silence, I preferred not to do it alone. She was coming with me. Asia's face screwed up and she spat. I'm dying. Her face crumpled. Do you understand that? Her desperation was clear. I am a burden in my family, Ling. Every single day they come and go and leave me without my fucking dignity. Her eyes shone as she bit out, I won't do it to them. I can't. Not anymore. Straightening, she sniffled, then sat tall, steeling her voice. So, you're going to kill me, and you're going to do it now. She took a deep breath, speaking through an exhale. I'm ready. God damn it. Sigh of all sighs. I actually felt for the bitch, but I wouldn't kill her. I made the short walk over and looked down at her pitiful self in her pitiful wheelchair with her pitiful illness and spoke firmly. I am not going to kill you, Asia Siddiq. Her face fell once again, but before she had a chance to argue, I put her pistol in her lap, gently took her hand and covered it with my own, placing it over the rose gold beauty. Why I became so emotional, I didn't know. This woman meant nothing to me. We weren't friends. We weren't family. She was nobody. And yet, I felt her pain on a personal level. Our agony was our connection, a solid link between us. Had I been her, I would have wanted to die too. Fuck, I wanted to die regardless. I swallowed past the lump in my throat and whispered, "Say hi to Az for me." Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and walked out of the back door, closing it behind me with gloved hands. I don't know how far I got before the shot rang out, but the loneliness I felt was heavy on my shoulders. Once again, alone in my misery.
Lexi. It was just before 11 when a knock at the door sounded, and when Molly rushed out of her room, a gun in each of her hands, a solid glare on her face, she turned to me and said sternly, "Get back!" So strange to be taking orders from the babysitter, especially one who was half my age. But I did as she asked. Another knock sounded, then, "Lexi!" The second I heard him, I shot out of my room, and Molly looked pissed when she threw open the door and snapped. "What, you don't know how to call?" Julius stood there, his jaw tight, his eyes on me. "Grab your shit." Molly's tone turned rattled. "What's happening?" Julius turned to her. "Asiya Sadiq killed herself." "Okay." Molly drawled. The way she said it told me she didn't understand. Neither did I. "Luca called," he told me. "Said security footage shows Ling on the premises. 10 seconds after the bitch leaves, Asiya offs herself." Speaking directly to Molly, he uttered, "A few seconds after Luca calls, a moho tells me he lost sight of her. We don't know where she is." His eyes found mine in the darkness. "I'm not saying she is, but I can't guarantee she's not on her way here, Alex. So I need you to come with me." My hand shot up to my throat as I uttered weakly, "To where?" "Somewhere you can't be touched," was all he said. "Anna's overwrought. I can't watch you both." And because I was scared out of my wits, I allowed Julius to pick my sleeping son up out of his bed, and when Julius led, like the obedient pet I was, I blindly followed. As we pulled up to the mansion in the Sydney's North Shore, Warrywood, to be precise, my mouth gaped. It wasn't Darling Point, but it was still freaking huge. Holding my sleeping son in my lap, my lips moved of their own volition. "Who lives here?" But Julius didn't reply. He was too on edge, too focused, which, of course, terrified me. And when we pulled up to the tall security gates, Julius wound down his window and pressed the button on the intercom. From the other end came, "Molim?" Julius spoke calmly. "Open the gates, Pav. You know it's me." The gates opened, and Julius drove down the long cobblestone drive in complete silence. Pav. Ah, shit. We were in the King's Castle, and I wasn't too sure Twitch would be happy about that. Does Twitch know about this? Julius snapped harshly. "Twitch ain't here." My entire body jerked at the harshness in his tone. It was so unlike him. My eyes widened in shock, and I blinked in alarm. Holy hell. This may not be the precaution I assumed it was. And when Pav stepped out of his house, looking grim in his sweats, I waited until Julius opened the door for me before I slid out with my son. Luka Pavlovich approached slowly, carefully, and spoke just as cautiously. "I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I want to assure you that you'll be safe here." He glanced down at my sleeping monster in my arms, and when he lifted his hand to gently stroke my son's head, I let him. "Both of you." "Thank you." I didn't know what else to say, so I said nothing. Come inside. He spoke quietly so as not to wake AJ. I'll show you to your room. When I twisted back to Molly, she stayed by Julius, and I uttered, Let's go. But Molly lowered her face, sounding momentarily ashamed of herself. I'm not welcome here, Lex. No. Pav agreed in deathly quiet. She is not. What? Oh, hell no, this was not acceptable. All right. I twisted back to Luca and uttered, I want to thank you for the offer, but we're leaving. Luca's brows narrowed. You can't. I won't allow it. Who the hell did he think he was? I kept my tone steady. I'm not one of your minions, Mr. Pavlovich. You can't tell me what to do, and I faced Molly. If Molly isn't welcome, I don't think I want to be either. Julius approached, looking irritated as hell. Lex, don't be stupid here. I spun on him, incensed. And you better watch your tone with me, Julius Carter. Don't forget who welcomed you into her home and put her family at risk for you and yours. At least he had the grace to look sheepish. I spoke to Molly. Would Tama take us in? Her face brightened. For sure. She had already pulled her phone out. Let me call him. Luca looked positively riled. You'd rather stay with DMS scum than with me? He turned to Julius and sputtered and unamused. The fuck, brother? When Molly put the phone to her ear, Luca rolled his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, all right. His brows lowered and his lips thinned. She can stay. My insides uncoiled with relief, and as I held my son in my arms, rocking him gently, I muttered a sincere, Thank you, Luca. Come in. He shook his head, turning towards the house, sounding thoroughly annoyed. And be quick about it. Walking away in my Pikachu slippers, Julius spoke hesitantly. I'm not pissed at you, Lexi. I'm pissed at him. I turned to face him, and as I did, I noticed the weariness in his features. It hadn't occurred to me until that moment what he must be feeling right now. Our men held themselves so tall it was rare to see them falter, and Julius looked close to falling. When I spoke, I did it softly. I want her dead too, honey. Pain had molded me into a warrior. Hurt had turned me sharp at the edges. Love had forced the fear out of me. Ling would die. It was only a matter of time before karma finally caught up with her. And after all she had done to my family, I wanted to watch the whore bleed until her veins ran dry.
Ling. What the fuck is wrong with you, Ling? My brother sat at the end of my bed as I walked into my room. He sounded mad. That was unusual. Van was my biggest fan. He thought I hung the fucking stars. I barely wavered as I passed him, heading into the ensuite bathroom. What's up your ass? After washing my face and undressing, I emerged in my silken pajamas, but the pure hatred Van wore had me pausing mid-step. Weird. Yep, this was definitely strange. And when he stood and spoke, it came out a growl. And that growl had all kinds of messed up images running through my head. I told you not to leave this fucking room, but you come and go as you please like an entitled toddler. Fuck what your very presence on the streets is doing to your family. Oh yeah, he was pissed. My beautiful brother was mad at me. Oh no, I did not like that. Van, I started slowly, a frown marring my delicate brow. No! He snarled, and when I took a step away from him, his face turned expressionless, his tone much the same. This was a mistake. I thought you were ready, but you're not. He took in a deep breath. Which is why we've decided that you'll no longer be leading the dragons. My mouth gaped as he went on. The vote has been cast. I'm taking over, Ling. I blinked over at him, my gut clenching hard with suppressed anger. Like hell he was. Holding myself like the queen I was, my face remained void when I stated, "A mutiny, Van?" A soft laugh shot out of me. Really? But the Van I loved was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Van the douche took his place. "Call it what you will. I've already started damage control." His cold stare held me fast. "I never should have listened to you, but that's my fault. I trusted you, and I should have known better." His words cut me deeply. This fucker. Panic flared deep in the core of my very being. "Van, think about this." "I have." He nodded. "I am." He looked me up and down. "What a shame you turned out to be, Ling. You've taken us from being one of the most prominent and trusted firms in the Southern Hemisphere to being your own personal playthings, treating our men like children, then punishing them when they misbehave. Our reputation has suffered in your command. Your I don't give a fuck attitude has cost us more than you're worth, I'm afraid." What the fuck? He's never spoken to me as such. "So, here's what's going to happen." He took a step closer to me, and I didn't trust the peacefulness in his tone. "You're going to sit here, in this room, like the doll you were born to be, and you will listen to whatever it is I say because you know I have your best interest at heart." That was the plan? He was locking me away like a retarded sibling? My blood began to boil. Did he even know who I was? That was so not happening. "You will no longer have anything to do with the dragons. You won't see them. You won't talk to them. You won't even see our brothers anymore because I know how great a manipulator you are. When the time is right, you will live at my house with me where I can keep an eye on you at all times." My anger rose to hot, heavy rage. He took another step forward. "And when you invite me into your bed," he spoke low, "I will come to you." My heart started to beat faster. The rage turned to white, blistering fury. No, none of this was working for me. We aren't normal, Ling, and I'm sick of trying to be something I'm not, so I've decided to stop fighting the darkness inside of me and embrace it instead. And he smiled so viciously that I saw my father in that hollow grin. "It's quite freeing. I can see why you live the way you do. I think you'll find I make a half-decent king. And, in private," another confident step closer, "you can be my queen." My insides twisted painfully, and when I lowered my eyes, my brother mistook my position for one of submission. I heard pride line his voice as he reached out to cup my cheek warmly. "My pretty little doll." We were royalty in our own rights, but I had something my brother would never have. Tenacity. It was something you were either born with or you weren't. It couldn't be taught. Lucky for me, I had that shit in spades. Playing the role he very clearly wanted me to play, I reached up slowly to smooth his lapel, and I kept my eyes lowered as I asked a hushed, "Come to bed with me?" Van wrapped his arms around me, resting his hands just below the small of my back. "Do you want me, Ling?" Did I want His Highness? No. Yes, I muttered quietly, and when he moved us towards the bed, a calmness I'd rarely felt flowed through me, radiating warmth in a cold situation that would not end well no matter how it played out. At the side of the bed, I ran a hand down his chest to his stomach, lower still, until my fingers rested just under his navel. Lay down. His eyes fixed on me. He did as I asked, and when I climbed over him, I put my hands to his chest and sat low on his stomach. I leant in close until my front met his, and I could feel his heart thumping in his chest. He was excited by this, our shame. His heart called to mine. It beat for me and me alone. And I slid my hands under the pillow, pressing myself into him in a purely sexual way. My brother's eyes hooded in pleasure, and I smiled coyly in return. Are you sure you want this? I'm a dangerous woman, Van. My voice turned breathy. Once you have me, you'll never be the same. Van's soft smile made my stomach ache, and when he uttered a rough, I love you, I came to realize he did. He really did. Van thought the dragons would thrive under a king, but he didn't appreciate what the dragons had when they had it. I know he thought he was doing what was best, but he was already making terrible decisions, and, regretfully, I wouldn't stand for it. You think the dragons need a king, brother mine? I asked sweetly, trailing kisses along his jaw. I do, he grunted out as I ran my tongue along his chin. Did I want my brother? I wanted a lot of things. I wanted him to understand me. I wanted him to realize his error. And most of all, I wanted him dead. Kissing his cheek, I spoke against his stubble, rough skin. My beautiful brother, you have been the sunshine in my darkness. You have picked me up every time I fell, and I thank you for that. But I need you to hear me now, and hear me well. I moved then, my lips a hair's breadth away from his. I looked Van in the eyes and whispered viciously, I am the motherfucking king. In a move he did not see coming, his eyes widened as I sat up, lifting the hunting knife out from under my pillow, up over my head, and as I brought it down into his chest, my eyes widened and my lip curled. The surprised sound he made when the 7-inch blade entered his body was music to my ears. I brought it mechanically down over and over and over again, and every time the knife slid into him, a harsh grunt escaped his mouth. Wet warmth splattered my face, over my eyes, but I didn't dare shut them. I needed to see the exact moment the light faded from his eyes. I counted the every blow. My steady hand stilled only when I reached 63, and Van's chest looked like minced meat. My white covers now colored red, I sat back and pursed my lips, looking down at my brother, panting lightly. He wheezed and coughed as his body shook. I took the hunting knife and slowly licked the blade, and as I did this, our eyes met. The expression he wore was an equal mixture of shock and pain, and I didn't give a solid fuck. I'm sorry, Van, but I guess you could say my answer to everything you just offered is... I paused a second, my face darkened, and I spoke slowly. No. He opened his mouth and attempted to speak, but all that came out was a sickening gurgling sound. I should have just slit his throat, but I didn't want to. I wanted to watch. This could have gone differently. You know that, don't you? When he didn't answer, for he couldn't, I took his head in my hands and moved it in a slow nod. That's right. I didn't want to do this. I cupped his cheeks, and he gasped for air as I moved his head from side to side in a shake of the head. But our visions clashed, and one of us needed to go, and it sure as fuck wasn't going to be me, Van. You know I'm too selfish to share what's mine. His harsh wheezing got weaker. This, right here, this is what makes me a good leader. Nobody's safe, Van. Nobody. I guess what I'm trying to say is... I held him fast as he took in a short, stuttering breath. The exhale never came, and when I dropped his head, I blinked down at my blood-stained hands. Long live the king! The silence started to turn on me as my actions played in my mind on repeat, and for some unknown reason, sitting over my brother's dead body, I just couldn't find the will to care. This was my castle, yes, but I'd never rule again. When it was found out what happened here, my life was forfeit. Luka Pavlovich would put a bullet between my eyes, because that's what you do to sickly animals. You put them down. I thought about what to do now, but only one option stood out. If I was going out, I was going out with a bang. And when I finally detonated my atom bomb, the explosion would be felt all over. I would shake every fucking window in this shithole of a town. A blood-stained smirk stretched at my lips as I slid off the bed and stalked out of the room, barefoot and painted red. Yes, they would feel me. I'd make sure of it. Boom, bitches.
Chapter 37. Lexi.
No word?
I poured my coffee, looking down at the black and gold mug, my lips pressed thin. Nope. When my eyes met Lucas, I shrugged and forced a smile that I knew didn't reach my eyes. My response was listless. He's never really been the calling to check in kind. At my semi-annoyed tone, Lucas smiled fondly.
No, he hasn't.
Over the last few days, Luka Pavlovich and I had come to get to know each other, and as the days went on, an unspoken understanding was formed. A mutual tolerance. He no longer treated me as a burden, and I no longer gave him the sass of a hormonal 13-year-old. Unlike Twitch, Luka was actually something of a conversationalist, and the more we spoke, the more I came to like the man. And in our shared hatred of a highly reckless woman, we were perfectly matched. After all, Luka had a lot to lose in this situation. While I didn't rate losing his position as highly as losing my life, Luka's reign was important to him, as much as my life was to me. Every time I thought of what Ling was capable of, I pictured my son growing up without his mother, without his father. And that scared the shit out of me. There was so much I wanted to be around for, so much AJ needed me here for. I wasn't ready to meet my maker. Not yet. Neither was Twitch. So I gave him time because, truthfully, it was all I had to give right then and there. As I sat next to him at the table, I ran a hand through my hair with a sigh and turned my weary face to him. What's in Cuba? Luka lowered his gaze, running a finger over the table, and I narrowed my eyes on him. Does it look like I'm running, Pav? He looked me in the eye. No, I'm right here. And if you knew half the shit that man has put me through, trust me, even you'd tell me to hightail it out of here. My eyes softened. But I'm here. I'm waiting. I just want him to come home. He will, he said immediately before adding,
There's only one thing in Cuba, Alexa, and for your sake, I hope Twitch isn't stupid enough to bring that shit here because...
He shot me a look of unmistakable displeasure.
I will not be pleased.
The way he was looking at me made my heart stutter. What if he doesn't come back? I whispered, and my eyes swept low to my hands, completely unfocused as I quietly stressed. And for the first time since I met him, Luka Pavlovich sounded uncertain of himself.
You could stay here with me.
He really was a sweet man once you saw past the intensity he wore like a hefty armor. And when I opened my mouth to speak, he added certainly,
But he's coming back.
Lucas sounded so sure. I wish I felt that same. How do you know? Missing Twitch came in waves, and today I was drowning. He spoke low and cracked a wide smile that I was sure had panties melting all over the world.
Because I would come back for you.
Sadly, only one man's smile affected me, It was crooked and full-mouthed and made him look something like a naughty boy, and I adored it. I rolled my eyes, but softened it with a laugh. "Lady killer?" "Acquitted," he uttered quietly, and as he walked away he winked, and I wasn't sure if he was actually joking or not. I should not have been chuckling the way I was. Definitely not. My skin prickled almost painfully as goosebumps trailed my arms, starting from my shoulder all the way down to my wrist. My brow knitted tiredly, and when the light breeze hit my arm, I frowned in my sleep and snuggled deeper into the covers. Only there were none. The wooden bed frame creaked, and my eyes snapped open, blinking rapidly into the darkness, and as they adjusted, my heart jolted. "Angel." The whiskey-smooth whisper was a balm on my soul, and when I sat up and lunged at him, throwing my arms around him with a rough exhale, he permitted me to hold him to me firmly, pulling his head into my bosom as I knelt beside him on the mattress. I pressed firm kisses to his head again and again, and when he put his lips to the valley between my breasts, my nipples tightened with a desire that wouldn't be denied. Without a word spoken, I reached for the hem of my nightie and whipped it over my head, leaving me nothing but a pair of tiny silk panties. My voice thick with emotion, I ordered him to kiss me. Hearing the need in my voice, he did as commanded. The moment his lips touched mine, I was lost. Moaning into his mouth, my hands found his belt and I tugged at it desperately, managing to loosen it before popping the button on his jeans, reaching in and taking his stiff length in my hands, palming it tightly. Twitch's mouth went lax as he released a low groan. I needed him inside of me, right now. In the darkness of night, I pled on a whisper, "Please, baby." The slight hitch of his breath told me I was not alone in my need. Lightning fast, he flipped us, and as he towered over me, a stiff yank had my panties thrown down my legs. When my hands found the bottom of his tee, he muttered a rough, "Leave it." The insistence in his tone had my core weeping. Kneeling between my legs, he held his cock in one hand, then lowered himself, sliding inside me with a roughness that forced a small whimper out of me. And Twitch gave me what I desired. Completely dressed, he fucked me hard, he fucked me fast, and for the first time in years, he fucked me missionary, his mouth desperately seeking mine. But I needed to feel more of him. My hands moved jerkily, lifting his tee to feel his hard chest and my heaving breasts, before wrapping my legs around his hips and meeting him thrust for thrust. It was urgent, it was rushed, and more than anything, it was completely inebriating. Together, we were perfection. You couldn't beat this. A grunt passed his lips, and he muttered tightly, "Missed you." As he drove into me ruthlessly, I breathed out, "Love you." And when I did, he stilled entirely, searching my face in the dark, reaching up to lovingly cup my cheek before leaning in and capturing my mouth in a firm kiss that spoke entire poetic verses, while all I could manage were empty lines. On the cusp of release, I elevated my hips with a low moan, and he took the hint, pulling back, then pushing all the way into me. My core clenched tightly, and Twitch panted into my mouth as he held my face close, screwing the last 6 days of anxiety out of me. Body tied, I sunk back into the mattress, my lips parted, awaiting the train to hit me, and when it did, I shook. I shook as though I'd been electrocuted, my orgasm hitting hard and fast. He swallowed my moan with a kiss that bruised, and when he stilled, looking me dead in the eye, I felt his cock throb. And when he spilled himself inside of me, all was right in my world. For the moment. The sounds of our harsh panting called out into the silence, and Twitch put his mouth to my neck, gently biting me. Smiling softly, I wrapped my arms around his head, treasuring the feel of his mouth on me. His stinging bites worked their way from my neck to my collarbone to my shoulder, and when his teeth clammed over my skin, my core clamped around his still hard cock, lovingly, like the sweetest of kisses. God, I missed him. It was funny how you could desperately miss being intimate with the one you loved, but when you hadn't been held in a while, you realized sex isn't what you missed after all. He kept his mouth on my skin a long time, and when he finally lifted his head, I held his gaze, running my fingers from his temple down his scratchy jawline. "You're back." And as his brow furrowed, I just knew Twitch had heard all of what I said, even the parts I tried to hide. "Not liking the surprise in your tone, baby." Well, what did he expect? I smoothed his brow with gentle fingers and ignored his statement. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Yeah, Pav ain't happy," he muttered, and he sounded so tired that my arms tightened around him, offering what comfort they could. "So we're leaving, first thing." He was back. He came back. Secretly overjoyed, I pulled his head down and pressed my mouth to his forehead with my warm, kiss-swollen lips. "Okay, honey." And though I was relieved he was back, something inside of me refused to let go of him, and no matter how we rearranged ourselves, my arms remained tightly secured around my man. Lucky for me, Twitch didn't seem to mind. My eyes widened at the three people facing off with Luka Pavlovich. And when Luka spotted Twitch and I approaching, he closed his eyes, shaking his head slowly. "I want you out," he muttered. "Pav." Twitch put his hands up in a placating gesture. "Let's talk." One woman grinned, plopping herself down on the sofa. "Yeah, Luka." She looked him up and down. "Let's talk." Talk sounded very much like fuck coming from her lips. "I would shut my mouth if I were you, Fernanda," Pav growled through gritted teeth. And when the second woman lost her ability to hold in her laughter, Luka looked pissed. "Don't make me come over there, Luna." It was then that I noticed the women were twins. Fernanda wore her dark hair long and wavy down her back, while Luna had her hair short, buzzed at the sides and longer at the front, messily styled. Fernanda wore tight jeans and a tiny tee that showed off her stomach. Luna wore baggy cargo pants and a loose tank with a sports bra underneath. Fernanda looked highly feminine, while Luna wore black eyeshadow smudged around her eyes, with an attitude that said, "Approach with caution," but their tall, slim bodies were the same, their faces identical. Fernanda licked her lips seductively. "Sounds like you missed me, Pav." Then she winked, and when I turned to glance at Luka, he looked as though he wanted to take the few steps over and throttle the woman. "But," she sighed, "that's what you get for banishing us." Her lips pouted melodramatically as she uttered, "You shot me in the heart, baby." Quite suddenly her face changed, and she muttered darkly, "How about I repay the favor?" Jesus Christ. Twitch huffed out an irritated breath. "You got a death wish, Fern." When Luka pulled out his gun and pointed it at her, the expression Fernanda wore was one of sheer victory, and he knew immediately that he'd revealed too much in his actions. Oh yeah. My wide eyes settled on the way Fernanda watched the Croatian sensation. They were definitely a thing at one point. "I wouldn't provoke me, puppy." Fern sat tall, a slight smirk pulling at the corner of her mouth. "I'm a woman." Her eyes narrowed on Luka before she leant back on the sofa, resting her arms over the back of it. "Been washing bloodstains off of my clothes since I was a teenager." My brows arched. Oh, snap. It was hard not to be affected by the woman. I kind of liked her brand of sass. I could definitely learn a thing or two from her. The man behind the two women spoke, and I'd never heard anything like his rich, gravelly voice. "Enough." It reminded me of sex. Yes, that was it. It was pure, unadulterated sex. I felt it all over. And it disturbed me enough to take a step back, away from him. "No one asked you shit, Tiago." Lucas spat viciously. "If I needed you to mediate, I'd fucking ask for it." He then ran a hand down his weary face.
It's bad enough I got the Vegas in my goddamn house. I don't want to hear you, man. You've been warned.
The man, Tiago, was tall and built like a Russian war tank. With a broad chest, thick neck, and a scowl without rival, he was all muscle. His dark hair was buzzed short, and stubble lined his razor-sharp jaw. His strong chin, high cheekbones, and tan skin reminded me of a G.I. Joe figurine. Only G.I. Joe came off like a pussy compared to this demon of a dude. When he caught me eyeing him off with a frown, he settled that unimpressed glare on me, and nope, I did not dig it. But instead of being scared, I surprised myself by being thoroughly irritated. And when I uttered a perfectly calm, "You keep looking at me like that, you'll lose an eye," no one was more astounded than I was. What was even more astonishing was, I meant what I said. I felt Twitch move into me, and complete and utter adulation flowed through me. With that small gesture, he spoke volumes. He had my back, forever and always. Tiago held my gaze a long moment before his lips twitched and his face softened marginally. When he spoke to Twitch, all he said was, "She us?" All Twitch said was, "She's wearing my ring." Tiago's lips thinned, and he muttered a quietly aggravated, "Wonderful." What was the matter with these men? Thankfully, the conversation came to a halt when Molly came into the room holding AJ's hand. But as her eyes landed on the three vagabonds, she tugged my son's back, holding him away from the danger the Holy Trinity clearly emanated. Unfortunately, the little monster had already seen his father. His soft brown eyes widened in sheer delight as he called out, "Daddy!" With a force that was unnatural for a 5-year-old to have, he snatched his hand out of Molly's and started to run. The second he reached Twitch, he jumped, and Papa Bear caught him midair, holding him close as AJ hugged him around the neck so hard he had to be strangling him. "There he is." Twitch grinned into our son's hair, kissing his head, then swinging him from side to side, patting his back. "How you doing, bud?" AJ held him tight. "You were gone forever," the little gremlin muttered sadly, and my heart ached. But Twitch didn't care that he was choking him. He wanted his son close. There was a thickness that lined his tone. "I'm back now." "Oh?" muttered Fernanda, turning wide eyes to Luna. Luna put a hand to her heart, and her mouth gaped before letting out a disbelieving, "Twitch!" Her eyes landed on our little boy, and she blinked at him. "You're a father?" She sounded absolutely stunned, and that kind of shock normally only came from people who you were familiar with. As in, closely familiar with. Who were these people? "So there's no chance of stealing your girl, then?" My head snapped to Tiago, and as I glowered at him, he winked before a slow grin appeared. Twitch was not amused, and although he said, "You can try, T," what I heard was, "I will kill you slowly and bathe in your blood." Feeling he was close to implosion, I moved, pressing into his free side, and he put his arm around my waist almost reflexively. His mood did not approve when Luca decided to weigh in. "You got to take a number like the rest of us, fucker," he added slyly. "I was here first." Oh my God. My stomach clenched. Twitch's cheek ticked as he slowly looked towards his friend. "You've been good to me, Pav, so I'ma pretend I didn't hear that." Luca shrugged, appearing completely unconcerned. "I said what I said." Fernanda's jaw tightened, and she lowered her gaze to hide her hurt. And I felt for her then. Whatever she had done had hurt Pav, that much was clear. And now, Pav wanted to hurt her. The arm around me tightened. Showing my unreserved loyalty, I turned, leaning up to press my lips to his neck, over the puckered scar he'd gotten 6 years ago. And when I felt his muscles loosen under my mouth, I began to relax enough to pull away. Twitch's eyes narrowed on his friend. His voice was barely over a whisper. "You're lucky I'm holding my son." These men were tiresome, and as my eyes closed, I reached up to pinch the bridge of my nose and ground out, "Can we please not do this?" Slowly, I opened my eyes and peered around the room. A tired sigh left me. I hate to say this, but my apologetic eyes landed on Luca. "We need your help." and when my weary gaze found my son, I touched his soft hair before turning back to the room. We have a problem to take care of. A problem with cherry red lips and a motherfucking attitude. Chapter 38. Lexi. The silence was thick, and while I normally appreciated a moment of quiet, this silence was different. It was sticky, suffocating, and as we drove home at Luca's wishes, my entire body thrummed in hyper-awareness, because we were being hunted like prey. We were being hunted, and the king refused to help. The logical part of me understood why Luca rejected our appeal for aid. The maternal part of me knew I would never forgive him his actions. No one else can help us. I turned my pleading gaze to him, and when he looked away, I fucking knew he would do nothing. That, of course, didn't stop me from trying. Luca! I took a step forward before turning to peer at my sleeping son on the sofa. I would do anything for that boy. I would, and I would continue to. Please. I appealed to the softer side he rarely showed. The side I was lucky enough to find in my time alone with him. Help us. But when he responded as callously as he did, Luka Pavlovich was dead to me. What do you want from me, woman? He turned to face the Vega family, lurking in the corner of the room. He eyed the three of them meaningfully. Seems to me you got all the help you need. I quickly realized his problem, and wow, I couldn't believe him. My soft gaze ignited into fiery rage. You're sore. That's what this is? My eyes widened in understanding. You won't help us because you're fucking sore? I spun to face Fernanda and sputtered, He won't help protect my son because of you? Baby. Twitch put a hand to my shoulder, but I shrugged it off, demanding an answer. Fernanda's cool stare landed on Luca with the force of an axe going through soft cypress. Don't stress, gatita. She looked disgusted at the man she once called her king. Can't you see how shook he is? That should tell you everything you need to know. Her confidence was unwavering. We're all you need. So as we drove home with the Vegas trailing us, I probably should have felt more at ease than I did. But it felt wrong, all of it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something was wrong. Twitch pulled into the driveway, and the Vegas parked behind us. Within seconds, Molly drove up in Big Red, and Thomas stepped out of the car with her. I didn't even notice Julius and Anna until I stepped out of the car. Happy was the last to arrive, and he came alone. My eyes slid over to Twitch. Family meeting? Taking AJ's hand in his, he stopped to watch me carefully. Family meeting. With a long sigh, I unlocked the front door, and just before I stepped in, Tiago stepped in front of me. I frowned. What are you doing? Tiago Vega looked down at my sleepy son a long moment, and when he responded, my gut clenched. Checking for snakes. He went in alone. My stomach ached suddenly, violently, and I felt the blood drain out of my face. It never actually occurred to me that Ling might have the balls to be sitting pretty, waiting for us in our own home. And the more I thought about it, the more I came to understand that there were no rules for Ling Nguyen. She was a paradox, wanting to rule but hating the system and policies that came with that. No, Ling didn't play by the rules. She walked the line of them, slipping a foot on either side of that line whenever it suited her. From what I gathered, she wasn't the great leader she thought she'd be, ruling purely from fear, not from respect. It was only a matter of time before the dragons turned on her. Regrettably, I couldn't wait that long. How bad is it? Came from behind us, and when I spun around, Zepp was standing there, hands in his pockets facing his brother. Bad enough that I want you in my house listening in, Twitch said tightly. Zepp nodded slowly, and his face looked as tight at Twitch's response, and Evander across the street, moving to join his brother-in-law. Moments later, Tiago returned, jerking his chin towards the house. The mass of us walked inside in complete silence as Twitch led the majority out onto the back porch. Molly took AJ by the hand. He yawned openly and rubbed at his eyes as she guided him to his room, putting him to bed. Nobody spoke until she returned, and when Tama went first, I wasn't expecting what he had to say. He cleared his throat, gaining attention, and when he held up his cell phone and shook his head, he uttered, "A moho cold. It's not good." He looked spooked, and even I knew that for someone like this huge Maori warrior to look the way he did now, the news was indeed not good. Van Newen was discovered in his sister's bed. My face bunched. Ew, gross. When nobody attempted to speak, Tama clarified. He was stabbed so many times, his chest caved in. Wait, he's dead? I blinked at him, not expecting that story to take the turn it had. Tama nodded. And Ling's missing. He faced Julius. A moho lost sight of her somewhere on the highway about 20 minutes ago. His lips thinned. He's pretty sure she knew she was being followed. Julius hissed in a breath through his teeth, and the strain he wore was plain to see. Well, fuck. Anna slipped her hand in Julius's, and they exchanged an apprehensive look that made my stomach sore. There's more, Tama went on. Seems the dragons wanted a power change. He made a knowing face. As far as we know, the Dragon Queen has gone rogue. Gone rogue? Gone rogue? My stomach twisted painfully and I swallowed hard, sitting in the chair closest to me. My voice was weak. Well, that doesn't sound great. No, Evander agreed with. It doesn't. Where was she headed? What direction? Asked Twitch, and I knew what he was actually asking. Was Ling on our way here? Oh, Lord. I held my breath. But Tama just shook his head. Last we knew, she was headed north. North. Away from here. Towards the king. Thank God. And even though I hated him right now, I swallowed my pride and let out a softly irritated, "Someone should warn Luca." When everyone looked at me like I was a crazy person, I shrugged and uttered, Jesus, guys, I'm pissed, but I don't want him dead. And I definitely don't have to stoop down to his level. My eyes landed on my beautiful, brooding man. Make the call. But Twitch shook his head. You want to call, you call. I ain't wasting a single fucking breath. Not on him. Yeah, fuck him, murmured Luna. Fernanda muttered quietly. I already did. Luna grinned. How was it? Fernanda sighed dreamily, a small smile gracing her full lips. Phenomenal. That was the point Tiago had enough. He put a large hand to his forehead and uttered under his breath. Eso Cristo. Fernanda chuckled low and throaty, while Luna leant in and whispered. She loves torturing our brother. I could see that. Twitch. I pled softly, but he simply shook his head. He wasn't going to budge on this. Stubborn ass. I held out my hand with a glare. Give me the damn phone. I'll call him. Twisting back to Happy, I shot him a grateful look. Thank you. Even though Luca had forsaken us, I wouldn't have his death hanging over my head like the sword of Damocles. Twitch looked mad as hell calling out to Happy as he walked back into the house. You make sure he knows why you're calling. You tell him the woman he just refused help is still watching his fucking back. He closed his eyes and ground out. Motherfucker. The tension was thick enough to cut through. Surprisingly, though, it was Fernanda who spoke on Luca's behalf. It's not his fault. Having us here makes things difficult for him. He banished us with good reason. She actually looked sad. That's why we left, willingly. Being back in his domain against his edict, it raises questions about his authority. She made a face. Or lack of it. It was the way she spoke, a whisper soft and utterly despondent, which had me asking, What did you do? Her face turned expressionless a full second before she pasted on a cunning smile. That is a story for another day. All right then, not my business. Got it. Do we have a plan? I asked to the crowd. Nobody answered. I turned to face Twitch and uttered softly, We have to have a plan, honey. A plan was good. A plan meant we were trying to maintain control in a situation where we had none. Twitch kept his eyes on me. We'll lay low the next few days, keep AJ at home. Already shaking my head, I cut in with, I've already kept him from school the entire time we're at Lucas. Any more time away and they're going to ask questions. Molly pursed her generous lips. I'm with Lexi. Having AJ at school means Ling's target narrows onto the two of you, and I hate to say it, but my job is to protect that little boy, not his parents. It stung how heartless her words were, but she was right. School is probably the safest place for him. Luna was nodding. She's right. With Molly and the little Niño out of the picture, we can focus on the two of you. I could see Twitch was caving. He spoke to Molly. You stay with him all fucking day, you hear me? I hear you. She responded earnestly, and I knew Molly would do whatever it took to protect my son, even throw herself in front of a mass of bullets. Julius pulled out a chair and sat, pulling Anna down onto his lap. We don't even know who she's after, Twitch replied positively. She wants me. His eyes hooded more than usual as he ran a hand through his hair and spoke low. It's always been me. A moment of silence passed between us all, and I had a feeling we were all thinking the same thing. He was right. It had always been Twitch. You packin'? Tiago asked him. Always, bro. What about you? He asked me. You know how to use a gun? At the very moment I responded yes, Twitch uttered no, and when he heard my answer, his brows furrowed as he blinked at me in bewilderment. My brows arched. I spoke to Tiago but kept my gaze locked on Twitch. Yes, I know how to use a gun. A moment passed, then I offered. You think Julius Carter lived in my house 6 months, going what he went through, and didn't teach me to protect my son? At that, Tony's face softened. You got a gun in the house. A statement. Yes, I do. And you never told me. No, I didn't. It seemed we all had some secrets. He kept his voice light. You ever plan on using that gun on me? Occasionally. Damned if there hadn't been a few times I thought about it. His eyes grinned, and my eyes smirked right back at him. In response to my deception, all he uttered was a soft-sounding, solid. Fuck, I loved this man. And when Zepp spoke, his words were directed to Luna and Luna alone. You're coming with me. Luna's brow knitted. No way, was her reply, but it sounded like she said, You're insane. Zepp looked her up and down like she was a snack of epic proportions, and he was famished. His lip twitched. I want you on my team, Lulu. Lulu? Wait. They knew each other? All of a sudden, it dawned on me. It all made sense. Zepp knew Twitch was in Cuba. How? Because he probably suggested it. And now that I looked deeper at how Zepp was watching Luna, I saw more than I wanted to. Zepp was into her. Luna blinked at him. So does everyone else. She responded, chuckling without sounding at all amused. Tiago, sick of his sister's apparent suitors, snapped. My sisters stay with me, Falco, both of them. He ended on, We aren't here for you. And damned if it sounded like a threat. But then again, anything coming out of the mouth of Tiago Vega sounded like a threat. How are we gonna run this? Asked Happy, leaning against the wall. Molly chimed in with, I'm sleeping in AJ's room until further notice. She peered over at Luna and Fernanda. You guys take my bed. They nodded in agreement.
Tiago, you take the sofa,
Twitch suggested. It's not a pull-out, I said, my eyes drifting over his monstrous form, then adding an apologetic, sorry.
Everyone else?
Twitch shrugged lightly.
I don't know.
Go home, I guess. It was the first time I'd ever heard Twitch sound unsure of himself, and it scared the ever-loving shit out of me. When everyone made their leave and we were alone in bed, we held each other tightly, closely, and I don't remember falling asleep, only waking up. And when I finally did wake, it was alone to a cold bed.
Chapter 39. Twitch. "What are you doing out here?" she asked quietly. "Contemplating doing some stupid-ass shit to keep you safe." "Nothing." But she knew me, this woman. She knew me well enough to know when I got inside my head, it was a dangerous thing. And her whispered words told me just how well she knew the person I was. "Stop it." When she took the few steps over and knelt beside me, I lifted my tired gaze to her, and those big blue eyes I loved shone with concern. She sat back on her heels and held a hand out to touch me, but stilled partway, balling her outstretched hand into a fist. She didn't speak a while, but when she did, the words were firm. "Whatever you're thinking, just stop." How could I? It consumed my mind, consumed my thoughts, consumed me whole. We weren't dealing with just anyone here. I'd taught Ling, and I'd taught her well. This wasn't going to end until one of us was in a casket, and she now had nothing to live for. I was fucking with a person who had nothing left to lose. That made her a dicey adversary. I've talked Ling off a lot of ledges before. I looked back out into the yard. Maybe I can talk her off this one too. Unfortunately, I didn't actually believe that. Neither did Lexi. And when she looked at me the way she was now, worried and tense, I felt the need to be real with her, even though I probably shouldn't have. But I meant it when I said I didn't want secrets between us. She doesn't have a weakness, baby. No hesitation. Sure she does. We all do. She's more snake than person, Lex. My posture stiff. I added an irritated, full of a poison that I put there. Ling is a monster of my own creation. She's barely human, and I nurtured the animalistic side of her. I fed it and watched it grow, and did that shit happily because, at the time, I could use that part of her. And what happens as a result of that, I blew out a breath, is my own fault. My woman laid it out, no holds barred. I know you're worried. I'm worried too. But you don't need to because... The words were whisper soft. I'll protect you. A small snuffle escaped me, and when I turned to my wife, I caught her expression and my smile waned. She was serious. Dead serious. My expression stone-faced, I uttered a rough, "Think I spent 6 fucking years away from you for you to go and risk your life for me?" I shook my head slowly. She needed to heed my hard words. Not happening. I saw the exact moment she got me. Her face fell, and her pretty pink lips parted slightly as she swallowed hard. The term of endearment trembled. I love you. Don't do that. I clicked my tongue in annoyance, my spine stiffening. What? Don't. It hurt to say it. My voice quieted. Don't say goodbye. Not now. A solid pause. Not yet. Yes, Ling was leaving a trail of bodies behind her, but as my woman moved slowly, resting her forehead on my shoulder, her thick brown hair hanging in waves as she hugged my arm tightly as though I were already dead, I decided I wouldn't be one of them.
Molly. It was stupid to say don't stress to somebody who was very clearly stressed, so I followed up softly with, I won't let anything happen to him. Lexi smiled tiredly as she kept her eye on the little monster eating toast at the dining table and keeping conversation with a bunch of contract killers. I know you won't. Her certainty in me lifted me to a higher power, had me leveling up. So when it was time to head off, I took my little dude by the hand and walked him to the car with a confidence that surpassed me. We waved from the driveway and I took off down the street, peering back at him through the rearview mirror. "Hey, bud," I started. "I know it's a little crowded at home these days, but soon everything will be back to normal, okay?" AJ examined me with wisdom beyond his years. "When the bad lady is gone?" This child, Jesus. The intensity he exuded was completely unnatural for a boy his age, yet, coming from him, it was expected. "When the bad lady is gone," I clarified. We drove on, and just before we reached the school, his little voice sounded, "Molly?" "That's my name, don't wear it out." I winked in the mirror, then smiled, trying to ease the tension radiating from him. His soft brown eyes widened, and he pointed towards the road wearing an expression of pure terror. "Look out!" I didn't see the black Mercedes compressor run the stop sign, but as I hit the brakes and spun the steering wheel to avoid the impending collision, my head throbbed and I gritted my teeth as the front end of Big Red screeched to a stop on the footpath without being hit. A cloud of smoke covered the car, and the smell of burnt rubber had my nose bunching. My heart beat out of my chest. "Oh my God," I panted as my hands shook. "Molly?" the little frightened voice said quietly. Without a moment's hesitation, I swallowed hard and pulled up my phone, hitting the panic button Happy had installed on it, then undid my seatbelt and knelt on the front seat to look back at my little monster. His silent cries made my chest ache. "Are you okay, buddy?" I looked him over. He didn't look hurt, just shaken, and when he nodded like the trooper I knew him to be, my body slumped and I let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry." From outside the car came an alarmed but feminine, "Oh God, are you okay? I saw everything. Do you need help?" "No." I reached out for AJ, and he put his trembling hand in mine. I squeezed it tight, thanking God things weren't any worse than what they were. "We're okay." "Are you sure?" Suddenly, the worry from the woman's voice was gone and was replaced with menace, and my heart stuttered. I turned slowly, and the second I saw her, my insides shriveled. "Oh, fuck, Molly. What have you done?" Ling blinked at me through the open window and her brow lowered. "You don't look good." "Back off," I growled through gritted teeth as it hit me hard. She was never after Twitch. It was AJ she wanted. "You're hurt," Ling insisted as she threw open the passenger door. It all happened so quickly I had no time to react. 1 second I was conscious, the next moment I wasn't. I fought it. God, I fought so hard, but as she continued to taser me, I lost the battle. And as the darkness took me, I heard her utter, "See, not fine at all."
Ling. Inwardly gloating, I watched the young woman's body shake with the force of 50,000 volts. I observed happily as her eyes rolled into the back of her head and she shook like she was being electrocuted because, well, she was. I held the taser to her stomach and gloried in the way she shuddered spasmodically. When she began to foam at the mouth, I stopped, rather reluctantly. I didn't want to kill her, I just wanted her to suffer. And suffer she would when she at last woke to find her ward snatched out from under the safety of her steeled wing. Molly would suffer. They would all suffer. I had plans for this little boy, this beautiful little boy whose parents were a pair of fucking assholes. selfish, self-absorbed assholes. My grin was hidden under my stone-faced expression, and even though I didn't reveal it, I felt it so damn hard I wanted to lift my head heavenward and laugh into the morning sun. Oh yes, I would make them hurt in the cruelest of ways. "Help!" I screamed as loud as I could, garnering attention from the street. My eyes wide, I slipped out of the car and rushed to the few people surrounding the close call. "Somebody help!" I put my hands on a man, gripped his shirt tightly, and sputtered, "I know this woman. Call an ambulance." The man already had his phone out, dialing, and I internally smirked, but rushed back over to the car and called into the window. "Molly? Can you hear me, Molly?" I panted loudly for good measure, then uttered a wavering, "You're going to be okay." Forcing tears out of my eyes, I made my lips tremble as I yelled out to nobody in particular, "Somebody help my friend!" A small crowd had gathered around the car, and as I opened the back door, I reached out to the little boy I had loved before he'd even existed. My heart full, I muttered, "Come to me, AJ." But he just sat there, watching me with wide eyes. He was terrified, and I did not like that. Not at all. "I know your parents, sweetie," I told him. "Come with me. I'll take you home." When his eyes settled on the back of his guardian's head, he turned back to me and uttered, "Is Molly okay?" Who gives a fuck? "Yes, sweet boy, she'll be fine. She just fainted is all." He hesitated, peering down at my hand. "Come to me." "Come here." My voice was low, commanding, and when I saw him push himself back into the seat away from me, I internally reprimanded myself. "Don't you want to go home to your mommy, Alexa, and your daddy too?" "Come to me, my baby." The little boy nodded slowly, cautiously, and I smiled softly. "Come with me, sweetie." He put his hand in mine, and my insides uncoiled. I hadn't known I was holding my breath until I let out the shaky exhale. He had come. He'd come to me willingly. My soul ached. How bad of a person could I be if this sweet soul came to me freely, eagerly? This child would be my redemption. He was my chance at a better life. My tone whisper soft, I said, "Let's get you home." As he allowed me to pull him out of the car, I lifted him in my arms, and as I settled him onto my hip, my lips began to tremble as I wrapped my arms around him and held him close to me. The feeling, oh God. My heartbeat slowed in that moment. The feeling of holding your child for the very first time was nothing short of awesome. "Oh shit," I whispered as I pressed my lips to his head. For the first time in my life, I felt my heart might just burst from fullness. My eyes closed at the sheer force of the emotion I felt right then. It was hard to breathe past the thickness in my throat. Holding my son close, I walked past the crowd, and when I was noticed, a man called out, "Hey, where are you taking him?" I didn't bother responding. A mother did not defend how she protected her child, and protect him I would, even from his own parents. I walked the short distance to my black Mercedes compressor and put my little man in the back seat, buckling him up before running a gentle, loving hand down the side of his face. Sliding into the driver's seat, then turning on the ignition, I drove, and I wasn't sure how long passed before the sad little boy in the back seat uttered an unsteady, "I want my mom, sweetie." My brow furrowed as I peered into the rearview mirror. "Don't be sad." I kept my smiling eyes on him as I revealed my little secret. "I'm your mommy now."
Twitch. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I put my coffee mug down, pulling it out of my pocket. I looked down at the screen before answering, "What's up?" "Molly lit the distress signal," said Happy. He was on speaker in a car. He was driving, and as I heard cars honking around him, I knew he was driving fast. Without a second to spare, I bolted out the front door and spoke into the phone. "Where?" "The street before the school." I was already in my car, and as I turned the ignition, I saw Lexi rush out of the house barefoot, her eyes wide in question. I didn't have time to stop. I pulled out of the driveway so fast the tire spun. My chest thumped as I drove towards the school. And for the first time in my life, I prayed to a God I didn't believe in that this was only a caution. I arrived to a scene of chaos. Molly's car was smoking from under the hood. All the doors were open, and I couldn't see anyone inside. The car was stationary on the sidewalk, a long trail of skid marks leading to where it had come to stop. Happy was talking to a paramedic, and when he doubled over, holding his head in his hands, I stalled mid-step. My heart stopped beating. The heaviness in my chest weighed me down. I couldn't move. Happy straightened. He spotted me and started to walk over, but I stepped back, away from him. He kept coming, and the moment he reached me, he put his hands to my shoulders. I shrugged him off. "Where is he?" "Molly's in bad shape. She's barely breathing. They're taking her to—" Right then, I didn't give a fuck about Molly. "Where is he?" "The hospital." Suddenly irate, my eyes widened as I panted out, "Where is he?" Happy swept his tongue out along his lower lip and placed his hands onto his hips. "She ran him off the road," a witness said. "Got out of the car and did a pretty good job of convincing the crowd that she was a friend." He looked at me meaningfully. "Allowed her to get close." My eyes flashed. Pushing against his chest, I gripped his shirt tight and curled my lip, letting out an ominous, "I swear to God, bro." Happy didn't flinch as he spoke the words that had my head imploding. He spoke quietly, wretchedly. "He's gone, Twitch." I pushed at his shoulders and watched him stumble. "She took him." Fuck. My head spun. Shit. My heart broke. No. No. No, 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 this wasn't happening. Wandering aimlessly, I put my hands to the top of my head and blinked into nothingness. I wanted to blame Ling, but the truth made my chest cave. This was my fault.
Lexi. The sound of the car pulling in had me stepping out to meet him, my throat tight. As Twitch stepped out of the car, his eyes bleak, avoiding my gaze, my breathing turned shallow. That was when I saw it. The school bag hanging from his hand. Police cars pulled up in front of the house, and as I blinked without focus, my entire world crumbled. I shook my head and peered over at Twitch, utterly dazed. When he finally met my eyes, the raw emotion I saw behind those soft brown eyes had me putting a hand to my throat and stating, "No." One man stepped forward, and I heard him speak, but none of it really sunk in.
"Mrs. Ballentine, my name is Gabriel Blanco.
I'm with the Australian Federal Police." He took his time, speaking low and calming.
Can we come in?"
I turned slowly to Twitch, my vision blurred with unshed tears. My voice was little over a whisper. "Where's my son?" Twitch stepped forward, holding the small blue school bag in his hands, and it hung there like a bad omen. He spoke softly. "We were wrong." Reluctantly, he amended his statement. "I was wrong." His hesitance spoke volumes. "She wasn't after me." "Oh." I breathed out as my throat closed over and the first of my hot tears trailed my cheeks. I fell to my knees, unblinking, and let out a hushed, "I see. We were wrong. Dear God, no." My heart began to race, and my breathing turned to heavy panting as the gravity of this situation hit me. We were so wrong. The Dragon Queen had my son.
Ling. He was crying. Oh God, he cried and it seemed like he would never stop. It went on for so long I wondered if he would ever just dry out. There was no way a child as small as he had stored so much fluid, for the tears he cried were never ending. He cried in the car. He cried in the apartment. He cried as I bathed him, as I dressed him, as I held him and rocked him and loved him. He cried, and it hurt so badly. A small sigh escaped me. So this was motherhood. I kept my eye on him from a distance, and when he finally cried himself to sleep, I let out a shallow, shaking breath, sneaking closer and gently settling on top of the covers next to him. Running my hand through his hair, I watched him sleep a little while before I succumbed to the weight of my eyelids and drifted off. Tomorrow would be a better day. Fuck. It had to be. Chapter 40. Ling. He slept as soundly as he could under the stressful circumstances I'd put him in, and I couldn't have been prouder. Even though his brow was marred, he looked positively angelic. I smiled gently at this strong little boy and wondered how long it would take for him to finally warm to me. I wasn't sure. It could be days or months or years. It didn't matter. Once he saw my intentions weren't to hurt him, he would succumb to me. He would have to. I had no need for him otherwise. "Good morning, sweetie," I uttered softly from his bedside. His little body went rigid and my smile increased. He was a weary little thing. And when he opened his lids and peered up at me through sleep-glazed eyes, he stared at me a long moment before looking around the room. I saw the exact moment he realized what had happened the day prior wasn't a dream, and when it hit him, his lips parted and his sweet little face fell hard. I clicked my tongue and sat down on the edge of the bed. "No crying, sweetie. Come now." I held out my arms to him, but he didn't come. Grinning, I let my arms drop. "Okay, you're not a hugger. I get it. That's okay." That was when he opened his mouth and asked to quiet, "Where's my mummy?" Dilemmas. The little dude seemed to be reluctant to let go of his whore of a mother. That was okay, I could fix that. I'd do anything to get to my goal. I licked my lips before stating, "Your mommy and daddy gave you to me as a gift." His brow furrowed as his bullshit meter went off. "No, they didn't." Okay, he was smarter than I gave him credit for. My eyes narrowed at his insubordinance. "Yes, they did." "No." He sat up in bed and looked me in the eye with a look I'd only ever seen his father make. It was pure, unrivaled anger. "You're a liar." My lips stretched into a grin. "Is that so?" I leant in slowly and spoke calmly. "Then why haven't they come to get you?" It was a question he couldn't answer, and the way his face, void of emotion, told me he was thinking about it. What he uttered next made my spine stiffen. "You're the bad lady." Ballsy little shit he was. I fucking loved it. I expected him to be like Lexi, seeing as she brought him up, but the truth was, he was exactly like Twitch. And I could use that, manipulate that, mold him into the heir I deserved. "I'm not a bad lady," I lied softly, reaching out for him, but he shuffled away from my touch, looking meaner than a junkyard dog with fleas. Nice. This tiny little creature was definitely going to be a thorn in my side, an annoying little itch you couldn't reach to scratch. My mouth parted in a small gasp. That was it. That was what I was going to call him. My son. itch. I spoke into the silence of the room. My little itch. An ode to his father. Yes. I smiled maternally at the little boy who looked like he wanted to shank me. It was so strange. I already loved him. He was everything I thought he'd be and more. His attitude, his resilience, it was everything I needed to make him my successor. Peering down at him warmly, my heart ached with joy with the comprehension that he was perfect. Just perfect. Yes, I loved him, and I was not letting him go.
Twitch. Sleep never came that night, and when dawn broke, my eyes settled on the woman sitting at the edge of the bed in her nightie, staring blankly into the wall. It killed me to see her like this. I wondered if this was how she was when I left, and a whole new level of guilt settled over me to see this beautifully resilient woman looking broken and shallow when her love ran so deep. I didn't like it, and my only thought was to fix it, and fix it fast. My phone chimed at the very same time the doorbell rang. I slid off the bed, holding my cell in my hand, and as I passed my woman, I put a gentle hand to her shoulder. Her lack of response was a bullet to my heart. I answered my cell the second I stepped out of the room. Yeah? Fuck, Twitch. Fuck, He paused momentarily. I don't know what to say. Ethan Black's tone conveyed he already knew about my son. He sighed. Tell me what I can do, and I'll do it. The doorbell rang a second time, and I made my way over, throwing the door open. Sergeant Gabriel Blanco stood outside, coffee in hand, and I didn't bother with niceties. With a jerk of my chin, he got the message and stepped inside as I responded to the head of the FBI. I appreciated Black, but I told him the way it was. You can't help me, man. My time spent working with this man was short, but in that brief time, we got to know each other, and Black read between the lines. Listen to me now. Don't do anything stupid. Motherfucker. My grip on my cell tightened. Don't do anything stupid? That's your advice? My anger spiked. This psycho-fucking bitch took my son out from under my fucking nose, caused the car he was in to careen off the goddamn road, and you want me to stay calm, Black? I didn't give a fuck if Blanco was in my house listening in. I said what I said. The second I get my hands on that mutt, she's dog food, Black. My tone low, my voice trembled with fury. You best believe I'ma make that happen by my own hands should I get the opportunity. And I fucking hope I do, because nothing would make me happier than tearing that red-lipped viper limb from limb. And when I'm done with her, y'all are gonna need dental records to identify her. My hands shook. I'ma cut off her motherfucking head and drink from her pretty little skull. Twitch, Ethan Black warned, but I wasn't having it. I got shit to do. I hung up and then turned to Gabe Blanco. You didn't hear nothing, you get me? Hated to admit it, but Blanco was a decent guy. He lifted his takeaway cup into the air and muttered, What's that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you over drinking this delicious coffee. Yeah, damned right he couldn't. Any news? Got an anonymous tip last night to check a warehouse down south. I straightened, but he went on. Had a few of my guys check it out before dawn. And yes, she dumped her car there, but there was no sign of her or your son. I'm sorry. My brow knitted in thought. Where did you say this warehouse was again? On edge and ready to choke a bitch, we pulled up to the house. He met me out front while Gabe sat in the car. Jerking his chin towards Gabe, Tama uttered, That the cop? Yeah, and he's gonna stay right there. I looked back at the car. You upload the footage? A moho's going through it right now. Without a word, he turned and walked back inside. I took it as an open invitation and followed, but when the door shut behind me, my eyes caught the little woman down the hall and my steps faltered. Molly's entire body stiffened at the sight of me. She held my gaze for a fleeting moment before she lowered her head and limped into a room, quietly closing the door behind her. And Tama stood there, observing, watching me, watching her. He motioned towards the opposite room, and I headed on in, keeping my eyes on the door Molly had disappeared behind. She signed herself out of the hospital before any of us had the chance to check on her. Her sister, Lenka, arrived at the house not long after, taking Molly's things and loading them into the back of her car. And that was it. Molly was out. Out of our home. Out of sight. Out of mind. Just out. I didn't expect it of her. The weak-ass shit she was pulling. She wasn't a bitch-ass punk. "How's she doing?" I asked quietly. Tama blinked at me before frowning. He didn't answer a long while. "How do you think she's doing?" He held me with a stare. "Doesn't care a lot, my Molly, but she loves your son. Swore to protect him till the death. And now," he turned to face the closed door, "she wishes she was dead." A rough sigh left me as I scratched at the stubble at my neck. Guilt was a needy bitch. Guilt demanded it be acknowledged. I knew this. I felt this. It was harsh, and yeah, at first I blamed Molly for what had happened. But the truth was, Molly had nothing on Ling, and pitting the two against each other would have been a futile fight. Ling would always remain a victor in that battle, no matter the circumstances. Her guilt was on me, and I wore it like a noose around my neck, choking me. "Got something," the large Maori man at the computer uttered. He peered into the screen, squinting. "Yep, it's her all right." I took the few steps over and looked down at the footage. Ling stepped out of her Mercedes, went to the passenger door and opened it. It took a while for my son to step out, but when he did, a breath of relief filled me. I surveyed Ling and the way she held her hand out to my son. It was odd, the way she was acting. And when AJ refused to take her hand, my stomach dropped. Jesus, bud, don't give her an excuse to hurt you. But Ling just got to her knees, spoke to him a second, then wrapped her arms around my son, holding him tight as if she had the fucking right. The infuriation was hard to breathe through. My woman was at home, a fucking mess, and Ling was taking the affection meant for Lexi. Fucking bitch. I was going to rip her apart. Yeah, I was going to kill her with my bare hands. "It's a white or silver SUV, Amoho muttered, watching Ling drive away with my son. "I can't make it all out, but I think I can get partial plates." This guy was a computer wizard. Feeling a rush of fondness for him, I slapped my hands down onto his shoulders and squeezed hard. "Do it, man." Standing back, I took in a deep breath and blew it out slowly. Thomas stood there, imposing like a goddamn tiki statue, his face drawn, his lips pulled down. "Want to help you get your boy back." He meant it. Not because he was with Molly, but because he knew if we didn't get my son back soon, one of my people would soon be sent to identify his body. And even psychopaths like us didn't condone violence against children. Appreciate that. I looked over at Amoho. "Gonna need a copy of that footage." Amoho spun on his chair and threw me a small white USB. I caught it with ease as he spoke. "We get anything new, we'll call." Before I stepped out, Thomas stopped me. "Look, about Molly." I cut the big off with, "What she's doing is not helping me." The words were harsh, but spoken softly. "You tell her that once she told me she'd do anything to protect my son, and I'm holding her to that because right now he needs all the help he can get." And with that, I left.
Lexi. Never before had I realized how cruel the mind could be. Take now, for instance. Against all wishes, I wondered what my son's last thoughts would be before Ling took his life. Would he remember the times we stayed up late together and watched movies, laughing as he tried to catch the popcorn I threw into his mouth? Or would his last reflections of me be about the times he begged me to believe him about his father's return and how his awful mother refused to see reason? I wasn't crying, not anymore, but the tears continued to fall, trailing my cheeks and dripping down my neck. My mind was stuck on the morose. I only hoped that when the time came, she made it quick for him. My brow lowered as I heard my own thoughts. Listen to me. What the hell was I doing? Absolutely nothing. Sitting here, feeling sorry for myself while Ling was doing God knows what with my son. It was appalling. What kind of mother did that make me? It made me a mother who was not worthy of her son. Feeling a newfound energy source derived from grief, I stood and changed clothes. I went to my nightstand and slid out the bottom drawer, revealing the small metal box hidden underneath. Keying in the code, it opened, and I retrieved the .22 caliber Glock Julius had given me for my own protection. It was loaded and ready to go. Before I left my room, I looked at myself in the mirror. My face looked sunken. A solid blackness sat under my red eyes. My lips were pale and dry, and a constant frown creased my brows. I was an absolute mess. But I didn't have time to dwell. I grabbed my purse, and Luna looked up from her laptop when I stepped out of my room. She must have seen the steely look in my eyes because she stood slowly. "Where are you going, Lexi?" No deception here. "I'm going to see Pav." Luna put her hands up in a placating gesture. "No need. Fern and Tiago are already there, and they're negotiating for his help. They'll be back soon, and I'm sure we'll have an army at our disposal." She paused, looking me up and down. "I know this is hard for you, but we're doing everything we can to get your son back and get him back safely." I didn't want to scoff the way I did. It sort of just escaped. "No offense, Luna, but you can't possibly understand." My voice broke. "What this is like." My lips trembled. "And I need to do something, not just sit here like a damsel in distress and wait for someone to help rescue me from this situation." I sniffed, blinking back tears. "So I'm going." She shocked me when she sat back down, keeping her eyes on me. "Okay." Wait, was this a trick? "Okay," I said, pulling my purse up my shoulder and turning slowly to leave. Before I hit the door, I spun back and uttered, "Come with me?" Luna's face softened as she stood once more. "If you want." I did want that because I was furious at Luka Pavlovich, and I did not trust myself alone with him should his answer be yet another refusal. Shockingly enough, Luka let me into his home without an argument, so what happened when he answered the front door was on him. Pulling out my pistol, I held it steady and pointed it at the center of his chest. "Lexi," Luna muttered in caution, but I was a woman on a mission. Pav didn't look too fazed when he uttered a tired-sounding, "What are you doing, Alexa?" To prove my seriousness, I held the gun away from him and pulled the trigger. Bang! Neither of us flinched, but the sound was deafening. Tiago and Fern rushed out, guns at the ready, but when they both saw me, they lowered their weapons and Tiago took a small step forward. "Alexa, don't do this." My nostrils flaring as I took in severe breaths through my nose, I peered at him for a millisecond before resting my wild eyes back on Luka. "You're going to help me find my son, Luka." I took a step forward and pressed the barrel of the gun to his pec. He put his hands up sluggishly and took a step back. With every step I took, he moved back into his home and I spoke all the while. "You are a coward," I told him scathingly. "And for the first time in my life, I'm not." Another step. "I'm not scared anymore. I'm just angry." My vision blurred with tears of fury. "Because a queen in your domain decided she hates me enough to take my son from me, and that's on you." I looked him over disgustedly. "Your Highness." Fern piped in. "Lexi, I don't like him either, but you can't do this, Gaitita." Ignoring all the warning signs, I stepped closer. My voice shook. "I begged for your help." My lips trembled. "Begged for it, and you refused. Every second he's gone is a second I won't get back, and I'm not prepared to lose any more than what I already have." Taking a small step away from him, I lifted my arm, aiming at his head. "So I'm not asking anymore, Luka. Now I'm demanding." My arm began to shake. "You will help us." Luka Pavlovich looked me deep in the eyes. He spoke quietly. "Put the gun down, little one." The hand holding the gun shook almost as uncontrollably as my voice did. "No, not until you say you'll help me." Jaw tight, my tone lowered, weakened. "I need your help." That was when Fern spoke. "Lexi, please, put the gun down." She paused a long moment before she revealed. "He thinks he knows where she is." At that, I spun to face her. "What?" Luka took the opportunity I'd given him, lifting my arm high, taking the gun out of reach, stepping into my body, and holding my quivering form close. When I blinked up at him through my tears, he surprised me by sparing a small smile for the person who just threatened a king in his own domain. "You think I'll let anything happen to that little boy?" It was hard to take in a full breath. "That boy spent the week in my home, ate from my table, called me his uncle." My body slumped at the very same moment my breath hitched. Luka ran a gentle hand down my cheek and shook his head. "I protect my family, Alexa. And whether I like it or not, your family." My very soul ached at the force of relief I felt then, and as Luka called Twitch, Fern guided me to the sofa and sat me down where I stayed locked in my head in complete and utter silence, because I had nothing more to say. Chapter 41. AJ. AJ looked across the room to where the unfamiliar woman sat on the edge of her bed and brushed out her wet hair, humming to herself and smiling all the while. Yes, he was only 5 years old, but he knew something was wrong. Something was very wrong. This woman, this bad lady, had told him his parents had given him to her as a gift, but that sounded wrong. As wrong as being alone with the too smiley woman felt. He didn't like it here. He wanted to go home. Home to his mother, home to father, home to Molly. Just home. AJ peered around the room as he often did, looking for some way out. But she was always one step ahead, locking doors, closing windows, sleeping in the same room as him. He was beginning to think he'd never find his way home, and remembered what his mother had told him. If he were ever lost, all he needed to do was find an adult, and they would help him find his way home. He slyly glanced over at the pretty woman. She was an adult, but she wouldn't help him. He began to wonder just how many bad people there were in the world. How many of them looked safe and pretty like her? How many of them were women? It was a frightening thought for such a young mind to comprehend. "Excuse me," he spoke softly. The woman stilled before turning to him. She looked at him expectantly. "Mommy." He hated this. She insisted he call her that, but she wasn't his mother. His mother was his mother. This woman was a bad lady, and he didn't know why she wanted him, why she took him. And so he refused to call her that. Her smile widened, as if she felt his internal struggle, as if she enjoyed it. When she turned to face him, what she said caught AJ's attention. "Sweetie, if you call me Mommy, I'll give you anything you want." He thought about that. "Anything?" The bad lady's smile stretched into a grin. "Anything," she promised. AJ's little heart began to beat faster. He didn't like what he knew he had to do, but he'd do it. He'd do it for his mom. "Mommy," he started, and the woman's face softened along with her smile. "I'd like to go home now." The moment he saw the woman's spine stiffen, he knew he'd said something wrong. "To my real mom and dad." When her eyes shuttered, AJ felt a cold draft flow through the room as her mood darkened. "Please," he added as politely as he could. But as easily as her mood had soured, her lips fluttered, and then she was smiling again so sweetly he actually believed she might do as he asked. He should have known better. "Oh, Sweetie. The woman gazed at him warmly before uttering, "You are home." AJ's entire body broke into goosebumps at the way she said it, like she really believed it. Something was very wrong with this lady. And luckily, AJ was smart enough to see that he was not going to win by upsetting her. So for now, he'd do as she pleased, no matter how much it hurt him. He turned back to the toys on the floor, and when he spoke again, he did it gently. "Okay, Mummy."
Twitch. The front door opened, and Tiago stood there, watching me closely, a frown marring his perpetually knitted brow. "Where the fuck you been?" I pushed past the jag-off and stalked down the hall into the main room where everyone was waiting on me. They were all there. The instant I saw her sitting on the sofa, her face void, with emptiness in her eyes, I went to her. As I approached, ignoring everyone else around me, my chest tightened when for the first time in 2 days, she blinked up at me and muttered, "We're going to get him back." I frowned at my woman. Of course we were. What did she think, that failure was an option? Did she even know me? What the fuck was going on inside that pretty head of hers? Not knowing worried me. Taking her small, cold hand in mine, I sat by her and pulled her into me, pressing soft kisses to her clammy brow, and she let me, closing her eyes, taking in the comfort I so rarely offered. And when I pulled back, searching her face, I gently pushed stray hair behind her ears and vowed, "He's coming home, baby." She did her own intake of my sincerity, and as she reached up to cup my cheek with her weak hand, she smiled softly. "Be a parent," they said. She grinned, but her breath hitched. "It'll be easy," they said. When her lips began to quiver, I hugged her to me, cupping the back of her head as she trembled and shook, and in that moment, I knew I would do anything, and I meant anything, to see my son home safely to his mother. It was cruel to think that our family would likely be torn apart with this battle. It was cruel to have only had my son with me a few solid months. But no matter the sacrifice, we'd see it through. I would give anything for my little man, including my life. "Where's the cop?" Pav asked from across the room. Peering over Lexi's head, I stated, "Sent him on his way." When our eyes met, I uttered, "He can't help us, Luca." From the grave nod he gave me, I knew he got me. This was our problem. We did not play by common rules in this kingdom. The law meant nothing to us. We dealt with our own in whichever way we saw fit, and Ling Nguyen had signed her own death warrant. I wasn't prepared for what should occur if Gabe Blanco got to Ling first. She'd plead insanity, likely serve a few years, and get out on a complication or loophole, and I couldn't let that happen. "Okay, let's get started." Pav moved into the center of the room and looked around at our small but capable family. The Dragons kept a lot of their dealings on the hush, which made it pretty hard to track down any property acquisitions they may have had a hand in. But with the right tools, he inclined his head to Luna, who returned it regally. "You can find anything on the internet." Zeb's gaze rolled over the woman sitting next to him before reaching out to impishly pinch her side. "Lulu to the rescue, huh?" "Stop it," she flinched, pushing away his hand. "I'm ticklish." Zeb's eyes hooded, and nobody missed the claim in the way he said, "I remember." Happy stood to the side, leaning against the wall, and he jerked his chin to the boyishly styled woman. "What did you find, Luna?" "Actually," Luna began, throwing a co-conspirator look to her sister. "It was Pav and Fernanda who gave me the idea." She glanced around at her peers. "It's no secret now that Ling and Aslan were a couple, and after he ended it, things went sour. So after a bit of inside research, I simply looked up all of Sadiq's prospective property hauls. It took some time, but I managed to track down some of his losses." She shrugged, completely undermining the extraordinary work she had done. "They all lead back to the same offshore account." Julius spoke low, folding his arms across his chest. "Those accounts should be untraceable." It was then Luna let some of her pride show. "Should be, yes." Happy, now curious, came over to take the spare seat next to Luna and pulled her laptop closer to him, going through her findings. She did well trying to cover her tracks, bounced transfers from multiple accounts from different countries, but she fucked up in very small, very stupid way. Luna peered at Happy a long moment before a slow smile spread across her lips. And Zepp did not like that. "Oh yeah?" he muttered, breaking Luna's spell. "How's that?" Happy exchanged a knowing look with Luna. "The originating account was kept the same. Rookie mistake. Also dealt in Australian dollars. It's a massive giveaway. Should have dealt in euros or US dollars. It would have made the search that much broader." Evander stood behind Manda, his brow low. "How many properties are we talking here?" 14, specified Luna. "But we've narrowed it down to 3. 3? Manda frowned. "That's all." She peered around the room, confused at the holdup. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Evander nodded in agreement. "I'm ready when you are." Pav held up his hands and uttered, "Now wait a second. We've only got one chance at this. She sees us coming. You think she's gonna just try to escape and move along? Nah." His lips thinned as he shook his head. "She's gonna take out her hostage and then herself. We need to be smart about this. Set it up right." No one expected Lexi to speak, let alone what she said. "We'll do it your way, Luca. But I'm warning you, all of you." A pregnant pause followed. "At the first opportunity, I'm taking her out. Me." She turned her serious expression to me. "I get to kill her." I pulled back from my woman enough to look her in the eye. "You're not coming." She smiled then, so serenely that my stomach cramped, and when she uttered, "You think you could stop me?" my heart sank, because I couldn't stop her, wouldn't stop her, and there was safety in numbers.
AJ couldn't sleep. It was the first night she'd left him to sleep alone, and he wondered why he slept easier with her in the room. It made no sense. He should have felt safer without her, but even a boy as young as he could see that the bad lady didn't mean to harm him, only claim him as her own, be a mother to him. And so, in the dead of night, he went looking for her. He found her quickly, sitting in front of the television, her wide eyes glued to the screen as she watched the news. Approaching quietly from behind, he stilled mid-step when he focused on the television screen and watched what she was observing so intensely. It was a photo of him. Day 2 of the search for missing schoolboy Antonio Julius Falco. Footage shows the 5-year-old being brazenly taken from the wreckage of one vehicle and being escorted to another by this woman. A photo of the bad lady showed up on screen. Ling Nguyen. The reporter went on. Miss Nguyen, known leader of the nefarious Dragons, has a warrant out for her arrest for the murder of her brother, Van Nguyen, and kidnapping. If you have seen this woman or know anything about the kidnapping of Antonio Julius Falco, please contact Crime Stoppers on... AJ stopped listening. He stopped listening because she was wrong. They were looking for him. He smiled inwardly before clearing his throat. "Mummy?" He rubbed his eyes for good measure, and when the woman hurried to switch off the television, she spun and frowned at him. "What are you doing up, sweetie? It's late." AJ pouted his lips the way his real mother found adorable and muttered a croaky, "I can't sleep." The bad lady clicked her tongue and held out her arms. He went to her willingly and allowed her to wrap her arms around him, and it was funny. When his mother hugged him, he felt warm and safe and loved. But when this woman hugged him, he felt nothing. He felt numb. She kissed his head and rubbed his back. "How about I make us some hot chocolate?" Anything to stay awake a while longer. Now that AJ knew his parents were looking for him, not that he had doubts, he needed to find a way out of here, and he could only do that if she were preoccupied. "Yes, please," he murmured softly. And the smile she gave him was so wide, so sweet that he almost forgot how bad this lady was. Almost. "Anything for you," Without delay, she adjusted the robe from around her, tightening the ribbon around the waist, then moved into the kitchen. His eyes scanned his surroundings, but he saw nothing. So when the woman called him into the kitchen, he went. She smiled as she pulled out a stool for him, and when he sat, his heart jerked as his soft brown eyes landed on the object in front of him. The woman went to the fridge, pulling out the milk, and as she did, she watched his observing gaze closely. AJ swallowed hard before looking up at her. His voice was timid. Is that a real gun? She poured the milk into a pan, then turned on the gas stove. Yes. Wow. Why do you have it? He asked quietly. The woman placed her elbows on the counter and leant in. To protect you. AJ's brow knitted. He didn't know anyone who wanted to hurt him. From who? From the people who want to take you from me. AJ wondered if his father had a gun, a bigger gun than this one. He didn't know, and not knowing frightened him. He needed to do something and do it fast. So when he reached over and picked it up, his other mother tilted her head, never taking her eyes off him. AJ had seen people use guns, on TV, in movies. How hard could it be? It was heavier than he expected, much heavier than the toy gun he had at home. But he lifted it high, putting his finger to the trigger. His other mother smiled, her eyes on the weapon he held. So AJ closed his eyes, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Click. His eyes opened, and a look of confusion crossed him. Nothing happened. AJ let out the breath he was holding, and before he lowered the gun, his other mother spoke kindly. You're holding it wrong, sweetie. Here, let me show you. Over the counter, she adjusted his grip and placed his finger back on the trigger. Her soft gaze was cunning. Now, shoot. AJ didn't hesitate a second time. He pulled back on the trigger and... click. Nothing. The bad lady grinned. Oops, the safety is on. She reached over and flicked something. Try again, baby. He did. He pulled the trigger, and this time the gun actually fired. Bang. But AJ wasn't prepared for the force behind it, and when the gun kicked back right into his nose, throwing him from the stool and onto the ground, his other mother laughed, walking around the counter to help him up off of the cold, tiled floor. AJ's nose tingled, and he thought it might be bleeding. She knelt by his trembling body, took the gun from his shaking hand, and got into his space, and she was not laughing anymore. Instead, she leant in real close, held his terrified gaze with her wild eyes, and whispered, boom. And as AJ's body shuddered, she lifted her head heavenward and laughed openly. One thing was for sure. This woman was scary, and AJ was afraid of her. She didn't act like a mummy should. She didn't act like his mummy did. She did everything different, wrong. She was unpredictable, and that made AJ feel helpless. He never knew what she'd do next. When she stopped laughing and lowered her face to his, she watched him a short while and her smile began to wane. I get it, she started. You don't love me, not yet. But I need you to know that I love you. I love you very much. The rest of her smile fell away as she said, So I'm gonna lock you into your room tonight, my love. She reached out to smooth his messy hair. Before either of us does something silly. Suddenly, AJ didn't feel so good. The words he spoke were nothing but hushed. I'm sorry, Mummy. She smiled then, and the knot in his stomach loosened. It's okay, baby. The woman stood and held her hand out to him. Without hesitation, AJ took her hand, and she hugged him to her side, rubbing his shoulder. Are you okay? I know that was a little scary. He nodded. His nose hurt, but he was okay. My strong boy. She chuckled proudly as she guided him into the kitchen. It's been a long day. Let's have some hot chocolate and go on to bed, okay? Okay, he whispered, and they sat in silence drinking their hot chocolate, looking at each other all the while. AJ didn't know much, but he knew one thing. He needed to get his hands on that gun again. Because if they weren't coming for him, AJ was going to save himself.
Chapter 42. Tiago. Dressed in black, merging with the shadows surrounding us, I looked across the lot to my sisters and gave a sharp nod. Fernanda moved first, gracefully like a ballet dancer. Luna went next, with a casual air only she could pull off. The first two buildings were a bust. They were abandoned, empty, on the verge of demolishment. Normally this would have made for a decent place to stash a child. Unfortunately, from what I knew about Ling, she was the ballsy kind. Cocky. She liked to put on a show, and although we hadn't done a full sweep of the building yet, I knew she was in there somewhere. In the fully occupied apartment building. It made it harder for us to do what we needed to, but it didn't mean shit, because we were the notorious Vegas. We could get any job done for the right price. Alone, we weren't worth much, but as a family, we were priceless. Each of us brought something different to the fold. Each of us brought something important and necessary. Together, my sisters and I were invincible. Regrettably, that meant we often had targets on our heads. This was why we chose to stay underground for the most part. This was also why Luca banished us. I wasn't a stupid man by any means. Being banished only did two things to our business. One, it raised our fee to astronomical proportions. And two, it kept Fernanda safe. And safe was how Luca liked his woman. Yeah, he was pissed at her. But Luka Pavlovich adored my sister. He adored her so much that even though it likely killed him inside, he sent her to live half a world away from him. And with that decision, he had my respect. What can I say? I definitely preferred my sister safe than dead. A number of minutes passed before a hushed voice sounded within my ear. "I'm in place," said Fernanda. "So am I," uttered Luna. My eyes scanned the darkness surrounding me. I walked the parking lot, taking in every car I passed. Find her, I told my sisters, and they had my complete faith. I trusted them like no one else. They were clever and accomplished and talented, my sisters. I trusted them with my life, which was lucky because oftentimes, during the jobs we pulled, it was crucial. My feet moved silently along the cement flooring as I went from one floor to the next, surveying car after car. Guys," Luna whispered, "I think I've got a visual." "What?" Fernanda sputtered in disbelief. "How?" Luna chuckled. "Eat shit, Fern. I got here first." "Where are you?" Fernanda never did like coming in second. "Scaling the building," Luna said so matter-of-factly that I smiled. My sisters were nuts. "Where are you, Luna?" I asked quietly as I continued to walk the lot. "It's hard to say," she uttered softly. "I think I'm in the 10th floor. I don't know. Waiting to confirm visual." "Waiting for confirmation," Fern moped, trying to sound professional. I kept walking as I smiled. They were the only two women in the world who could make me laugh. Shit, they were the only people in the world who could make me smile. I loved them dearly, my little sisters, and I wouldn't let anything happen to them. As my eye caught a silver SUV that could have been the same one from the surveillance tape Twitch had obtained, I approached cautiously, my brows lowered. Taking out my phone, I looked over the images saved onto my cell, comparing them to the car in front of me. Peering over every inch of the car, I took a step back inside. That was when Luna said the magic words. "Visual confirmed. I have both Ling and the boy in sight. I repeat, I have the boy in sight." Fern crowed in my ear. "Hell yeah, baby. That's how we do." "Nice work," I told them. "I've got the car. I'll call Luca." Taking a deep breath, I muttered, "Let's take this bitch down and get the boy home safe." "That's the plan," stated Fern before asking Luna, Yo, Lulu, what do you need? Luna hesitated only a moment before she said, access to the roof. I've got a plan.
Ling. It had been a long couple of days, and between the lack of sleep, the anxiety that ran through me with every ticking second of the clock, and the ominous knowledge that my time with my heir may be cut short, it rattled in a way that had me panicking. "Hey, sweetie," I uttered with a smile as I came to kneel by him. "I brought you something." As I handed over the blue and white chocolate bar, he frowned down at it. "What is it?" "It's candy. American candy. It's called an almond joy, sort of like a Bounty, but with an almond on top." He watched me warily. Yes, he had the right to watch the way he did, but that didn't mean I had to like it. "I thought we could eat one together before bed." My little itch, he looked down at the candy bar a long moment, then back up at me. "No, thank you." I made myself look sadder than I was. "Oh, okay. It's no big deal." Taking my time, I ripped open the wrapper on one bar and bit into it. I chewed slowly and moaned, closing my eyes. Wow, it's been so long since I had one of these. I made a happy face and nodded. "It's really good." I licked my lips and asked slyly, "You sure you don't want one?" Of course he wanted one. He was all but drooling for it. But like most mothers had, I was sure Lexi had taught my son to not take candy from strangers. So when I bit into the candy bar again and smiled blissfully, it was only a matter of time before he gave in. Unfortunately for him, the temptation was too strong, and when I opened the second candy bar, holding it out to him, he took it slowly, studied it carefully, then bit into it. Once the chocolate hit his tongue, I watched him chew eagerly, and when he swallowed the first bite, he went in for a second rather quickly. And at that moment, I felt my heart swell at the very same time my stomach ached. Because he should have listened to his mother. "It's good, right?" He nodded enthusiastically, and my insides coiled tight. You should never take candy from strangers.
Chapter 43. Twitch. My heart raced the entire way over. Once Tiago had confirmed the visual on AJ, I could think of nothing else than holding my son again, but silently fearing I might be too late. The car pulled up, and Luca twisted back to face us. "You good?" "Yeah." I wasn't, though. Not even a little bit. And from the looks of my woman, neither was she. "We good, Angel?" She blinked up at me, but her movements were slowed. She was beyond exhausted, and I wished she would have just let me do my thing. I got why she couldn't do that, but it would have been easier for me if I didn't have to also focus on her tonight. "Yeah," she spoke timidly. "I'm ready." Luca's gaze drifted between the two of us. His lips thinned, and he nodded slowly. "Okay, let's do this." It was close to 3 a.m. It was important to have the element of surprise on our side. Not that it mattered. Ling would be waiting. Ling would be ready for us. And a sleeping snake still had fangs. Happy, Julius, and Zepp were already waiting. Soon Evander and Manda joined them. And when we got out of the car to join the ranks, Luca checked his messages and spoke to the small crowd gathered at the entrance of the apartment block. "Tiago, Luna, and Fern are ready to go. Happy, you got something for us?" Happy handed out small black plastic-looking things. "Put it in your ear. This way we're all connected. You won't be able to talk to the Vegas, but you'll be able to hear them. Only Luca will be able to communicate directly." We all put the earpieces in and listened to Fern sing Another One Bites the Dust. Luna's teeth chattered. "It's fucking freezing up here, guys. Make a move already." Happy turned to face Luca. "When you're ready." "We're ready," he said with a curt nod. But from behind us came, "Sorry we're late." I spun around at the sound of her voice. She looked small and scared and out of place, but she held her head high and blinked at me a moment before her eyes met Lexi's. A small shrug bounced her shoulders. "Heard you could use some help." Lexi bounded forward and wrapped her arms around Molly. They held each other a long time, and while Molly's eyes closed, Lexi whispered into her ear, and I watched Molly's face crumple in pure sadness. She shook her head and uttered a whispered, "I'm so sorry." Meeting Tama's eyes, I jerked my chin at him. "Thanks for coming." Luca didn't appear impressed. "Great, nice, family reunion, fucking wonderful. Now," he motioned to the building. "Time's wasting, let's move." Lexi uncoiled her arms from around Molly, but remained by her side in a show of silent support. And while Happy broke us into the building, using his gadgets and whatnot, Julius moved to my side, speaking for my ears alone. "Anna wanted to be here." I frowned at him. "That girl has gone through enough. I'm glad you were able to talk her down. Besides," my own voice quieted, "this isn't her fight." Julius leant in, and he put his hand to my shoulder. "He's coming home." Yeah, he was. He was. My son was coming home. The huge double doors beeped a second before the latch clicked over and we were in. Happy held the door open, and as I walked past him, I muttered, "My brother," proudly. We had to take both elevators up, with Lexi, Molly, Tama, Luca, and I in one, Julius, Happy, Zepp, Evander, and Amanda in the other. Once we reached the 10th floor penthouse, Happy knelt by the door, inserted a blank card key into the lock, and used his phone to hack the code. The light turned green, and my heart jolted. We were so close. Before anyone went inside, Julius held a finger to his lips and motioned for everyone else to stay in the hall. The apartment was dark as he entered, gun drawn, but soon enough I heard her. "Drop it, Jay." A light switched on, and from the hall, we watched Julius illuminate in the soft glow of lamplight. What Julius said next had me rushing to his side. "Ling," he uttered, his face awash with concern. "What have you done to him?" "What? Fuck this shit." My feet carried me faster than they ever had before, and when I joined my brother in that room, my eyes landed on the small woman cradling my son in her arm in the nook of the large bay window. She looked high or tired or both. I couldn't tell. Ling smiled at me, but it was more a taunt. "Quiet, Daddy. You'll wake him." "Put him down, Ling." My voice shook with raw fury. From behind me came, "Let go of my son." And I was surprised by how steady Lexi's voice was at that moment. Ling looked up around us, and her eyes widened as the space within the bedroom got smaller and smaller with bodies filling the area. Molly slid to one side of the room as Tama matched her move on the opposite wall, blocking the little woman in. "Oh, you brought guests. If I'd known, I would have tidied up." She smirked at Lexi. "But you know kids, messy little things." Manda stepped forward, and Ling slowly raised her gun, clicking her tongue. "Get back, baby, or I put a hole in you." But Manda took another small step forward, putting her hands up. "Ling, my name is Manda. I'm a doctor." She looked down at her nephew, and her brow creased. "I'm concerned. AJ is breathing a little too shallow for my liking." She spoke to Ling as if she were a child. "Can you tell me what you've given him?" Ling frowned down at the little boy in her arms, and I wanted to kill her right then and there. "I gave him a little Phenergan." "What?" I was fucking shook. "You drugged my son?" The stupid bitch. My jaw ached with how tight it clenched. She was dog meat. Manda nodded lightly. "It's an antihistamine. They sometimes use it to make children drowsy on long flights." She turned back to Ling, took another small step forward, and asked, "How much did you give him, Ling? This is very important, okay? Too much can kill him." But Ling ignored Manda as she gently rocked my son in her arms. "I just wanted to hold him. He's always on edge. I just want to love him," she whispered softly. "He's not yours." From beside me, Lexi's breathing turned heavy, and I watched her fists ball in unconcealed anger. "You can't have him." At that, Ling blinked rapidly before settling on Lexi. Her lip curled. And who's going to stop me, Lexi? You? She scoffed, and then she was irate. You and yours. Always been trouble. I mean, personally, I don't know what the hell he sees in you. She looked Lexi up and down, slowly. You're really very ordinary. Let's talk about this, I muttered. What do you want, Ling? Ling thought about that a moment before her eyes flashed. I want you to suffer. To my absolute shock, Ling's eyes shone with unshed tears. I want you to hurt. The first of her tears fell as she went on. I want you to know how it feels to lose someone you love, Twitch. Her body shook in silent sobs. For the first time in my life, I was happy. Her lip curled. And then you came back and ruined it. She took in a deep breath and blinked away the wetness at her eyes. Az and I were happy together. But you didn't like to see me happy, did you? You were jealous that I didn't want you anymore, weren't you? So you just had to get involved. She looked sad then, and I realized I'd never before seen Ling wear sadness so openly. I loved him so much, and you took him from me. Ling smiled down at my son lovingly. Tit for tat, baby. She was crazy. I didn't take him from you. You did, she insisted. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. You shot him, Ling. You shot him in the back as he walked away from you. I paused a moment. That's all on you. She stood then, and the way my son's mouth gaped was so unnatural that I knew this had to end soon so we could get him the medical help he needed. His arm flopped out to the side, and as Ling opened her mouth and bellowed, he didn't even flinch. It's your fault he's dead, she panted, looking deeply pained. He never would have left me if it weren't for you. He would be here with me if you just kept your fucking nose out of my damn business, you asshole. Her lips quivered. You're the reason he's dead. My inner ear hummed as Luna spoke on a hush. I don't have a clear shot out here, guys. I can't see the boy. Fern added, Me either. Tiago spoke gruffly. No go. I needed to buy some time. I stepped forward, and as I did, Molly and Tama stepped in time with me. I'm sorry. Yeah, Ling nodded, but her expression remained fierce. You're sorry now, aren't you? Because I have something of yours, something you love very much. When Ling lifted her gun, Lexi took a small step forward and gasped out, shaking. You touch one hair on his head, and I will fucking gut you. Do you understand me, you dumb bitch? Ooh. Ling smiled widely and looked over Lexi with a newfound appreciation. Meow, Lexi. Who knew you had it in you? She took a step back towards the window, and Luca, being the only line of communication with the Vegas, started to monologue. Get away from the window, Ling. It's not safe. Ling smiled sadly. We both know I'm not getting out of this alive, Luca. She peered down at AJ warmly. And wherever it is I move on to, I plan to take my son with me. My stomach dropped. Like hell she was. That was when Luna said, Let her open the window. What? Luna had to be fucking with us. My heart began to thump. No way was I letting my son anywhere near an open window on the 10th floor. I took a step closer and raised my hands in surrender. Take me instead. Ling stepped onto the nook with bare feet and reached back blindly to unlock the window. Her mouth pursed. Nope. She looked me over. Although I stick by what I said, baby. Death is a good look on you. When she pushed open the window, a crisp breeze blew in. And as she lifted her gun and aimed it at me, she muttered, Let's make it permanent. Ling's finger lightly pressed on the trigger, and she grinned twistedly. See you in hell, baby. Everything began to move in slow motion. Ling's grip on her gun tightened. I readied to die. Lexi moved to stand in front of me, her arms wide. Everyone rushed forward. And that was when it happened. Suddenly, Ling was pushed back into the room with such force, she was hurled unceremoniously 6 feet away. AJ was thrown from her arms, and where he landed, he remained unmoving. He didn't respond to the fall, and I knew something was very wrong. For a split second, we all watched him, wishing, hoping he would awaken. but he didn't. Where Lexi and Amanda dashed over to him, looking him over, Molly joined them, carefully taking instructions from Amanda as she checked his vitals. But I had bigger fish to fry. Ling, sprawled in the center of the room with her pistol still resting beside the window, looked out at Luna. Perched on the windowsill, legs apart and holding on to the safety rope like a fucking superhero, she flipped Ling the bird, then blew her a kiss. "Sup, bitch?" Ling's eyes widened as she realized she was done for. Scrambling backward, she kept going, breathing harshly, until she hit wall. And that was when Julius did something he'd wanted to do for a while now. He walked over to a petrified Ling, knelt in front of her, and said something I wasn't expecting. "I forgive you." "What?" Her voice trembled, and Ling blinked, puzzled-like. "You do?" "Yeah." He nodded before rearing back and punching her square in the mouth as hard as he could. As she panted rapidly, Julius got into her face and smiled. "You're gonna die tonight, and I get to go home to my wife. So I guess you could say," his face darkened a notch, "I win." That was my brother. That was the Julius I knew. He was not one for unnecessary violence, and I was so tired of this life that I found I wasn't either. Not anymore. Luca and I walked over to the cowering queen, while Tama trailed behind, a shadow. She was pathetic, and I hated her. Pav nudged my shoulder. "It's your call." I looked down at her bloody mouth, then back at my woman. I know she wanted in on this, but I couldn't let her live with that. I couldn't let her sully her pure soul. Mine was already dirty, and as we lived the rest of our lives together, she could do as a good wife did and pray for me. As I peered down at this little woman, this little snake who lived to see others burn, my anger lit. She was nothing. She was insignificant. And after she was dead, nobody would mourn her. So I did her a solid. Reaching down, I wrapped my hand around her throat and picked her up. She fought me all the way to the window, slapping at my hands and kicking out at me, and the room seemed to still around me. I felt all eyes on me as I took step by concrete step toward Ling's demise. And when I got her there, I spared her a short glance, giving Luna the chance to move inside, away from the window. Wide-eyed and red-faced, Ling Nguyen knew what was coming. She choked out, "Do it." Oh, I would. But not before I said what I needed to say. "I'm sorry I ever met you." Her breathing slowed. "I'm sorry I made you into this person." She stilled in my arms. "I'm sorry I didn't love you enough to let you go when you had the chance to move on." It would be one of my biggest regrets. My grip on her throat tightened, and I uttered, "Say hi to Az for me." A single moment before I pushed her back out of the window. Leaning over the sill, I watched her fall. I watched her arms flail as if she were a flightless bird. I watched her eyes bug out and her mouth round in a silent scream. I watched her fear life for once in her miserable life. And I took immense pleasure in watching her hit the ground below. Would you look at that? She bounced. My entire being lightened as the weight left my shoulders, but it didn't last long. We needed to leave this place. We needed to leave fast, and as we did, I couldn't help myself. As one car took off with my woman, son, and sister inside of it, I hesitated. I needed to get a closer look to confirm her death. The moment I approached Ling's lifeless body, I felt a strong sadness leach into me. I knelt down by her still form and reached out to gently stroke her hair. She was bleeding from everywhere, the eyes, the nose, the ears. Her body was broken as her soul. How fitting. A lot of people had let this woman down in life, and I was one of them. I stood, sparing a single glance for her before taking a deep breath and turning away from the dangerous woman I had created. In that moment, I felt sore in a place I shouldn't have felt sore. Simultaneously, my chest ached as my stomach eased. As I made my way back to my people, one odd thought went through my mind. Just as she was born and as she had been her entire life, Ling Nguyen even died prettily. It figured.
Chapter 44. Lexi. As soon as the car slowed to a stop, I shot out of the back and into the emergency entrance with Manda on my heels and my son in my arms. "Help!" I panted as I ran. My voice croaked. "I need help!" 2 nurses rushed forward, and while the female pried open the little monster's eyes, shining a light in them, the male asked, "What happened?" What happened? I had the insane urge to laugh out loud. Jesus Christ, how much time did he have? Because boy oh boy did I have a story to tell. Thankfully, Manda responded on my behalf. "He's been given Phenegan, and we don't know how much." She peered down at AJ. "Judging from his shallow breathing, I'm guessing a double dose at the very least." The female nurse put a stethoscope to my son's chest and frowned before moving it around. When her frown deepened, the last few days of exhaustion caught up with me, and my arms began to shake as I struggled to hold my little boy in my arms. My small stumble was noticed by all. From my side, Manda uttered, "Let me take him, Lexi." But I took a step back. No. Nobody was taking him from me. I wouldn't allow it. When the male nurse held his arms out, my initial reaction was to open my mouth and spew out a long string of vicious obscenities. But my current state of exhaustion even made that too much. Instead, I simply shook my head as my eyes darted from nurse to nurse erratically. The female nurse sighed loudly. "Listen." Her tone told me she was done with my shit before it began. "I need to get that little boy onto a respirator. I also need to get an IV line into him, and I can't do that with you pulling at him the way you are." I blinked down at my son, and for a solid moment, I was genuinely terrified of letting him go. My shoulders shook as I lowered my face to AJ's cheek, pressing shaky kisses to it as I began to cry. Given the moment I had so desperately needed, I looked into her eyes and my breath hitched as I croaked out, "Please, don't take him from me." Didn't they understand? I just got him back. My biggest fear at that moment was AJ waking up in an unfamiliar room, in an unfamiliar place, without me. He needed me. No, you need him. At my candid fear, the woman's face softened. "You came to us for help. Now let us help him, love." When gentle hands came down on my shoulders, my head snapped up and his soft brown eyes held me in place. "Let go, baby." I shook my head as my lips trembled. "No." Twitch moved slowly, and then he was at my side. His eyes never leaving mine, and with firm but gentle hands, he went about prying my son out of my arms. It took me a second to react. Affronted, my lip curled as I recognized what he was doing. I tried to step back, but his free arm held me around the waist. "Let go." Why didn't he get it? I couldn't. I just couldn't. We struggled as he attempted to take my son from me. "No." And when he said what he said, my entire body weakened. "You'll get him back this time, Angel, I promise. Just let go." My fear spoken out loud, my breath left me all at once. Grief struck me hard, like a punch to the gut. In my declining state, he managed to force our son from me, and as I lifted my head and cried openly, my knees wobbled, but he held me tight. I heard him say, "Take him," and I watched as the nurses took my son. They took him from me a second time in as many days. And I did the only thing I could at that moment. I cried. I cried my heart out. Antonio Julius Falco. The moment his name was called, I shot out of Twitch's lap and rushed over to the fairly young doctor. Where I found the energy was anyone's guess. "Yes, that's me." I turned back to Twitch and couldn't help but notice the dark circles under his eyes. Momentarily, I felt awful. In my manic state, I had forgotten about how he must be feeling. He had done such a good job of looking after me that I neglected to remember that this was not about me. It was about us. And perhaps my usually strong man needed solace in my arms as much as I needed comfort from his. Taking a small step back, I slipped my cold hand into his, held his eyes, and amended my statement. "That's us." I turned back to the doctor. "We're his parents." "I'm Dr. Paresh." The doctor watched us both closely a second. "Your son was given a fairly high dose of Phenergan. The amount he was given has led to an overdose. We've administered activated charcoal. We use this to treat poisoning. What this does is stop any further absorption in the gut and trap the toxins to be expelled otherwise." He looked over at Twitch. "Antonio has been placed in ICU." The conversation took a turn when the doctor's lips thinned and he admitted, "We were hoping to see some kind of result by now, but so far there's no change in his vitals." My gut sank as he went on. "His breathing is what we're most concerned about." My heart thumped as I tried to make sense of what he was saying. "But he hasn't worsened." I squeezed Twitch's hand. "That's something, right?" Typical Lexi, always looking for a silver lining. Dr. Paresh agreed. "Most definitely." He looked between us, a pair of panicked parents, and took pity as he uttered, "You're welcome to sit with him, if you like." "Yes," I said immediately as my tight shoulders drooped. "We'd like that." It wasn't past my notice that Twitch's hand was as clammy as it was. His jaw tight, he nodded, and his whiskey-smooth voice sounded far too gravelly for my liking. "Lead the way." And as if the world was against us being with our son, the voice coming from behind stopped us with a sharp, "Antonio Falco." The both of us spun around to find Sergeant Gabriel Blanco wearing a tight expression, and it was focused solely on Tony. When he spoke again, he didn't bother with niceties. "I need you to come with me." Twitch looked the man up and down. His tone was purely bored as he replied, "What for?" "A woman is dead. I need a statement." Gabe, the man I'd had coffee with a dozen times, the man who consoled me through the absence of my son, peered at my husband as though he was a piece of shit. And for the life of me, I couldn't help myself. I slipped my hand out of Twitch's and slid in front of him a human barricade. My eyes full of rage, I ignored the staccato beat of my heart and stepped towards the sergeant. "That monster poisoned my son, Gabe. She poisoned him, and I don't know if he's going to wake up." My voice was deceptively calm as I tried in vain to steady my breathing. My hand shook when I forced the words out. "You want a statement? Okay, I'll give one." Looking Gabriel Blanco deep in the eyes, I didn't stutter as I let the accusation fly. "All the resources in the world, and you couldn't do in days what my family managed in one night." Oh, they could try all right, but nobody was coming for us. No way, no how. "Tonight of all nights?" I shook my head lightly. "Shame on you, Sergeant Blanco." A moment of silence went by, and the longer the moment lasted, I could see Gabe Blanco question himself. And I was glad for it. Taking Twitch's hand once more, I looked at Gabe, but spoke to my man. "Come on, honey." My voice was drab, dry. "We should be there when he wakes up." As we walked away from our impending doom, Gabe called out, "You can't run from this. I'll be back." His fiery statement didn't scare me. We weren't running. The villain in our fairy tale had finally been vanquished once and for all. No, we were done with running. Twitch pulled me into his side and pressed a soft kiss to my brow. I placed my hand on his chest and sighed deeply, lovingly, as we walked closer and closer to the glue that held us together. Our son. The silence came as a reprieve, and right then I came to realize that the only place we would run to in the future was each other's arms. Because we belonged together, and nothing could keep us apart.
Twitch. It had been 24 hours. I was officially freaking the fuck out. And as Lexi slept in the chair in the corner of the room, I lay by my son on the narrow hospital bed, observing the tubes coming out of his mouth and nose, wondering how I had managed to put the person I loved more than life itself into this position. Guilt was a fairly new emotion for me. I didn't love it, that was for sure. I was desperate, and so I begged. You gotta wake up, bud. You gotta, because I can't live with the shame. Just open your eyes. Please. Your mom's needs you. I need you. Please, buddy. I shut my eyes tightly and swallowed hard as I whispered, I'm so sorry, son. I cried silently so as not to wake her. It was the least I could do in this shitstorm I formed.
Lexi. What are you doing? I asked as Dr. Paresh moved around AJ's bedside and surveyed the respirator that was keeping my son alive. He pressed buttons on the machine and stayed silent a while before responding. I think it's time to see how AJ goes about breathing on his own. Twitch was suddenly not sleeping anymore. He sat up, blinking drowsily. Say what now? What? My mind fizzled a moment before it completely blacked out. You want to turn off the one thing keeping my son alive? I couldn't have scoffed even if I wanted to. I leant into him, frowning and seethed. Over my dead body. Doc, Twitch frowned. I get this is your job and all, but nah. But Dr. Paresh didn't see the seriousness in this situation. Instead, he smiled kindly. I know this is difficult for you both, but AJ's vitals have improved considerably. His color has returned, his fever has subsided, and now I'd like to compare his breathing to when he first came in. But I can't do that if we don't take him off the respirator. Parents were meant to know what to do in these situations. They were meant to be strong and have a plan and trust their doctors. But as Tony and I glanced at each other, we wore matching expressions of uncertainty, and his uncertainty fueled my own to levels a parent should not have had. Nobody spoke a while. Do it, Twitch said. My mouth parted lightly. What? No! Twitch shuffled to the edge of the seat. Baby, they can't keep him on it forever. His expression softened, and I swear there was a distinct sadness in his eyes. Gotta let him fall so he can fly on his own. It was a beautiful sentiment spoken at the wrong time. My throat tightened, and I whispered anxiously, What if he doesn't fly? What if he hits the ground? Twitch looked down at the ground, and as he did, he bit the inside of his cheek. He didn't respond for a long moment, but when he lifted his head, he shrugged. No better place to fall than right here, Angel. The longer he's on the machine, the more of a chance he has of developing pneumonia, Dr. Paresh said. It's been 36 hours. With your permission, I'd really like to try to wean sooner rather than later. My heart was at war with my head. My body cold, my eyes bleak, I paced the length of the room, placing my fingertips over my mouth and weighing up the possible outcomes. Out of the 12 possible outcomes my mind conjured, only one of them turned out happily. I didn't like those odds. I hated those odds. Running a hand through my hair, I paced some more until I stood right in front of Tony. My voice quivered as I blinked away tears and rambled. I usually know what to do in hard situations, and I don't know what to do here, Twitch. What if he doesn't want to breathe on his own? What if he was hurt worse than we thought? I can't lose him, and right now... My voice was little over a hush. We could lose him. Twitch reached out and took my fingers between his. He caressed them a second before I spotted the way his cheek ticked. Don't say that. He spoke quietly but firmly. He's strong, raised by a solid mother, with the genes of his stubborn-ass father. He didn't look at me, and I wondered if it were because he was worried I'd see his own fear splashed across those beautiful eyes. He's not going anywhere. He's coming out of this, baby. My eyes swept over to the little boy who looked even smaller in the bright white sheets of his hospital bed. So many tubes coming out of him. I wasn't ready to let go. And as Twitch squeezed my fingers between his, I realized that maybe I didn't have to. He was right. I would have to let my baby bird fall if I wanted him to fly. Okay. Swallowing past the knot in my throat, I said the words calmly, even though every part of my soul ached. Do it. With a short nod, Dr. Paresh left the room and returned with a nurse. They worked in tandem, with the nurse at the machine, as the doc gently worked on detaching the tube from the breathing tube. And, he uttered as my heart stopped. Now we see what our little Antonio is capable of. He removed the tube and watched carefully as he put a stethoscope to my son's chest. And his chest was the only thing I could focus on. It wasn't moving. My voice shook. He's not breathing. Dr. Paresh listened closely. Give him a second. Completely terrified, my body went rigid as I panted out, He's not breathing, Twitch. We watched closely in complete shock and horror as our son lay lifeless on the bed. Dr. Paresh frowned. Seconds passed by and he looked at the nurse. I didn't like the look that was exchanged. What's happening? I asked. Neither of them spoke. What's happening? I croaked out in panic. Dr. Paresh removed the stethoscope from my son's chest and opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted when Twitch shot up out of his chair. There. I looked to where he was pointing. He was pointing at AJ. More specifically, at his chest. There, he said, moving forward towards the narrow bed. Dr. Paresh placed the stethoscope back on AJ, but it didn't matter. I could see. Oh my God, I could see it moving. Thank you, God. He was breathing. Dr. Paresh smiled as he listened through the instrument. That's the way. He spoke low to himself, and his smile widened. Nice and deep. A shocked laugh shot up out of my throat and fought to breathe through it. Twitch turned to face me, but he wasn't smiling. He was still, an unbreakable tree lost in a fight against a fierce hurricane. I needed him to bend. I needed him to bend before he broke. Honey! I took a step forward. He didn't respond. Honey! I touched his arm, and he looked down at the spot I'd touched before resting his turbulent gaze on mine. I smiled and softened my voice. He's breathing, I sniffled. My eyes blurred with unshed tears before I laughed out. He's breathing. He's breathing, confirmed an ecstatic-looking Dr. Paresh. He's off the ventilator and breathing on his own. He twisted back to look at us. That's the best we could ask for. Why? Twitch tried to speak but cut himself off. He tried again, slower this time, and the thick emotion I heard in his voice had me moving towards him, pressing myself into his side. Why isn't he awake? It was something I had wanted to ask but had been too frightened to. I listened intently at the response Dr. Paresh gave. Well, sometimes when people have experienced a trauma, as Antonio has, the body isn't the only thing that needs to take time to heal. The mind is delicate. A child's mind even more so. He looked back at our son. He's healing. I think your son will wake when he's good and ready. I think wasn't something I wanted to hear, but I'd take it. Dr. Paresh was a smart man. And 9 hours later, the little monster opened his eyes and woke from his prolonged slumber like the sleeping beauty he was.
Chapter 45. Twitch. In the days after we got AJ home, our house was full for days, for hours on end, and for the first time in my life, I didn't mind the company. It kept me thinking about the could-haves, the would-haves, the should-haves. It kept me from thinking about the things that might have been, and I was grateful for the reprieve from my thoughts. Gifts came by the carload, And although AJ was having a hard time speaking after the removal of his breathing tube, he was getting better by the minute, and damned if he didn't love being spoiled. I couldn't believe how resilient this child of mine was. There he was, smiling and laughing, playing on the floor with Happy and Anna, while I fought the urge to cry. I fought that urge so hard, but it hadn't left me for days. Every smile he threw my way shot me in the heart. Every excited look, every happy gasp, every hug he gave as he passed me wrecked my soul in a way I couldn't comprehend. Breathing in a full breath hadn't happened since he was taken from us, and I still couldn't manage one. Because we might not have been so lucky, and I silently vowed that I would spend the rest of my life being the father he deserved. I would be the kind of father I wished for as a child, the involved, loving kind, the kind of dad who instinctively knew something was wrong with his kid, the kind of father who knew his child that well. Something had happened to me over the past week. Something had changed. I felt myself softening in a way that felt unnatural. In a way I wanted to fight it, but I was tired of fighting. Maybe it was time for a change. And as I sat down next to my ailing father, I spoke without a trace of malice. "You're coming back to visit, right, Pops?" Antonio Falco Sr. didn't have a lot of life left in him, but he wanted to spend what little time he had left making up for the mistake he'd made a lifetime ago. And right now, as I looked over at my recovering son, I could appreciate that. I could respect that. His voice was rough. "You want that?" I shrugged. "Sure, why not?" He blinked at me in stunned disbelief. He was waiting for the penny to drop. But there was no penny to drop. I said what I said. When enough time had passed, I uttered, "So is that a yes?" He spoke cautiously. "Maybe you could bring my grandson to visit me in Vegas." No hesitance. "Okay. I mean, it might not be for a while. Depends on how he recovers and all, but yeah, I think Lexi would be down for that." My father's lip tilted at the corner. His lip twitched, then stretched as he smiled. That smile pulled into a grin, and when he lifted his shaking hands, I realized he was sicker than I thought. Without warning, he roughly grabbed my cheeks and pulled me in. When he kissed my cheeks as hard as he did, wheezing out a laugh, something I'd never felt flowed through me, slow, languid. It was liquid warmth in my veins. It was a father's love, something I'd never had before. And as I fought the emotion I was feeling, I took one of my dad's trembling hands and kissed his thick, aged knuckles as he continued to smile down at me like I was breathing life into him. With one hand in his and the other on his shoulder, I gently shook him and uttered, "Don't up and die on me, okay?" My tone was as steady as I could make it. We got shit to catch up on. That was when my brother stepped in with a sharp clap to my shoulder. "What's going on? You two need to get a room or some shit?" Zepp grinned down at me as I glared up at him. "You gonna miss us, asshole?" With a solid frown, I shrugged his hand off me. "Fuck you, bitch." And as Zepp laughed openly, he wrapped his arm around my neck, mock choking me, and pressed a smacking kiss to my head. "It's okay, fucker." He dug his knuckles into my hair and rubbed hard enough to make me grit my teeth. Before he walked away to sit beside the growing amount of people surrounding my son, he uttered a straight-up, "I'ma miss you too." My father smiled widely at the exchange, sighing out, "Like real brothers." He nodded sadly. "You've made an old man very happy, my sons." It was nice, and part of me didn't want it to be because I'd miss it too much. We were a world away from them, my family, and I would miss them more than I wanted to admit. So I didn't. As Amanda and Zepp fought over a truck Molly and Tama had brought the little dude, AJ laughed rowdily and I smiled. From my place at the table, I watched Julius, Nikki, and Dave sit outside with my woman. She was smiling. She was happy. Everything was okay. Everything was good. So when Luca called, my stomach dropped because I knew what was coming. We went, not because he was my king and I was his ward. We went because he was my friend and I owed him. Hopefully, what I owed wouldn't cost me much because, fuck me, I had nothing left to give.
Lexi. As soon as we sat on the plush white sofa and Lucas started to talk, I knew what was happening here. "I need you," was all he said, and it was aimed solely at Twitch. Yes, my worst fears were confirmed. He wanted the Holy Trinity back in the fold. I twisted to look at the man by my side and my nose bunched. No. But Luca was persistent. "My kingdom is falling apart, and in the midst of it crumbling to pieces, I helped you." The last statement was directed at the both of us, and he made sure I knew this, looking between the both of us. "It might take us a while, but we can rebuild, Twitch. I just need a few good men." Again. "No." Luca glared at me. "Am I talking to you, woman?" Oh no, he did not. He was going to understand me, so help me God. "Do you see this ring?" I held out my left hand, and the gleaming diamonds sparkled in the light. "This ring means his life isn't his to bargain with anymore. It's mine, Luca, and I say no." My expression told him to fight me. I fucking dared him to try. "You may have a throne, Luca." I stood a second before I sat back down on Twitch's lap. "But this one's mine, and I'll be damned if anyone tries to take it from me." Twitch tried to cut in with, "Baby." But I stopped that shit with a firm, "If you don't shut your mouth, I will shut it for you, Tony. I swear to God, do not push me right now." A sigh at my back told me I was being a pain. Luckily, I didn't care. A cold silence followed. "She's scary," uttered Luca quietly. "She's solid," countered a smug Twitch, squeezing my hip tenderly. Yes, I was. But it was more than that. I had a fear in me that never left me. That fear had driven me to do things I never thought myself capable of. That fear was slowly ebbing out of me, but that fear would never be gone completely with Twitch working in a way where I never knew if he was coming home. I couldn't live like that. I deserved better. We deserved better. 6 years, I whispered. 6 years I spent without him. He couldn't possibly understand the hell I had gone through in that time. My son has missed out on so much. I just got him back, Luca. I can't lose him again. I'm sorry. I'd risk myself before I ever gambled with his life because that bullet hole... My sigh came out tired, but I fired up again almost immediately. That goddamn scar at his neck tells me he's stupid enough to believe he's invincible. And we all know that's not true. At that, Twitch sounded offended. "You want to ease up, Angel?" No, I did not. I spun on his lap to face him, took a deep breath, and spoke carefully. "Do you know that when wolves mate, the female will act afraid just to place herself under him? She acts frightened, Twitch, but she does what she does to protect his throat, his weak spot." His face softened on me. "You call me a queen, honey, but what kind of queen would I be if I didn't protect my king?" Twitch looked at me and blinked, completely resigned. Lifting his hand, he cupped my cheek tenderly, running his thumb along my jaw. And the action told me all I needed to know. He was with me. What decisions were made from now on, we made for us, for our pack. "That's disgusting," stated Luca. And when we both turned to face him, he looked kind of ill. "You guys are fucking disgusting, you know that? Also," he leveled a glare on Twitch, "where the fuck do I find one like her?" I felt my king's body shudder under mine in silent laughter, but I kept my eyes on Luca. Fate had brought us together time and time again, but I wouldn't take that for granted. Tomorrow wasn't promised to us, so I fought to keep us safely together. "He's mine, Luca. Mine and mine alone." My voice trembled, and I hated how weak I felt then. The words came out slow. You can't have him. Luca watched me closely, and the newfound king's eyes darted over to the fallen royal behind me. A long moment passed before he rolled his eyes and uttered, "You know what?" Luca uttered before slapping his hands down onto his thighs, then pinned me with a light-hearted stare. "I don't even want him." Oh, shit. And I could breathe again. Oh, good. Could they see the way my heart was beating out of my chest? I hope not. Well, as I stood, I licked my lips and feigned my composure. As nice as this has been, Luca, we need to get home to our son. Twitch took my trembling hand in his and squeezed it in a silent show of support. And when Luca glared down at our entwined hands, he stood with a long sigh. Whatever. His lips pulled down. Take that sappy shit out of my house, all right? He pointed towards the front door. Bounce. But I smiled, because I had come to know Luca. And when I released Twitch's hand and made the short walk over to him, he allowed me to take his face in my hands, pull him down, and plant a long, hard kiss to his cheek. When he finally moved back and I opened my mouth to speak, I couldn't get out what I needed to say. Thank you. Luca must have sensed this. I know he did, because when I struggled to speak, he blinked down at me hesitantly and muttered a soft, "It's okay. We're good." I blinked away the tears that seemed to assault me on the daily, the feeling of overwhelming emotion that hadn't left me, and nodded through the lump in my throat as I took a step back directly into the arms of a man who literally fought death to be with me in life. Talk about commitment. I was beginning to see that Twitch never did anything he set his mind to in a half-assed manner. Life, work, love. He was extreme in all ways. Intense. And now that I had lived without him, I came to appreciate what he gave to me. He was mine, and I was his, unconditionally, and we were finally happy. As we left Lucas, I lost myself in thought as Twitch drove us home. I was only pulled from my thoughts when he reached out for my hand, entwining our fingers, and rested them on the center console. He looked at me a solid moment, searching my face before settling back onto the road. "You good, baby?" Was I? I thought about it. "Yeah," I breathed out quietly. "We're good." I know it wasn't what he asked, but it was the answer he got, and from his slight smile, it was the answer he wanted. When he opened his mouth and out came, "I fucking love you." It sounded more like a threat than an endearment, and it was so severe, so stark, I couldn't help it. I snorted loudly, and Twitch's smile widened into a grin. God damn it. I loved this man, and I let it be known. Leaning over, I pressed my lips to his cheek, kissing the roughness there warmly, fondly, over and over, and as I moved to pull back, he frowned. "Hey, get back here." When he gripped the front of my shirt and thrust me to him, I let out a little eek as our lips met harshly. He took my mouth in a way the poems spoke of, without falter, in complete abandon, and the earth stopped moving for the seconds our lips were joined. How could I live without this urgent kind of love? The answer came swiftly. I couldn't. I wouldn't. And as my eyes fluttered open again, I felt my cheeks warm while the headiness subsided. I stared at the man opposite me a long while, and when he turned back to wink at me, my stomach coiled tight. It didn't take a genius to work out our brand of love was rare. So when I opened my mouth again, I spoke softly. "I love you, Twitch." He kept his eyes on the road, but his grip on my hand tightened. The cocky asshole replied, "I know." I wanted to smack him then, but I didn't. Instead, I smiled gently out onto the open road. Good. The utter bliss I felt at that moment felt so consuming, so strong that my mind just had to go and ruin it. "Yeah, you're happy now, but how long will it last, Lexi?" Just like that, mood ruined. My anxiety returned tenfold. My mind wandered. My insides flipped almost painfully. We would be fine. I mean, what else could go wrong? Everything was as it should be. My mind laughed. Don't hold your breath. But because I believed in us and wanted this to work so badly, I did. I shouldn't have. Chapter 46. Lexi. My heart stuttered the moment I saw the familiar police car parked out front. Twitch, I muttered as I sat up straighter, my lips parting in dread. His brows pulled down in confusion, and he spoke softly, obviously sensing I was easy to spook. It's probably nothing. He was probably right. But what if it wasn't? I had already undone my seatbelt by the time Twitch pulled into the drive, and when the car came to a stop, I flew out of the car, slamming the door shut behind me and rushing towards the house with a racing heart and wide eyes. The second I opened the front door, I called out, "AJ?" He didn't respond. My apprehension turned to sheer terror. And when I made it down the hall, I stilled in my steps, meeting Gabe Blanco's solemn eyes. I held those eyes and I breathed heavily as I asked an unsteady, "Where's my son, Gabe?" My back warmed as Twitch stood protectively at my 6. I wasn't expecting the answer I received. "Child Protective Services?" My mouth gaped. My stomach dropped. From behind me, Twitch uttered in complete disbelief, "Say again?" Gabe sat at our dining table, sipping on the coffee he'd helped himself to, and shrugged. "I don't know what you were expecting, Falco." He leveled us with a stare that I was sure was used to intimidate the worst of criminals. "You refused to give a statement? Refused to let us talk to the boy?" Twitch stepped past me, his eyes thunderous, and boomed. "He's not ready. He's healing. We have questions, Twitch. Questions you refuse to answer." Gabe stood, meeting Twitch move for move as he raised his voice. "And now, a higher power has decided they're done waiting for you to be ready. So, well done." Gabe spun around, running a hand through his short brown hair. "Fuck!" He twisted back and glowered at Twitch. "You think I wanted this?" He shook his head. "Look at me like that all you want, asshole." He pressed his pointed finger into Twitch's chest. "You caused this, not me." I was listening, but it was hard to comprehend. What did this mean? The silence was thick enough to carve with a knife, and when Twitch slapped away Gabe's hand from his person, I felt the blood roaring in my ears. My query came out monotone. "You're taking our son from us." It was the worst fear come to life. Gabe looked heavenward and placed his hands on his hips. When he lowered his head, he refused to look at me. "I'm not doing anything, Alexa." His lips thinned. "I told you this is out of my hands." He took in a deep breath and talked through the slow exhale. "If it's any consolation, Molly is with him." Tony's cheek ticked. "I swear to God, you piece of shit. If anything happens to him..." Twitch took a menacing step forward, but I took a handful of the back of his shirt, holding him back. "Stop, baby." My voice was barely audible. We had to be smart here. To my surprise, he stalled in his tracks, breathing heavily through his nose, his body vibrating with pent-up anger. I was a qualified social worker. I knew the system. I knew it inside out. They couldn't do this. They couldn't. They could. No. Not with my son, they couldn't. Sure. Tell yourself that, Lexi. Feeling a stinging ache in my chest, I pondered this new development. We weren't dealing with just anyone here. We were dealing with a system higher up than the Australian Federal Police. That only meant one thing. We were now dealing with ASIO. Jesus fucking Christ. This was not good. The Australian Security Intelligence Organization. And an organization like that got shit done. An organization like that had no rules. I swallowed hard, gaining my bearings, and wrapped my hands around Tony's arm to stop him from taking an unsuspecting lunge at an Australian federal police officer. "What do we need to do here, Gabe?" When he didn't respond, I pled through my grief. "Please," I uttered. "Don't do it for us. Do it for AJ. He's probably terrified." The thought made my stomach dip. And when I looked up at Twitch, he peered down at me with a resolve that told me we would do anything to get him back. Because forever meant nothing without our son. "I guess," Gabe sighed out loud before pursing his lips. "I guess you could start by giving a statement, telling us what really happened that night." He didn't look impressed with the pair of us. "That would be a start." And because Gabe Blanco knew who my husband was, knew who we were, he picked up his keys and began to move towards the front door. "I'm going to give you some time to..." He paused. "Process these events." Bullshit. He was giving us time to get our stories straight. Before he left, he handed us his card. "See you in an hour, yeah?" "We'll be there," uttered Twitch, placing the card into his pocket. And once we were alone, we turned to each other looking almost as bad as we both felt. My eyes closed of their own accord as my shoulders drooped. "I'm starting to get real sick of this shit, honey." Unyielding arms snaked around me and held me close. He kissed the top of my head while gently rubbing my back. "Just a minor setback, baby, that's all." Those big hands hovered at my hips. "We should run through what happened." I lifted my eyes to meet his. Run through what? My gaze rested on his knitted brow. Ling was careless. She was spotted. We confronted her. Just before we could call the cops, she jumped to her death. End of story. Twitch's hold tightened on my hips. His eyes never left mine as he lowered his face and kissed my lips, whisper soft. Against them, he muttered, "Solid." I was coming to find that I was. I had a diamond-like strength buried deep inside of me that was rising to the surface. I made no apologies for being the person this life had fashioned me to be. You either rolled with the punches or got knocked the fuck out. Naturally, with the amount of punches I'd been dealt, I finally learned how to deflect. It took me years, bruises, and a broken heart, but I had ultimately grown. When Tony pulled back, I hooked my fingers into the loops of his jeans. He rubbed my arms from shoulders to wrists, soothingly. "You ready, baby?" My expression void, I nodded. "Let's go get our boy."
Twitch. We were an hour into questioning, and I was starting to get rattled. None of the questions so far had been about Ling. In fact, it sounded like Gabrielle Blanco was trying to get information on the people I owed, the people who had helped save my son's life. I wasn't having it. Gabe sat across from me, and the recorder on the table taunted me. "And the Vegas? What about them?" I leant back in my chair, not giving a single fuck. Gabe's shoulders tightened along with his face. "As far as we know, they aren't exactly welcome in these parts. Why are they back?" I shrugged. How the fuck should I know? Their story was not mine to tell. They were good people who had fucked up. Who hadn't? "Twitch!" Gabe pinched the bridge of his nose before looking up at me through weary eyes. "Give me something, man. Anything." He closed his eyes. "Help me help you." What did he want from me? I haven't done anything wrong. And if you think I have, I lifted my brows pointedly. Prove it. Charge me. Lock me up. We both knew he had nothing on me. If he did, I'd already be in a cell. Gabriel Blanco was not a stupid man, and he knew he was flogging a dead horse. Thankfully, he moved the fuck on, taking notes on a small notepad. "Okay, then." He kept writing for a while, and once he stopped, he peered up at me. "Tell me what happened with Ling Nguyen. How did you just happen to come by her?" He let the cool silence float around us before sitting up tall. How did she end up dead, Falco? My lips compressed. She was careless. She was spotted. We confronted her, got our son back. She threw herself out the window. Gabe watched me unblinking. When he realized that was all I had to give, his brows arched. That's it? At my silence, he barked out a harsh laugh. Seriously, Falco? That's all you're giving me? I thought about Lexi in a room alone somewhere, being questioned like a fucking criminal, and my throat tightened. But I remembered what she said to me before we were separated. I know it's against your nature, honey, but I need you to be as cool, calm, and collected as you can be, okay? Fight the anger. Be smart. Be safe. It was against my nature, but I was changing. For her, I'd do anything. I took in a deep breath and mentally counted to 10, fighting the fury that was building. That's what happened, Sergeant Blanco. My jaw tight, I uttered. Can't give you any more than the truth. Gabe narrowed his eyes on me. You mean to tell me that Ling Nguyen, the Dragon Queen, rumored to have murdered hundreds of people, thousands, I internally corrected him, just gave in without a fight? I put my hands on the cold table, fighting the urge to throw my fists into his face. She was cornered, knew her time was up. It was either jail or death. I lifted my brows. Ling chose death. My eyes unwavering, I held his stare. I watched her walk over to the window, step onto the sill, and jump. My insides clenched at the way it felt to throw her from the 9th floor. Pleasure filled me at the memory of the shock in her eyes. It was suicide. The door behind me opened, and when the tall, silver-haired man stepped through, he uttered, Those were my findings. What? How? Why? Motherfucker, I said slowly as I moved to stand. Ethan Black smiled, despite his obvious annoyance. Can't seem to keep yourself out of trouble, can you, son? Although I was happy to see him, my brow furrowed. What are you doing here? Ethan did not respond to my question. I didn't miss the way his smile faltered momentarily, but he was a seasoned veteran at dealing with me. Spend some time with your son? My eyes widened. He did? When? Here, just now. His smile turned warm. I can't believe he's only 5. Lord, is he smart. He's a good boy, Twitch. Wait, was he telling me? He's here? I turned to Gabe, my eyes surveying his every move. In this building. When Gabe's expression turned sheepish, I closed my eyes and shook my head slowly as I ground out, You piece of shit. Met your woman, too, Ethan added quietly. When I turned my turbulent gaze to his serene one, he lifted a brow. Couldn't help but notice she had a nice-looking ring on her finger there. His voice quieted. I didn't get it then, but I get it now. He paused a second. A woman like that? Worth it. Gabe let out a harsh breath. I'm in the middle of an interview here, Black. Can I help you? Ethan stood tall and looked down at the sergeant in a way that only the chief of staff of the FBI could. Yes, suspend the interview. You got everything you needed. We're done. Ethan put his hand on my shoulder. Come on. That was it? I didn't need to be told twice. I stood fast and moved to follow. Before we could exit, Gabe Blanco sputtered, Sir, wait. He stood looking over at Ethan in disbelief. The information he has. He let the rest of that statement linger in the air. And Ethan proved to me he was a man of his word. Antonio Falco has done his time, 6 years of it. This man has provided all he needs to provide, and now he's leaving. Ethan Black set his black stare on Gabriel Blanco. Ling Nguyen's death was ruled a suicide, and this country is safer for it. Don't you agree? Gabe's fists balled in frustration, and he lowered his head a moment before he lifted his face. He looked resigned and spoke carefully. Yes, sir. Good. Now, Ethan responded, unless you're planning on charging this man with a crime, I'm taking him to his family. His tone begged for Gabe to fight him. I kind of wished he would. Nothing would make me happier than to see this blue-collared douchebag be taken down a peg or two. Gabe's tone sank a notch when he lowered his gaze. His jaw tight, he replied, "Yes, sir." Ethan opened the door, and with a smirk that I know must have killed him, I threw a wink Gabriel Blanco's way as I followed my old friend to freedom.
Lexi. The creaking of the door had me standing immediately, and the second my concerned gaze met his, my shoulders drooped, and I leisurely made my way over to him. He put his arms around me, placing his face into the crook of my neck, and I took in everything he gave with that firm embrace. When we had taken all we could get from each other, I lifted my face, and he looked down at me a long moment before he gently kissed my lips. "You good?" "Yeah," I replied quietly. "Are you?" Twitch's eyes smiled. "We're good, Angel." "Daddy!" The little voice croaked. He slid off Molly's lap, and then the little monster was running for him, his arms outstretched. Twitch grinned as he lifted his son into his arms and hugged him tightly, cradling the back of his head to him. "Hey, buddy." He spoke softly into his hair, and he rocked him gently. The sight was one of the many that made my heart swell. I would treasure moments like this in my memory for all eternity. It was then that I noticed the older man at his back, and when I snuggled into Tony's side, I smiled kindly at the silver-haired man I'd met only an hour ago. "Hello again." Ethan Black spared a polite smile for me. "How's he doing?" AJ rested his head onto his father's shoulder and hugged him around the neck. My heart wasn't in my uncertain reply. "He's getting there." The truth was, AJ was understandably petrified of being separated from us. Physically, he was healing. Mentally, I wasn't so sure. He woke in the middle of the night and crawled into bed with us more often than not, and we let him. He smiled less than he used to, laughed less too. His 5-year-old eyes looked weary and aged, and those eyes assessed their surroundings carefully, searching for danger in places where there was none. It worried me that part of my son would never completely heal. He would never be the carefree child he had been. I knew this. How could he be? Ling had broken my son, and while she had the reprieve of death, AJ would have to live with the fear she'd instilled for the rest of his life. I was so tired. All I wanted to do was go home and heal as a family. I turned to Twitch and ran a hand down my son's back. "Can we go home now, please?" Ethan cut in before Twitch could speak. "Before you do, I need a word. It's important." And when Ethan gently touched AJ's hair and spoke directly to our son, I knew something was up. "Son, I need to have a word with your parents. You think you could give us a minute?" AJ lifted his head, looking restless and fretful. He spoke carefully. "No, thank you." I came out as polite as he could manage it, but I heard the fear in his voice. He wasn't chancing another bout of separation. He wanted to be near us, and I was thankful that Ethan understood that. "We're not going anywhere, son," Ethan stated. "I'm not taking them anywhere. We're gonna stay right here, okay? I just need to talk to them a minute." Twitch watched the turmoil form on AJ's face, and from the way his jaw tightened, he did not like it. "It's okay, bud. We're gonna be right here." We gave AJ the time he needed, and when Molly came forward, she held out her hand to the little monster. "Come on, Boo. There are some cool toys over there. Let's play a while." Twitch lowered the little monster to the ground, and although it took him a while, he took Molly's hand and allowed her to lead him to the toy corner. He pretended to play as he kept his eyes on us, and it broke my already fractured heart. Ethan swept his arm out towards the small sofa. "Please, sit." Oh no. Something was wrong. Jesus. I wanted to cry. When would it end? We sat in silence, and as Ethan pulled out a chair to sit in front of us, Twitch muttered, "Why are you here, Black?" His tone indicated that he had just realized that the man's presence may not have been the godsend we initially thought it was. Ethan rested his elbows on his parted knees and clasped his hands together. When he said, "What do you want first? The good news or the bad news?" My heart stuttered. It was the way he said it, like there really was no good news, that made Twitch sigh loudly and put his head in his hands, letting out a low groan. My lips moved. "The good news." Ethan nodded slightly. "Okay. The good news is you have both been cleared of any wrongdoing in the death of Ling Nguyen." My nose bunched. "We didn't do anything wrong. She stole our son. Drugged him, Mr. Black." I sat forward and reiterated, "We did nothing wrong." "I know that," stated Ethan in the most placating way that had me sitting back again. Twitch removed his hands from his exhausted face and sat tall. "And the bad news?" "Well," Ethan began, "ASIO have had eyes on you since your return, unsurprisingly. And up until your little situation with Ling Nguyen, they were happy to—" What was this? I didn't understand. And when I peered at Twitch in confusion, he rolled his eyes, letting out a frustrated, "Fuck me, Ethan, just say it already." Ethan said it. "You're being deported, Twitch." Excuse me? The look on Twitch's face said he was just as shocked at the news as I was. "What?" I uttered in disbelief. Ethan sat back in the chair. "Australia is, unfortunately, very sick of the shit that seems to follow Antonio Falco, I'm afraid." Twitch's face changed, settled, as though he'd just figured something out. "That's why you're here." He snuffled out a humorless laugh. "You're my escort." Ethan didn't bother mincing words. "Correct." Twitch's cruel smirk made my stomach ache. "They think I'ma go quietly because you're here? Fuck me. They thought wrong." He stood so quickly, so violent-like, that I let out a short gasp. Putting a hand to my chest, I peered up into his wild eyes. "This is bullshit." He paced, then gritted his teeth and growled. "If they want a war, they fucking got one, Black. Mark my words." His smile turned sly. "Think they're gonna separate me from my woman? Fuck that. I'll unleash hell on this backwater town before I ever let anyone take me away from my family." This was my husband. This was who he was, and I wanted all of him. The good, the bad, the psycho. Twitch was a man of good intentions, stitched together with barbed wire and fueled by raw fury. And as time went on, I came to realize I did not want him to change because the broken parts of him were the parts I treasured wholeheartedly. A decision was made. "Sit down," I said. His eyes snapped down at me in confusion. "Sit down," I repeated inflexibly. He watched me a long moment before he slowly sat by my side, and when I spoke carefully, in a way that I hoped he would understand where I was coming from. "The first time you left me, I felt like it rained every single day in my heart, and the clouds blocked out the sun. For a long time, I saw nothing but gray." I took in a deep breath and let out a slow exhale. "I don't want that again. I will never be okay with being separated from you. Where you go, I follow." I looked down at his hands and slipped my small one into his. "We belong together." When he finally found his voice, he asked, "What are you saying, baby?" "I'm saying," my unsure eyes met his, "that maybe it's time for a change." My sad gaze slid over to the little monster playing mechanically in the corner without enjoyment or happiness. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Maybe this move will be a good thing for all of us. He looked as though I was crazy. "Are you serious?" "As a heart attack," I muttered with a short nod. "AJ goes to a great school," he countered. "We'll find another great school for him to go to in the States." "He has friends here, baby." "He'll make new friends. He looked perplexed. You have a life here. I shook my head. It's not a life worth living without you. And I meant that. In all the time I'd known him, I had never seen Antonio Falco's face soften in the way it did then. Baby, he uttered gently, and when he pulled me to him, I lifted my face to his as he cupped my cheek and kissed me as if I were the most precious thing in the world. It was then that I realized this decision was a no-brainer. Living life without Twitch was a torture I was not willing to subject myself to. Ethan gave us our moment, and when we turned to face him again, his eyes smiled over at Twitch and, rather baffling, muttered, "Worth it." So, Twitch asked, how does this work? How long do we have? I added. Ethan snuffled a laugh out of his nose. They want Twitch on the next flight out. At the look of pure incredulity on both our faces, he quickly added, but I can work on them. I'd safely say you have 5 or 6 days. A week at most. A week? I repeated. Was that enough time to pack up our entire life? I guess it would have to be. It wasn't like we had a choice. Look, Twitch said as he took my hand, running his thumb along mine caringly. How about I go, and when shit is sorted, you bring your ass down with my boy? Wow. He sounded like he positively hated that idea, like it was hard for him to even say out loud. Lucky for him, that didn't work for me. It was crazy how much love you could harbor for another person. It coursed through my veins, gave me life. We go together, I uttered gently before turning to Ethan. A week is great. We'll make it work. Thank you, Ethan. Ethan stood. Great, I have a phone call to make. Excuse me. Once he was gone, Twitch's fingers wrapped around, then tugged on my wrist, and when I found his soft brown gaze, he muttered, You don't have to do this. My response was blunt. I know I don't. His brows rose. This attitude of yours is new? His lips thinned. Don't know if I'm loving it or hating it, Lex. I couldn't help the grin that stretched my lips. And when he looked at me, really looked at me, his brows lowered marginally. Are we really doing this? I tilted my head in thought. Yeah, I said quietly. We are. You sure? I had a feeling he wasn't going to ask again. This was the time to speak up if I had any concerns or disputes. And the more I thought about it, I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do than take our first steps as a family. To grow. To rebuild what had been broken together. As I looked over at our son, I smiled to myself. We're good, baby. In fact, nothing sounded more perfect to me. Chapter 47. Lexi. They can't do that! Nikki shot up out of her seat, wide-eyed and furious. I smiled at her outrage on my behalf. When I spoke, it was gentle and calm. They already did, sweetie. But... Nikki began to pant. But... She looked like she was going to be sick. Her voice weakened. But... She threw the back of her hand into Happy's shoulder, and when he glared up at her, her face crumpled. Do something! Happy's expression softened. He pulled his main squeeze down by her wrist and settled her by his side. Ain't nothing I can do about this, babe. Besides, Happy smiled sadly over at his brother. They want to go. No, they don't, Nikki murmured. My expression gave me away. Her eyes shone brightly, and when they settled on me, her lips parted as she stated accusingly, You want to go? She blinked rapidly. You want to leave us? She sounded utterly heartbroken. Why? I knew this was going to be hard, but somehow it went differently in my head. Standing in the corner of the room, with his arms folded over his chest like a petulant child, like the broody bitch he was, Dave glared at Twitch severely. Because of him? Twitch threw his arm up and shot Dave the bird. Fuck you, David Allen. Dave didn't flinch. It's the truth. He pushed himself off the wall and moped. She's leaving us because of your endless fuck-ups. He looked so confused. Regardless of who you are and what you do, she loves you, always has. He shrugged, appearing lost in thought. I don't get it. That was when Happy murmured, You wouldn't. The entire room went silent. Uh-oh. Dave's brows lowered a notch. What's that meant to mean? Happy put his hands up, conceding. This isn't about us. Dave took a step forward. You just made it about us. I shouldn't have said anything. Happy peered at me, then to Twitch, and I couldn't help but notice the way Nikki rubbed his arm as she kept her sad eyes on her man. I apologize. But Dave didn't want to quit this conversation. No, you shouldn't have, but you did. So? He threw his arms out to the sides. Go on, Happy. Say what you want to say. Happy gritted his teeth in frustration. You want me to talk? Yeah. Dave's brows arched. I want you to talk. Okay, you want to do this here? Fine. Happy's jaw remained tight, and it didn't match the serene way in which he spoke. He peered at his ex, and his narrowed eyes told me what was coming was probably not something Dave wanted to hear. You're a fucking coward. My brows shot up to my hairline. Snap. This was a long time coming. The tension between Happy and Dave had been building for a while now, and it just reached boiling point. No going back now. Them's was fighting words. Dave stumbled back a step as though he'd been pushed. Placing a hand on his chest, his lips parted in shock. He blinked over at Happy, and when he found his voice, he said faintly, That's not fair. No, it isn't. Happy agreed, then sighed. But it's the truth. When he pointed at me as suddenly as he did, I leant back in surprise. Here is a person who knows what she wants, loves the man she loves, and will follow him to the ends of the earth just because she knows, Dave. She knows she can't live without him, and that's a beautiful thing. He glowered at his ex-partner. You mock her for adoring him, but she's braver than you ever were, than you'll ever be. Happy's stern expression fell away, and all that was left was pure sadness. His tone matched his wretchedness. So you tell yourself you don't need me as much as I need you. You be the dismal bastard that was created by your fear. It's all good, baby. His tone darkened. But don't you mock her for being the person you couldn't be. Twitch reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of chocolate rainbow-colored buttons, and threw a couple into his mouth, chewing slowly. That's what I've been saying. I flung my elbow into his side, and he looked down at me, annoyed. What? He winked at my unsubtle eye roll and held a chocolate button up to my mouth. Despite myself, my lips parted because chocolate. The silence was suffocating, and when I turned to face Twitch, my expression screamed, What the frick? Twitch sighed, and his lip curled. Before he spoke, his face gentled. Yo, Dave. He called out, leaning back and resting his arm behind my head on the sofa. When Dave peered at him, dejected, Twitch jerked his chin towards him. Why are you making my brother miserable, man? Okay, so Twitch was about as subtle as an anal probe. Dave scoffed. I'm making him miserable. Dave spun to face Happy. I said I was sorry. Happy stood, matching Dave's octave. You made me move out. Dave's face crumbled. I made a mistake. So let me move back in. Happy thundered. Dave boomed. I've been trying to for months. I just didn't know how. To that, Happy had no response. But Twitch did. He put his lips to the shell of my ear, sounding smug as all get out. And that's how it's done. As I leant into him, smiling to myself, his arm tightened around my shoulder unconsciously. When neither Happy nor Dave spoke, Twitch got sick of the way they stood there looking extremely puzzled by the last minute's exchange. He clicked his tongue. "Bro." Happy turned back to face him. Twitch uttered a bored, "You gonna kiss and make up or what? 'Cause I gotta tell ya." He made an uninterested face. "Kinda done with this bullshit?" Nikki's small smile stretched wide as she watched from the sideline, and when Happy took his time, she put her hand to his thigh and gently pushed him towards Dave. And after what felt like a lifetime, when Happy moved, so did Dave. The two men embraced like lovers reunited, and when they kissed, I felt their broken connection fuse, mend right in front of my eyes. They kissed slow, and my heart began to swell at the way their love filled the room. Nikki rested her clamped hands under her chin, looking blissfully happy. But when her eyes caught something by the door, her face turned alarmed, and she let out a startled, "Ah!" And when I turned back, I saw why. AJ stood there, watching Happy and Dave rekindle their bond. He didn't look upset or disgusted, just curious. The light grunt that escaped me had everyone turning towards my son, and when they did, they stilled completely, frozen in shock. It took him a while before he spoke, but I knew he would eventually. "Uncle Happy?" he asked inquisitively. "Why are you kissing Dave?" My heart stuttered. Oh God, I wasn't prepared for this talk. Why was I not prepared for this talk? I knew it would come eventually. I should have been ready for this talk. Happy looked panicked. Well, Dave's cheeks were flushed, and he swallowed hard. You see, little dude," Dave trailed off, not sure what to say, looking to me for help. An unsuspecting hero came to the rescue. "Come here, bud," Twitch uttered, patting the small spot next to him. "Sit." AJ took the seat next to his father, and when Twitch spoke, I was stunned by what he said. "Uncle Happy and Dave are in love, and that's why they were kissing." Ugh, my heart. The little monster frowned in thought. "But I thought Nikki and Uncle Happy loved each other." "We do." Nikki smiled sweetly. "Very much." She peered over at Dave. "But we love Dave too." Twitch looked down at our little guy and explained. "Sometimes dudes fall in love with dudes, and that's okay." Yes, it was, baby. Preach. A moment's silence passed. AJ turned to Nikki and asked, interestedly, "Do you all sleep in the same bed?" Well, shit. My stomach dipped violently. Nikki got over her shock quickly and cleared her throat. "Yes, we do, honey." AJ's nose bunched as he looked over at Happy and Dave. When he turned back to Nikki, he said, "Don't you get squished?" Nikki's surprised laughter sounded throughout the room, and she nodded. "Well, yeah, sometimes I do." AJ sat back into his grinning father and threw out a suggestion. "Maybe you should get a bigger bed." "You know what?" Nikki stifled her laughter. "That's a great idea. Maybe we should." And while all of this was happening, I just sat there, blinking down at my son. The amount of pride I felt in that moment was incomparable. He really was a beautiful soul, our boy. AJ was resilient, he was pure of heart, and he continued to amaze me. As mothers often did, I couldn't wait to see the man he would become. I already knew he would be something special, and the woman who captured his heart would be exceptional in every way, shape, and form. I, for one, couldn't wait to meet her. The afternoon went on, and after I signed the forms, I handed them to Happy. "Thank you for doing this." He tucked the power of attorney papers into his jacket pocket. "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the house. Don't worry about anything. I'll make sure you get the best possible price for it." He inclined his head to Twitch. "You too, bro." I knew he would, but as I looked around the house I called home for the last 6 years, I couldn't help but feel a sweeping sadness rush through me. I hugged myself as I looked down the hall. The very same hall my son had taken his first steps in. There were a lot of memories lining these walls. I just hoped they would stay fresh in my mind as we made new memories, wherever we ended up. Arms came around my waist and held me as I fell apart on the inside. The man behind me remained silent, and I loved him for knowing that words couldn't describe what I was feeling right then. We were days away from uprooting, and I was anxious. It was a bold move. No home, no friends, no bed to sleep in. Starting from scratch at 38 years old. It was rough. My chest ached at the realization that I only had days left with everything I knew and loved, everything familiar to me. And that sucked. But what sucked worse was the 6 years I spent without the man I loved. I would choose him. I would choose him 1,000 times. I would choose him for eternity because my heart remained empty without him. So we would move, and we would do it happily. Together as a family. I was proud of myself. Saying goodbye was harder than I imagined, and I imagined it to be horrible, so that was saying something. All of our friends and family came to see us off, and while Ethan Black stood off to the side, we embraced our loved ones with heavy hearts and shining eyes. Julius snaked his arms around me.
"We'll visit,"
he rumbled tightly. I squeezed him tighter, unable to speak, and when Anna threw her arms around the both of us, my throat constricted uncomfortably. I would miss them terribly, all of them, equally. So when Anna knelt in front of AJ and handed him the same brown bear he had given her what seemed like a lifetime ago, he blinked down at it before frowning in question. And when she spoke clearly without the shake in her voice I'd heard so often, without the crippling fear I knew she carried inside of her. With Ling gone, part of Anna had healed. "I know you're a big boy, and you don't need him anymore." She looked down at the bear. "Whenever I would feel sad or lonely, I would hug Brown Bear. And your bear did a real good job of chasing that sadness away." Her expression fell as she lifted the bear and hugged him one last time. When she was done, she held him out to my son. "But it's time he was returned to you." AJ looked torn. He hesitated. "But he's yours now. You need him." Anna reached out and cupped AJ's cheek lovingly as she whispered, "I think you need him more." Oh, Jesus, my heart. They were killing me. AJ reluctantly took his brown bear from Anna. He peered down at the plush, cookie-scented teddy a long moment before he leapt into Anna's arms. She hugged him and kissed him and whispered endlessly into his ear. And when they finally separated, both of their eyes were misting. It broke my heart. Well, this blew. Ethan cleared his throat from the sidelines and my gut cramped. It was time. And as we made the move to do the long walk into the international terminal, I held it together. I waved and smiled and held my shit together like my world wasn't falling apart. I kept that false smile pasted on my face until we boarded. I wore that smile like a mask until we found our seats, and I held it there. A piece of armor, a heavy shield. My smile was my sword. I held it there as the plane took off. Once we were flying high, only then did I allow it to falter. My smile wobbled and wavered, the inevitable sting of salty tears behind my lids. I took in a quavering breath as the mask I wore crumbled to pieces, and when the first sob hit me, it hit me hard, leaving me gasping for air. Without a word, Twitch lifted the armrest between us and pulled me onto his lap. I buried my face into the crook of his neck and wept openly as he kissed my cheek, whispering sweet nothings into my ear. I was emotional, a wreck, and he let me be without judgment or scorn. He let me be me, and I didn't think there was anything more important in the world than being with somebody who didn't fear your demons, but made love to them. I cried until there were no tears left in me, and when I was done, the sorrow had ebbed out of me. I felt better, lighter. Slowly, I slid my legs off my rock and shuffled back into my own seat, swiping at my red swollen eyes. He let me be a while, but when the silence between us started to bother him, he leaned over into my face, and as I blinked at him through wide eyes, he demanded quietly, "Kiss me." There would never be a time in my life when I would deny myself the feel of Antonio Falco's lips against mine. I kissed him softly, my hand coming up to cup his cheek as I did. And when I pulled back, he leant back in to peck at my lips. My heart warmed, and a smile took me by surprise. With our son by our side, we held hands the entire journey home. I closed my eyes and leant back in my seat as we took our first steps towards forever. It was our second week back in the States. Nothing was as I remembered it. We were literally home, in our hometown, and nothing about this place felt familiar. Everything had changed. Everything felt wrong. So when Twitch asked Ethan if he could watch AJ for the afternoon, my curiosity was piqued. When I asked where we were going, all Twitch said was, "For a drive." It was a long one. The entire way, Twitch silenced my 1,000 questions, but when we reached our old neighborhood, I found I had no further questions to ask. I watched on through the passenger window as familiarity started to show itself in this unfamiliar place. And when Twitch pulled up to the curb, the 2 houses in front of us stood there. An everlasting memory shot through my head, and suddenly, I was 6 again. "What's your name?" I asked in my sweet 6-year-old voice. I abruptly found it hard to breathe. He kicked at a stone. "Doesn't matter. You'll forget it once I'm gone." Home. We were home. Twitch watched me a long while as my eyes surveyed just how much the houses hadn't changed. It was so strange. The entire neighborhood had altered, upgraded, except for these 2 houses. It was as though they were stuck in a time warp. Stuck waiting for us. "Come on," he uttered softly, and when he stepped out of the car, I leisurely undid my seatbelt and followed. I swallowed hard as memory after memory assaulted me like bullets. Shot after shot, they penetrated my heart, my soul. And even after this short while, I found I didn't want to be here anymore. It hurt too much. "Why are we here?" I asked softly. "Because," he said, turning to face our memories. "These houses were cruel to us." Yes, they were, and thinking about it made my heart ache. "These buildings were unkind," he went on. "And I'm still not okay with what these houses did to a couple of innocent kids." Well, shit. My nose began to tingle. "Oh, honey. Tell me what to do, my love. Tell me how to make it better. Name it, and it will be yours." My beautiful man. My survivor. My knight in scuffed armor. These houses set in motion a chain of events that led to us finding each other over and over again. And I'm sorry for how we started out, but fuck me. I'm grateful to these houses that you're here with me. Right here, right now. So, he licked his lips, turning to face me, and when he cupped my cheeks and placed a gentle kiss to my forehead, I closed my eyes and listened to what he had to say. "What we're gonna do is knock down these nasty houses. We're gonna watch them go down. Watch every brick and every fucking splinter of these shitholes be knocked to the goddamn ground. See every cruel word and slamming door be blown away to nothing. And where our pasts lay in ruins, we're gonna build a wish." Oh, fuck. My shoulders shook. I was already crying. The gravity of our situation hit me hard, like a hammer to the heart. We made it. We made it. We were here, together, working on our future. And with every ounce of my being, I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd like to live than the bones of where it all began. Truth was, it didn't matter where we lived. A house was only a body, and we were the heart. For as long as we were together, nothing could take that away from us. As he kissed my lips, I cried faintly, then sniffled. Yes. Twitch pulled back to look into my eyes. Okay? Okay. I laughed through my tears. Moving to stand behind me, he wrapped his arms around my waist and rested his chin on my head. I lifted a hand to his forearm and squeezed. That was when he uttered, I've got plans for this place. Oh, Lord, I bet he did. And just because I could, I threw a spanner in the works. I'm pregnant. Twitch stilled at my back, and I smiled slowly, widely. And when he regained movement in his limbs, his arms tightened around me hard enough to make it hard to breathe. But I didn't mind. When he put his mouth to the shell of my ear and whispered, Love you. My world was complete. And in the mid-afternoon of a beautiful spring day, we stood at the bones of a memory and made plans for our future.
Twitch. My head was a mess. I didn't know what to do, how to feel. But in all the anarchy of my generally chaotic mind, one thought played on repeat. What a wild credence that all I had been chasing had finally stopped running.
Epilogue. Lexi. I threw the door open and squealed happily when I saw them. The little redhead lunged at me, and when her body collided with mine, my breath left me with a whoosh. Struggling to breathe, I laughed through the discomfort as my unlikely best friend and I met for the first time. Lily! The broody giant, still waiting at the door with his offspring, grumbled. You're choking the life out of her. But Lily just hugged me tighter. I don't care. I've got 5 months of hugs bursting out of me right now, and she's going to get them, or so help me. It all started a month after we arrived in the States. Twitch made a phone call to an old friend. That old friend was a man named Knox. During the phone call, Twitch explained to Knox that I was having a bit of a hard time dealing with the unfamiliarity of our living situation. At the end of the call, Twitch surprisingly handed me the phone, and the woman on the other line started talking. I wasn't expecting the hurricane that was Lily, and what a godsend she was. One phone call was all it took, and just like that, we connected. Not a day went by where Lily and I didn't speak. Whether via phone call or text, we're as familiar as two people living in different states could be. So when Lily called to say they were coming down to visit her sister, I was over the frickin' moon. To meet your unlikely soulmate was a special thing. And now that she was here, I felt like I was already mourning the loss of her, for in a week, she'd be gone. I held on tighter. When she finally pulled back, I looked into her smiling eyes and stupidly said, Hey. Lily tipped her head back and roared with laughter. I couldn't help but join her. When the laughter started to hurt, I held on to my distended belly and groaned through my mirth. Oh! Ah! Lily put her hands on my baby bump and gently rubbed it. How is my little guy? I took in a deep breath and let out a slow exhale. How would you feel having someone lug you around in your comfy waterbed, never-ending room service, sleeping all the time? Pretty damn good. Lily's brows arched. My smile widened as I peered down at my belly. He's great. From the door, Knox uttered an amused, So, are we allowed in, or what? My cheeks blazed. I rushed over and swept them in. Oh my God, yes. Come in. Come in. As he passed me, Knox planted a kiss on my cheek. How you doing, Lex? Great now that you guys are here, I told him before looking at the handsome boy by his side. He had dark hair and blue eyes. Oh, Lord, is that Rocco? I knew it was and turned to Lily. He's so tall. What are you feeding him? Rocco, who was 10 going on 11, looked embarrassed as his mother moved to stand behind him and explained, It's just those good Taylor jeans, babe. The little princess holding Knox's hand was something else in her tutu. It was a shock to see her wearing the tiniest pair of black combat boots I'd ever seen. She had Knox's dark hair, but Lily's green eyes. I smiled down at her. "Hello, sweetie. What's your name?" Of course I knew her name. I got pictures of these kids on the daily, but I felt it was important to include the children, let them know they had a voice in this house. "I'm Angie. I'm 4. She held out 4 fingers, and I loved her right then. She looked me dead in the eye and did not hesitate when she stated, "You're pretty." Oh, sweet Jesus. I couldn't help myself. I reached out and tugged her into me for a long hug. Angie returned my hug, and I narrowed my eyes on Lily. "You set that up, didn't you?" Lily laughed. "I swear I didn't." In Knox's arms was a tiny girl with red cheeks, sucking her thumb in the sweetest little dress I had ever seen. She was the spitting image of Lily, thick ginger hair and green eyes. She also looked like she did not want to leave the safety of her daddy's arms. And looking at Knox, I could see why. He was a tank of a man. Knox kissed the little angel's head. "This is Mia." He sighed. "She missed her nap, and now we're all paying for it." Lily rolled her eyes at her husband's dramatics. "I give her 10 minutes before she passes out." My expression sympathetic, I rubbed the little girl's back and spoke softly. "Maybe we can put on a movie for little Mia. We have pillows and blankets. My son AJ can make you a fort. Does that sound good?" Mia thought about that before sucking her thumb into her mouth, moping dismally. Finally she nodded, and I smiled widely at the tired angel. "Okay, sweetheart." When AJ ran into the house from the backyard, he screeched to a stop at the realization that we had company. As he did often these days, he took his time observing the people around him. It took a few seconds, but when he deemed it safe, he stepped forward. I stepped around him and put my hands to his shoulders, proudly introducing my son. "This is AJ. He just turned 6. Lily and Knox said their hellos, but AJ seemed to be stuck on his words. "Say hi, honey." "Hello," he forced out, looking away. The poor thing. He sounded as awkward as he felt. Unfortunately, it took AJ some time to open up to people these days. He, understandably, didn't trust easily. He didn't talk as freely. He was somewhat reclusive amongst company. My son was in therapy, but the therapist warned that she couldn't help if AJ wouldn't speak to her. I prayed that he would find the strength to push past the fear and angst and regain the part of himself he'd lost. In the meantime, all I could do was love him and support him wholeheartedly as he found his way out of the hole Ling had thrown him in. "Well?" I gently squeezed AJ's shoulders. "I hope you guys are hungry. Twitch is firing up the grill as we speak, and we have enough food to feed an army." Knox's eyes lit up in interest. "I am hungry." Lily peered over at her husband slowly. "You're always hungry." Knox grinned at his wife tenderly, and I loved that so much, my chest ached. AJ gathered all the pillows out from around the place. The kids worked on building a fort suitable for Mia, as Lily and Knox followed me out back. Twitch did a double take, and when his eyes landed on our guests, his eyes crinkled in the corners. "A man." Stepping forward, he and Knox clasped hands before bumping shoulders and slapping each other on the back hard enough to bruise. Knox gripped Twitch by the shoulders. "It's been a while." "No shit," muttered Twitch. They stared at each other a long time, surveying the changes in each other before I saw the emotions get the better of my husband, and he pulled back, swallowing hard, then uttering, "You need a beer." But Knox seemed to know Twitch better than I assumed, and as my man walked away from the group and into the house, Knox turned to me, grinning roguishly. "Some things never change." "No," I agreed quietly, fighting a smile. The evening went on without a hitch. Everyone had eaten. The kids finally warmed to each other and played inside all night as little Mia slept through the noise. The conversation was a fountain, flowing and never-ending, full of joy and laughter, and as the night slowed, I didn't want our friends to leave. Lily joined me in the kitchen as the guys continued catching up outside, and as we loaded the dishwasher, somebody tugged my shirt. Startled, I looked down at my son. His eyes were stuck on the little girl wearing a tutu and combat boots. He didn't address either of us as he spoke gently. "She didn't tell me her name." His voice was far away. "What's her name?" He was acting strange. I was momentarily dumbstruck. Lily's eyes darted between us until she uttered, "Her name is Angela. We call her Angie." A small smile that stretched at his lips. "Angie," he uttered dreamily. And when he peered up at me and said what he said, my heart stopped. He spoke quietly, sincerely, and he held such determination in his voice that I found myself believing him. "I'm going to marry that girl." My mouth gaped. So did Lily's. But AJ didn't notice. He only had eyes for the dark-haired, green-eyed girl who had apparently stolen his heart. Before either of us could speak, AJ floated away, back to the group of kids playing by the sofa, leaving both Lily and I dumbstruck. When I found my voice, it was weak. "He doesn't know what he's saying." Lily jumped on that. "Right, he's just a little boy." "Exactly." I forced out an awkward laugh. "Oh my, kids definitely do say the darndest things." I licked my lips and faltered. "But still, maybe we should," Lily added gently, "not tell the guys about this." I was so glad we were on the same page. "Yes," I rushed out, and she nodded, swallowing hard. "Agreed. Great. Cool." As we conversed politely, I couldn't help but notice that neither of us could take our eyes off the peculiar way Angie and AJ sat together on the sofa. Angie held her handheld gaming console in her hands, talking nonstop, explaining the aim of the game, and as she yammered on, AJ watched her closely, his eyes searching her face, smiling softly to himself. And my chest ached. Oh shit. My son was in love. The house was quiet. That was a rare event in itself. Sure, it was early, but silence was not as calming as it had once been. Not especially when I had to endure the time without my son as I had. Silence was daunting, and as I crept into his bedroom and found him fast asleep, my heart uncoiled, and I allowed myself to breathe again. Sitting on the edge of his bed, I looked down into the angelic face of the boy who almost never came home. My hand moved without prompting, and as I touched his hair, I reminded myself that we were good. We were good. Being as quiet as I could, I let him sleep a while longer because he wasn't broken in his dreams. Barefoot and pregnant, I made my way to the fridge and poured myself a glass of orange juice, then went in search for the man missing in action. It wasn't often we woke separately, but when we did, I became restless. It didn't take long, and when I pushed open the sliding door and stood in the open doorway dressed in only my nightie, he peered up at me a moment before continuing what he was doing. And with every second that passed, the mirth crept up my throat, dangerously wishing to escape. But I kept it on lock. Instead, I leant against the doorframe and uttered, "Once upon a time, I thought you were a god." I sipped my juice. "And now look at you, doing laundry, hanging up my panties and bras." I held the laughter down as much as I could, but when his eyes crinkled in laughter, he pointed at me in warning and 5 of my bras hung from his forearm. I lost the battle, tipping my head back and let my light laughter free. He shook his head, but I didn't miss the way his lip twitched. When he muttered, "Fuck you, baby," it sounded more like, "I love you, baby," and I couldn't wipe the smile off of my face. With my heart full and my baby kicking, I made to leave, and as I did, he called out, "You could help, you know?" I paused in the doorway, gazing over at him, and my brows rose. This guy. "I've done laundry for 6 long years, honey." I started to close the sliding door between us, and as I did, I sassily stated, "It's officially your turn." He mock glared at me through the glass. I blew him a kiss. He went on pegging my panties and bras on the clothesline, and I'd never been more content in my life. Days turned to weeks turned to months turned to years. The old oak in the backyard, the same oak I had carved the name of the boy I swore I wouldn't forget at the age of 7, now bore the names of each additional family member we welcomed into our brood. It had become tradition. Later that year, another name would be carved into the Falco oak, and my heart and soul settled as my family grew. The soft cries coming from the nursery had me shooting up in bed, momentarily confused and fretful, enough to make me sweat. But he was already up and out the door. And when he returned with the little bundle, I switched on the lamp as he set her down gently between us. Her nostrils flared and her mouth pulled down, her lips trembling as her little arms attempted to break free of her muslin restraint. No, she wasn't happy, our little dame, and we both knew why. Blinking sleepily, I reached up to unhook the front of my bra and lowered the cup before gently lifting my sweet little girl and holding her to my breast. She latched on quickly, my little guts, and did her thing as her father leant on his side, propping himself up drowsily on his elbow, watching us both lovingly as she ate her fill. My husband stroked the wispy hairs at the back of her head and whispered sleepily, "Slow down, Fia. Mama's not going anywhere." My heart could barely take how much love I had inside of me. It was strong, overflowing, and as it settled over me like a warm blanket, I wondered if it would ever get old. Chances were it wouldn't, and I was okay with that. In fact, I was counting on it. Twitch was somewhat of a voyeur these days, especially when it came to his children. He loved to watch AJ do his homework, priding our eldest on his smarts. He adored watching Mateo fall on his little tush, trying in vain to stop his little legs from falling out from underneath him as he attempted to run before he could even walk. But most of all, he treasured every moment of Sophia's feeding. His little princess, he called her, Daddy's girl. I had a premonition she would be the apple of her father's eye. Heck, she already was. So much he'd missed out on with our firstborn. He was making sure he didn't miss out on another single second of their precious childhood. Scars. We had them in spades. But those scars had shaped us into the people we were today. And although our wounds had started out painful, the marks they left were permanent, everlasting. And I was grateful for the reminder of how hard we had worked to be together. It told me a lot about us. Failure was never an option. Twitch and I would be together or die trying. There were days when I would sit back and watch my family thrive with such sentiment that I would silently excuse myself and weep in complete quiet, in secrecy, because the sheer force of the emotion was absolutely crippling. We had made it. Every day was a gift. We had made it against all odds, taking the road less traveled. It was us against the world, and I would protect this family with every last fiber of my being. Which brings me to my point. A word of warning to those meaning to harm my family. My name is Alexa Falco, and I am not afraid anymore. Come for us. I dare you. I will take you the fuck down.
This recording of Raw, Rebirth, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Jeremy Gardner, Celia Stone, Gordon B. Diamond, Sophia Lett, Juniper Reyes, and Vincent Shabbat. Produced by David Bendina. Text copyright 2018 by Belle Aurora. Sound recording copyright 2025 by Belle Aurora. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.